All right, everyone, welcome back to Oz Speed Runs Open 26. We have another fantastic day of runs ahead of us. First up, we're going to be having Untitled Goose Game going into Ratchet and Clank into the Nexus. Great runs to be starting the day. So anyway, I think that we should get straight into everything. We have Untitled Goose Game, the House Fantastic, published by Panic. Let's get on.
Good morning and welcome to episode 2 of If You Are the Runner. In our thrilling first episode, we established the tension of a goose runner who didn't have a partner. Now we have quested through, and Vi managed to triumph. Sten, unfortunately, was not deemed worthy by the audience at PAX.
Has been banished to the... I'm sorry, Stan, you could be here, but... Oh. Instead, I have with me Vi, who prevailed over the challengers at PAX. And, you know, you have great chemistry on your first date, and then you kind of ghost the other person for, like, months.
All you did was just take some crowns out of a box.
That's true. That's true.
So...
It's been 3 months.
It's been a few months, and then like on Friday we were like, you know what, let's do this. So Vi's done her first runs on Friday, and now we're gonna do a co-op run for you here at ASM. So, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, time starts on first honk.
Yep.
So we'll go in 3, 2, 1. So yes, this is a backup run, so we are filling in for what had been in this time slot. And when Worcester contacted me, I said, oh yeah, maybe I should do that thing that, you know, we were the premise of that panel we had at PAX. And I'd already padded my estimate by about 5 minutes, and Worcester very kindly added another 5 minutes. So we're all good. If everything goes wrong on our second date, then we got time.
No, what will you?
No, it really.
Just proving crate strat valid.
Okay, what is crate strat?
Well, you're doing it right now. Kind of.
Come
there
here.
you go, drag that crate.
Hello. You can turn it off, yep.
Okay, I'll get in rake position.
So,
Oi, sir,
for the
please.
vanishingly small number of people who are not familiar with Untitled Goose Game, we are playing as a pair of geese. It's Untitled Geese Game. They, changed the titles, and you are here to make mischief in a quiet, sleepy little village, according to the whims of the mysterious task list that just turns up every now and then.
Rake in the lake. Rake in the lake.
Rake in the
Begins
lake.
in 4 areas, and Ali and Vi are right on to getting done with the first of those 4. So the back garden's a lovely little intro.
I'm stuck.
You're stuck on the rocks. It's okay, we got time.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
this is auto-scroller here.
Yeah, exactly.
Revenge of the Rake.
Revenge of the rake. The rake that will rise out of the lake to... Yeah.
Yes.
So, as we complete tasks in the zones, the villagers realize that they do not want this goose around, so they go... Oh,
I stole it from you.
oh, I need to pick this up. There we go.
You go first.
There we go. Let me up. Okay, we're good.
Let's go.
Villagers realize they don't want the goose around, so they'll get out these goose signs, and coincidentally, that is how we unlock new areas. So, we're now in the second area.
Get in the phone booth.
That's it, child.
There we go.
Okay, we're good. Oi, listen to me. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna go for fast broom break.
Yep. I'll get ready to get on TV.
There we go.
Oh, beautiful.
There we go. Which may slow us down later, actually, because she'll try and pick up the rake, but the broom. But that's fine.
You don't see me. Do not perceive
They
me.
do not, in fact, see you. You're fine.
Goose on TV.
Alrighty.
Cool. These villagers clearly have just one prescription for the entire shop. Because the boy can see fine with the new glasses.
Maybe not fine, but good enough.
Acceptably.
I mean, like, the sunnies work, don't they?
Actually, but maybe they're just prescription sunnies. Like,
True.
Work.
no, I don't think he can wear the viewfinder.
That's unfortunate.
Are you about to make his life
yep.
kaleidoscopic and magical?
I haven't done that before. Usually it's the other way.
Yeah. Excellent.
Oh, sorry.
No honks.
No honks.
No
No
honks.
honks.
No honks.
I got
Okay,
excited.
she has perceived us. That's fine.
She will...
So one of the interesting things about this game is that we're managing the expectations, I guess, or like the attention of the villagers. When you have items, they want to aggro on you. When they hear the honks, they want to know where the honk came from. Do you want to take this or?
Sure.
This is going excellently.
I said thank you.
By the way. Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you,
honk.
words.
I
You're
said
welcome.
thank you and honk.
You're welcome, honk. Yeah, so one of the things about any percent glitchless is that it has very little parallelization relative to, say, oh no, he saw me, but he probably didn't see me go behind the bush.
No, I don't think
I'm
you did.
gonna. Okay, we can go.
I grabbed the newspaper.
I'm gonna hope.
Oh,
I'm
fine, I'm fine.
I'm gonna hope he did not see us. Oh, that newspaper being like that may be an issue, but
Give me the hat. Give me that hat.
excellent, good.
Hey, look at me.
Okay, just wait for him a little bit. Yep, go,
Yeah,
go. Excellent, good work.
Yeah,
I am
hope
very hopeful he's not going to notice stuff behind.
He could just be really
I have
blind,
concerns.
though.
I have concerns.
That newspaper is all
Okay,
folded
newspaper
out,
is
but I
his
think you're
highest
fine.
priority, so I think
he
we
doesn't
are okay.
seem to know where it
Okay,
is.
we're good.
Yes!
We got away with it. The perfect crime.
I mean, you can't see the newspaper, so
A great
you can't,
heist.
right?
yeah,
A
you'd think
fantastic
that.
heist. Do you need to... Are you
I
going to do
will.
the bell
I'm gonna
early?
do... Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to bonk her.
Yep.
Yep, we'll wait for his next cycle.
You can brush up against villagers' legs and you can, like, sort of cancel their animations.
Some of the animations.
Some of them.
Sometimes it just
That's a very good
restarts the
boss.
animation. So, yeah, so, some of the nuances of this is knowing which things are going to save you time and which things are going to cost you time.
Nice.
Excellent. Come down here and argue. All right, we're going to do this one now. Go.
Whee! Ah, I'm
I'll
stuck.
give it a push. I'll give it a push. Thank
Okay. Mine now.
you. Excellent.
The net
good.
got stuck. It's all good.
All right.
Should I go get dressed up?
Yep. You get in position, and I'll get her attention.
I'm going to put on a pretty little bow.
Oops, I'm used to the single player where you need to take her down to the fence.
Thank you.
Excellent. Woohoo! All right,
Unfortunately, we're
I'm
not
gonna
gonna
leave
be-
this for you.
Yep.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah.
It's fine.
That's
I got
fine.
it.
Yeah. Okay, and we gotta wait for. I honked him. I thought he'd be on the slower cycle.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be pretty for the rest of the run. There is a reset here, just so that we can manipulate the game a little bit better for when we have to
We're
run
gonna
all the way back.
attempt to manip.
We're
And
gonna try.
This is where there's a difference between console and PC because there's a bit more of a loading time on Switch. Yeah. Okay. Go. And I'll let go.
Hi.
Unlike last time. Perfect. Excellent. I will get her attention down here. So even though she's seen it, this is her highest priority.
I'm not going to lie, this is really good pace.
We may... I'm not going to jinx this yet.
I may eat my words.
Yeah.
I mean, you've still got the pub ahead of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I'm going to just be conservative with this reset.
good idea. Yeah.
Just wait a tiny bit longer than usual
Yeah.
because I do not want to reset earlier.
I mean,
than
what? It's
necessary.
like a couple of it's like a couple of seconds. It's
Yeah.
fine. Not
Excellent.
frames.
Okay. So we got a
That's
long
what I would
loading
say.
time here because we're playing on Switch. Well, I just chose to play on Switch because it's
Makes our life easier with controllers
with controller
as well.
mappings, we can just plug it in. At home, I would run on PC. But the leaderboard is now load removed, so this is a bit iffy. Okay, she will see us, I think.
Okay,
Yeah, she
you
will
grab the
see us.
bow.
She will see us. I need to... No, okay,
Yep.
that's fine. No time
Oh.
save for us.
Oh, she's chasing.
She's
Yeah, she saw the
chasing,
fence.
but she did see
okay.
the fence, and I left the bow where she can grab it. So she will definitely go back to do
That's
the fence.
unfortunate.
I did not take the bow out.
I didn't get stuck in the door today.
That is good. So what we were trying to do there is set up a manip for the messy neighbor where she
Why are the
would...
geese kissing? What's going on?
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Vinny.
So we were
Idiot.
hoping to not have to fight the garden villagers on our way back, but we will have to fight them.
The load-bearing honk.
Oh, hey, 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 hey. Oh, he's
Doesn't want to get up.
Hello?
hello, hello, hello.
What is happening?
Let him get up because he can't see us, and then
Show me your butt.
brush his legs because he can't see us. But I gotta not be seen by Vinny. Oi. Yeah, okay. Go, 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 go.
There we go.
Okay, good.
Idiot.
One of us
Right.
grabs this
Got
and
it.
the other does not. Okay.
You open the door.
Always lower neck while running. Always. Just in case.
Ah, she's coming!
It's fine. She can't get around this faster than we can.
No, a knee-high barrier.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Yeah, tricky with. Oh no, that's actually pretty good. I was going to say tricky. with
She's
Now,
fine.
we're going to have to fight Vinny again, but that's fine.
She's
Hello.
not even gonna be
The
on the deck.
names that we're giving these villagers, by the way, are not official. These are the nicknames that the community has given them.
Is he on
Just
that
check
cycle?
on Old Man.
Yes.
He
Oh,
is.
that's perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna
Sort
go
of.
up here.
I prefer a little more parallelization, but I guess we don't lose much time.
She's
either.
also like nowhere near here, so we're not even gonna have to fight her.
Okay.
I mean, the
Did we? Yeah, we kited her out, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
She's
that's
like
fine.
all the way out the gate.
Slight
gonna
risk
wait
of
around
her
here.
getting stuck there and deciding to not come back, but
Yeah,
we're
that
good.
would have been bad.
Okay, she has noticed the sink.
I
but
need a
that's
little bit more
okay.
room.
She will. Is that enough?
Not quite. There we go.
1, 2, 3.
too
Oh no,
early,
you gotta
too
hold it a
early.
little longer.
That
2,
one's just
3.
really
Okay.
trollish.
Make sure she doesn't see. Oh, she may have seen it.
She-
Okay. Because you dropped it quite far forward.
I did, yeah.
So the question is whether she perceived it. Okay. Bonk.
okay.
Bonk. She saw it.
No!
Okay, we just wait for her to do that.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Do I normally drop it like behind the sink?
Yeah, normally behind the sink, or at least like outside of her field of vision.
I'm gonna be a bit
I'm
helpful.
gonna lose time by trying to make her move faster. Good work. Okay. You know what? I'm just waiting for you to do that. Just go.
Sometimes you just
accept the time
Do your
loss.
thing. The
So
villagers
yeah, there's
feel
nothing
like
in the two-player route that actually should be slower than a single player. It's just because you have 2 geese, you have more room for potentially accidentally messing up what the villagers are doing from what you intend. So there we go. We're gonna bonk you. Oh no!
What?
So this one actually. Oh no! I'm just gonna let her do it. Just let her do it. The
We're gonna be here a while.
washcloth, if you move it, it can override the priority with proximity. Like if you take the washcloth and run it all the way over here, then she'll be like, I'll pick it up and then I'll think about the thing. But
There
you know
we
what?
go. Okay.
We're just going to play it safe, not risk having any other issues. Off you go. We're going to go get Vinny. And hope that Box Girl's not going to be in the way.
She's gone. Oh, right. She's up top, right?
She will be outside at the moment.
Oh,
I think.
okay, yeah.
Okay, if you go under
Back
the
to the van.
thingy.
I'm in my little hidey hole.
Oh, I went too early.
This is good.
This is fine, actually. Cool. You can go. Yep.
Okay.
Just don't get seen up on the higher deck.
I should be
You're
alright.
good. You're fine. Yep.
Perfect.
All right. Cool. All right, and then we're going to attempt just a little other villager minute for our return. So if you break the pint glass and bring the pepper shaker with you.
I'm very
This
slow.
just means that we're hoping that Vinny will pay attention to these items and be up on the decking during our epic chase back rather than his usual position.
You're gonna go do bin
I
lid?
will do the bin lid, yeah.
Oh no, you did what I did.
Overshot.
Wow, I have not done that in a while. Sir, please. Oi.
Oh, he's sliding.
I'm just going to do this, which is
Yeah, that.
bad, but
Well, okay, we're fine.
we are fine. Wow. That. Oi. Okay.
Ah, the door! You did that yesterday.
I did that in practice just before. So, like, you can actually hide under the bin lid, the second player, to aggro, like, Vinny down there. He cannot get under the bin lid. And, but he will know that the goose is under there, so he'll be like...
The projector.
In the venue, the projector has been turned off and the screen is retracting, and production behind us is...
Frantically.
I was like, why do we need to come back? Oh, production is not talking to us. Production is talking at the projector screen, which is getting away from us.
As is the bell getting away from the village.
Yeah, well, now we are going to come back. So we've grabbed the bell. And yeah, if there's anything to be said, now is probably a good time because
We're gonna be running.
Yeah. Oh wait, you know what? I'm gonna let it go.
All right, for what we're doing, we are Oz Speedruns. For ASO 2026, we're raising money for Game on Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research to make this the last generation to die from cancer. If you'd like to donate, if you're in the crowd, you can either go up to the front desk, or if you're online watching on stream, donate.ozspeedruns.com. Yeah, and speaking of donations, we got a $10 donation from Makami, who says, sorry I can't be there IRL to watch the run, Ale and Vi, but go Geese. Put this towards Ale and Vi's choice. So if you guys got any incentives?
You can rock, paper, scissors over it.
I don't know what's up today.
There's the Sephiroth card in Kingdom Hearts, and I think there's 2 bit wars. There's the favourite food in Chicory, and there's the familiar colour in Hades.
True.
Alright,
For those who are not in the venue, Sten is holding up the stream on a laptop. And everyone in the crowd is watching it like that.
Pretty smooth.
Get out of here.
yeah, we got a good check. There we go. Okay, the projector is back.
Yay! Alright, I'm gonna juke him.
Okay. Ooh, we got. Okay, juke him.
Ah!
Go. I got it.
Nice.
Perfect pass by Toos to Lucy. And off we go.
I'm glad you turned the sound volume down.
So
do you
time is
mean?
coming up when the bell drops into the pit.
And
Time.
How do we go?
Is that a PB?
That is a PB for
Yay!
us. Woo!
We have a 15:39, so that is a
Which is-
PB.
Yeah, there we go.
True.
Excellent. Thank you, Vi.
Thank you, Ali.
So if it wasn't hinted at enough, actually, this game's quite fun and quite accessible to get into. Vi picked it up on Friday.
Yes.
I'm happy if anyone wants to have a chat about Goose. There is also obviously a Goose community out there. Find us on speedrun.com/goose, and there's links to resources in our Discord there as well. Yeah, thank you to ASO for having us, and I don't know, maybe we'll do an episode 3 of
Maybe,
If You
yeah.
Are the Runner. Who knows?
We'll see.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you to Ali and Vi for that fantastic run. So in addition to donating through either online or in person, we're also our Twitch revenue. So for your bits and subs that you give to the channel, they will also be going to Game on Cancer. So just as another way for you guys to be able to contribute to such fantastic charity.
Alrighty, good morning, folks. My name is Giolabred, and I'm going to be with you for the next couple of runs. We are just setting up for a Ratchet and Clank Into the Nexus race. So bear with us while we just continue switching over some tech with that. In the meantime, we've had a couple of donations come in towards the end of that last run, starting with a $20 donation from Hiero, who says in all caps, "Honk, honk, honk, cure cancer." Which, you know what, I couldn't have put it better myself. Reminder that all of the money that we are raising this event is going towards Game On Cancer. We are raising money to fund early career cancer researchers who are trying to make this the last generation to die from cancer. So if you would like to donate, you can go to ozspeedruns.com/donate, or if you're here at the event, you can donate in person. Every bit helps towards this really fantastic cause. We've also had $5 from 247 Yu-Gi-Oh! Come in, who says about this next game, "Wow, this game was my childhood. Maybe I'll try running it one day. Good luck, Mobius." Notably, our next run is between Mobius and 247 Yu-Gi-Oh! A reminder as well, if you are donating, that we have a few incentives remaining to come up today. We've got a Hades 2 run coming up in a little bit, where you can donate to determine which skin we are using for our beloved Crow Familiar Raki. Later on in the day, we've got a Chicory run, where you can tell us what is your favorite food, which will also name the main character. And towards the end of the day, we have a Kingdom Hearts run, where we are going to be, if we can raise $500 for it, fighting Sephiroth at level 1. So if you want to donate to one of those, just put that in the comment, and we'll make sure that it goes to the right place. Alrighty, we are all set up and ready to go. So without further ado, we are going to begin our Ratchet and Clank Into the Nexus race. Take it away, 24/7 Yu-Gi-Oh! And Mobius.
Hello there, I am Mobius, and that is 24/7 Yu-Gi-Oh! We are both running Ratchet and Clank Into the Nexus or Gold Bolts. It's a category that is basically an 80% run, but we get the main hidden collectible in most of the Ratchet and Clank games you're familiar with, the Gold Bolts. So it's an extra 10 minutes of extra gameplay and, you know, fun stuff.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah, I hope it is.
All right, well, when we're ready, we'll skip this first cutscene, and timing will start when we start moving on the first level.
Yeah.
Right.
Radio.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, and we'll start here. But the timing starts like just in a second.
I believe Kronk and Zephyr are still on the bridge.
So
Ken
timing
Bolt say
will
they fell
start
asleep again.
right now.
So this game is, if you're familiar with Ratchet and Clank games, they're kind of a semi-linear experience where you go through different planets and different outer space areas to get, you know, different coordinates to go to further planets and get gadgets and, you know, beat the big bad. You might notice right away that we've gone completely out of bounds in this ship area, and this happens like so quickly that it's hard to even explain like the what we're really doing here. But there's normally a tutorial sequence where we figure out, you know, the basic long jump and, you know, jumping moves in this game. But it turns out that when we go out of bounds here, we can go to the very back of the ship where the tutorial sequence ends, and then turn a bolt crank to load like the escape sequence of this ship. Very fortuitously, there is solid terrain all in the back of the ship in this ship hole here, which allows us to just gradually go backwards and climb up the back of this ship. We needed to hit a load trigger in a little alcove that you saw earlier. And that's just to make like the second sequence of the ship load, but in actuality, like that's not actually doing anything really to the textures here. And when we get up here, so I'm going to be latching onto this mag ramp here. Normally the section is kind of on rails and you can't exit the gravity locked areas here, but because we don't enter it from the normal game intended method, you'll see that Yugi here, when he glides down, he's going to change gravity. Normally that is sort of your forced direction. You can't exit either side of those. But that's only when the game forces you on the rails, not when we force ourselves on the rails.
Good going, rookie. Gravity is restored.
So after this, we normally go back through the ship, same way we came, but this time we have enemies that teaches us the combat. But we can do the same thing here. When we exit this forced mag ramp sequence, we can go back out the airlock and then go out of bounds. And landing down here, we can skip a forced checkpoint trigger and go and get the fusion grenade, which is our main weapon for the entire run, right here just in front of that load trigger. But because we skipped it, we can use something called a difficulty switch to revert to the previous checkpoint that we were on and go back to the start here of this sequence. And when we land here, gravity detaches and we can go back forward to the front of the ship, which coincidentally seems to be the intended way to exit this sequence. But luckily we can just go back sort of in a similar direction to the out of bounds that we did at the start. Although we can take a little bit of a corner cut here, since there's some convenient posts where the ship rejoins back with the hull and back with the starting tutorial sequence. There is a lot of invisible flooring here and invisible gaps in the floor. It's one of the big pitfalls of learning this game is actually just this first level entirely, figuring out where there's gaps and where the invisible flooring actually exists. And in the very first sequence, if you die at any point after hitting the first checkpoint trigger, you lose several minutes because you get forced back onto the on-rails section of the game. And there's no way to escape that at all. And you have to do like 2 minutes of really boring tutorials of just walking around on low gravity. So Yugi here is clearing out the room, and he will, yeah. I messed up a little bit and couldn't get everyone in 6 bombs, but if you do it correctly, you can get everyone in 6 bombs and really clear out the room quicker. So the section I'm doing here is mag ramps. The way these work is really inconvenient. You have to hold L1 and then press X to latch onto these. But holding L1 changes your camera speed and makes it like kind of janky. So the optimal way to do it is to release L1 and then only activate it at the correct time. And there's really inconvenient skips like that one there, which skip a few mag ramps. I'm going to... I did say before that you can't detach from mag ramps. That's kind of true and kind of a lie, because you can, but when you stop, you float in midair because the game expects you to just reattach back to one. But since we're in the middle of nowhere, we are kind of soft-locked, except I can latch onto this ending ship here, which takes us to the next planet, far earlier than intended. Oh.
Yeah, I'm just going to play that safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this ship, it rams you over here, and if you're in its path, it will just kill you.
Yeah, so you need to be far enough away, but also at the point where you can sort of see the ship as soon as the gravity ramps activate. I'm going out of bounds here. There's a very, very, very tiny branch that if you miss, just sort of hurts your morale more than anything. On the TV that I used to practice in the hotel room, I literally could not see the branch because the contrast was so bad. It died like 5 times. Shoutouts to my friend FPNAS who watched me fail.
Okay, let's see if I can get it here. Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Oh my god, I didn't get ammo.
Yeah, so on this planet we need to get the coordinates for 2 other planets. The first one here is Planet Crag, which we just go to the end of this section and we get this. The other one we'll have to get later at the end of a cave section, kind of, but first we're going to get the gold bolts, because this is an all gold bolts run. So just over here is a path that you're supposed to go up and around here. So you're supposed to go up and around here, but we can just long jump across and make it. There we go.
That's really annoying.
Yeah. And then here you're supposed to have a gadget called the Grav Tether, but we will not be getting that. Damn. And yeah, so we're just going to grab this gold bolt, and instead of watching the animation, we are immediately going to change the difficulty, which will just warp us back to where we were just a second ago.
Yeah.
And you can see the next gold bolt right there, which we've just got to grab this one pretty normally.
Yeah. But luckily we can go out of bounds out of that gold bolt and just around the corner. And we can high jump to skip an entire gadget and, you know, pretty much, I would say, half the planet, where we get the main Clank mechanic in this game. Every Ratchet & Clank game has a, you know, Clank puzzle mechanic. This one is like a gravity shifting one. You turn, you know, you flick your analog stick and change gravity. We skip all of those, other than the ones that are forced at the very end of the game, because we can skip that entire sequence by high jumping over to the platform afterwards.
Only seems to work on robots. Maybe he was trying to figure out a way for everyone else to go in.
So we're going to go a little bit more forward after we get to the orphanage here, because there is another gold bolt. This one requires a revisit casually with the hover boots, which are a very powerful movement gadget. But if we high jump here onto this tree and long jump, we just barely have enough room to make it over to this hidden island. There are a lot of other ways to get there that are much safer, but in my bad fortune I found one that's really annoying and really fast. Let's see.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. Okay, I was worried about that. So here, normally the orphanage sequence is like a lore backstory for the 2 villains, Vendor and Nefton Prog. I'm not getting this clip.
Yeah, I suddenly couldn't get that clip after getting it first try for like 4 years.
Yeah. Oh no, I clicked inbounds. That's really bad. It's really, really bad.
Yeah, so what we're doing here, first of all, we've got to clip through this rock, which we can kind of just do by walking backwards into it. And then we have to very carefully stay out of bounds and navigate around a section.
It's being so inconvenient.
Yeah, like this. This clip was not difficult until like a week ago when it just became difficult for some reason.
There's no real method to it. You just hold into like this little gap in the wall, and man.
Wow, this is really. I can't even remember. Oh, there we go.
You got it?
Yeah.
I messed up the load here, so I'm gonna have to do the high jump.
What I'm hearing is there was a secret patch to make this clip a whole lot more difficult.
Well, it's funny, the trick that I'm just doing right now, for some reason, so the load that we do jumping into like a corner of a post isn't possible on the 1.00 patch, but is possible on the 1.01 patch. And for some reason, it's like the one game in the series where, you know, patching forward makes like this major 2-minute time save completely viable.
Yeah, there's only really like 2 tricks affected by patches, and it's they're both pretty strange, really. But I'm going on to Planet Crag. So this is the arena planet. We just have to do a bunch of challenges that involve killing enemies. So yeah, so this would be the time for donations.
Amazing. Yeah, we've had a few donations come in. Starting off with $100 from Dan MCD.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Who says, good luck to Mob and Yugi. It's always a delight seeing how dedicated you are to getting the most out of these games. Get those gold bolts.
Love you, Dan.
We've also got $20 from Fireproof Nas, who says, GL Mob and Yugi, wishing the best for the Super Slim. I assume that means something to you.
Yeah, it does.
Also, speaking of things that might mean something to you, Big Mob PS3 Comfy.
Yeah.
Great.
Right.
And finally, we've got $20 from Knifey AU, who says, cool event, put this towards Vegemite as the favorite food. And a reminder, when you are donating, you can put your money towards a donation incentive, one of which is for our chicory run later in the day. You can tell us what your favorite food is, and that will be the name of the main character. So get those in now. I look forward to seeing the results if that bid war continue.
All right. So the big thing here is something called ammo minute. So when you play this game casually, the way that these ammo crates give you ammo is really frustrating because it just goes to a completely random weapon that you have, which is really annoying because we pretty much always need ammo for the bomb. But very fortunately, if you just fire one pistol shot, it completely manipulates the ammo so that you pretty much always get ammo for the weapon that you're running out of ammo on. Which is very, very useful because like the random ammo drops are pretty bad.
Yeah. For ages there before I found it, it was just, you know, boss fights especially would be determined by how many bomb drops you got. But I think I sort of figured it out to be, for some reason when the ammo is full on a weapon, it sort of treats it like the ammo is actually empty. Because it does have a bit of weighting to, you know, which of your weapons has the least ammo. But it treats 40 out of 40 as 0 out of 40, it sort of seems. Okay. The other thing is we need to be conscious of our experience. We get experience in this game by damaging enemies. This is the second game in the series that changes to this method instead of kills, which rewards you for using multiple weapons more than just like using one weapon and finishing it off with another. And that's fine for this game because we already killed every enemy anyways. But yeah, we need to be using our grenades as much as possible. We like to use the wrench sometimes to get final hits off enemies on low health. But we need to be mindful to do the bulk of our damage with the fusion grenade here.
But yeah, there's not a lot to these missions beyond just knowing where the enemies are and where they're going to spawn. This one here is a little interesting because you have to destroy these enemy spawners. And importantly, it has a timer, so we can directly compare who gets the better one.
Yeah. Oh man, yours is good. That's so, that's so 47?
No.
Oh, no.
No, I left the guy alive. Oh, that's annoying.
Okay.
Okay, 43.
My bomb just went into the ether. Oh, that's one alive. Okay. Okay, we both fumbled it and got 40. I fumbled it even more.
What is where?
What?
Oh, I'm fumbling this menuing. So there, I bought a weapon called the Nightmare Box. That'll be useful for two things, really. For one thing, it lets us clip through walls. A lot of the Ratchet games have a weapon that just lets you clip through walls, which obviously is quite useful. And we can also stand on top of it just to get a bit more height. So we'll be using that on, I think, every planet.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And now here we just have a boss fight. You may recognize this as the same guy that we skipped on Yerick, and you may also recognize it as the guy we're going to fight next planet. But yeah, he has a shield and puts it up sometimes, but we've basically just got to throw bombs.
Yeah, the reason we do all these weapon upgrades as well, like go into the vendor and upgrade our bomb, is that it gives us these little sticky grenades primarily, and they do a ton of damage. If you can get them stuck under him, sometimes you can see on my screen that they just go everywhere, but if the bomb explodes on the ground, the sticky grenades don't go far, and they do a lot of residual damage. So it's fine to throw it as low as you can.
And then just at the end of this, normally there's a cutscene where you get the Grummelnet jetpack, but we're just going to change our difficulty, and then we're back at the ship, and now we're going to Planet Silox. So Planet Silox is probably the most involved planet in the run. It's 8 minutes long, and we have to do a bunch of skips, get a bunch of gold bolts, and yeah, there's just a fair bit going on. But we'll start off by switching the difficulty here to skip this long animation of the ship flying in. And then we are immediately going to go out of bounds by jumping onto this lamp here. Hopefully.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm going to high jump. Okay, hold on.
There we go.
It's not over yet, though, because I still need to jump up here, and really, if I'm smart, I should high jump up to here, but I think I can make it with a double jump. There we go.
There we go. Now I have to do it. So the reason we're doing all this out-of-bounds stuff is we need to get to a second load trigger that loads in the sort of the second portion of Silox. So where Yugi's long jumping is just in the direction of where we need to go. We go sort of out of bounds, then back inbounds after a certain point. So yeah, you see this unloaded wall here. This will load in once we fall down a little shaft back inbounds.
Yeah, so I'm going to go inbounds here to load it, and then immediately go back out of bounds with the Nightmare Box. So you'll see this clip here. There we go, and I'm going to get this checkpoint for safety, otherwise that could be bad. And now here you'll get to see the other use of the Nightmare Box, which is a box stand. So I can put one out there. That's kind of... Whoa, okay. Yeah, so that's not how that's supposed to go.
Let's see if I get it. This is probably the biggest bottleneck in the run, because the surface that you can hyperstrike on is very slim. Okay, yeah, got it.
Nice. All right, let me try this again. Oh, damn.
And you can see the benefit of getting the checkpoint there, because if we didn't, we'd have to do the entire sequence where we went out of bounds and over the train tracks. So here I'm doing the relay station, which is just a combat sequence, but there is a trick at the end involving our good friend, the Blazebot / Voltanoid. There's a lot of bump spam. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw a Nightmare Box. Probably too late on that. Yeah, that's a shame. It's okay.
Nice.
I can back this up.
There's the relay station.
Okay, there we go.
Nice, good job. So when I have the Voltanoid here, I can hit one of these lasers. These are normally instant kills for Ratchet. They lock onto you, and they kill you. But if you damage them and you have a Nightmare Box down, because the actual intended mechanic of the Nightmare Box is to be a decoy, basically. The priority of the turrets is on your decoy. If you put the decoy in front of one of the mini-bosses, it just shoots the mini-boss because the laser hitbox is so large that it'll instant kill it. Because it also does, like, I think in the scripts it's like 99,000 damage. And you may notice that we have 40 HP at this point.
Ideally here you can get it on this this laser here. It just happens when you kill some of the guys. Unfortunately I didn't get it there, so I will have to do the same thing that Mobius did and just shoot this turret here.
Maybe a bit more forward, like...
Where is he?
What is there? Huh.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
And yeah, he just gets destroyed. That's quite useful in 100% because there's a skill point for killing that enemy with only the wrench, but only the wrench in Ratchet & Clank games tends to just mean without weapons, so using a laser that does 99,000 damage counts as the wrench.
Yeah. And another important thing is getting the V3 fusion bomb here. When you level up the weapons, you can do more of the upgrades in the vendor, the Raritanium upgrades. And we unlock basically all of the base set of the upgrades once we get V3. In addition to, you know, the bomb massively increases the damage output as well. You'll see when this ship explodes, it'll... I think this one gives Raritanium. Yeah, so there's a little flying crystal. What I'm doing here, so normally after the sequence, you'll see in the cutscene there, Clank talks about like turning like pipes to go into the SkyTrain station. SkyTrain station is just at the very top here, so if you clip through the wall, there's a really generous and large load trigger that just loads the train station right away. It does require 2 clips, and like you land on pretty much the periphery of the elevator that takes you up to the boss sequence in this level. And we'll see just in a bit in Yugi's feed how he does it. You'll see on my screen, yeah, the boss fights in this game are very much just mash R1 as quickly as possible and hope that your bombs connect. We keep the auto aim mechanic on in this game because it is quite good at tracking projectiles, but it can also overcorrect and throw bombs behind enemies.
Yeah, it's just useful enough that we kind of have to keep it on, but it can be quite annoying sometimes.
Yeah. So you see there that, like, suddenly out of nowhere on Yugi's screen, everything loaded in. The load trigger for that section is kind of massive. If we just fly down and land on the already solid parts of the out-of-bounds terrain there, we hit the load trigger. And then after a few seconds, the boss platform loads in.
So now I'm going into the fight that Mobius is on, which is Neft and Prog. Now this fight is interesting because in New Game Plus, it's like 10 seconds, because you can just use the Rhino and just instantly melt all of his health. But he's intended to have a second phase at 50%. Like you can see there, he left the arena. And it's always kind of been theorized that, because, you know, there isn't really any, like, hard-coded restriction on just doing all of the damage to him all at once. Like, that's what we do in NG+. So, you know, the idea that maybe you could do enough damage to him in any percent to just one-cycle him is, you know, theoretically possible, but our weapons just are not good enough to do it.
Yeah, I actually got something pretty interesting on my end where I stopped firing, but he was in the middle of the sequence where he latches up to the very top of the arena and starts slamming down on you. That's the longest attack, and he doesn't cancel out of it immediately. So there's like a hypothetical where if you get him stuck up there, you're able to skip the entire thing, but we just don't have the damage output, and we can't buy any more weapons since we don't get any of the currency, the bolts, necessary for it. So I am clipping out of bounds here, and also I will lift the camera up because there is a huge green screen warning. But in the sewer sequence that we skipped to unlock the train station, there is a gold bolt down here, but we can use the jetpack out of bounds since it is legal jetpack zone. If you go out of the legal jetpack zones, it'll immediately diminish your fuel. But luckily, since we are like in a quasi-inbound state, we will keep our jetpack fuel.
Yeah, and so this gold bolt is just in a big section that we were supposed to go through, but we just skipped entirely. So we do have to go back to get it, but luckily we don't actually have to go like into the section.
Yeah. this is a common thing. Oh, nice. Yeah, that clip is quite frustrating sometimes. If you're off even just by a little bit, it'll force you up and forward and not up and back. But yeah, you can use this green screen for whatever funny memes you want, which I think has been done in the previous All Gold Bolts runs that we did. The funny thing about the zones that are legal, the Gold Bolt is like, oh, I need to not autopilot. I was watching you difficulty switch and I thought, oh yeah, I should difficulty switch. I'm collecting a Gold Bolt. Like where the Gold Bolt is right outside the edge, so you have to land on top of it, otherwise you just glide down into infinity, and it takes ages to die in this game.
So one thing that we're conscious of here is our health XP, because on the next planet there's going to be an enemy that it only takes like 5 seconds, actually it's probably longer than that, but like maybe like 7 seconds to kill. But if you get a health upgrade, you can just kill it instantly. So obviously we want to get that, and it looked like you had the right amount of health for that.
Yeah, I was kind of worried because I did kill extra enemies on Yarrick due to my deaths, but I think we're good. So I'm on planet Thram, which requires you to collect crystals from either fossilized or living Gargathons. We need 10 of them to get the most powerful gadget in the game, the hover boots.
Oh, I just got the... unfortunate.
It's all right. It's only
it's a minor time save.
Yeah. So the best way to do it is to kill the living ones, since they're 3 instead of 1 for the fossils. And so you see that that's the demonstration. If you need to stand close enough, there's so many times in practice I'm like inches away from. I get the health XP explosion, and then he's just like staring at me. Like that's a nice party trick. But yeah, we're going around and collecting 10 in a particular round that lands us right near one of the Gold Bolts for this level, one of the 2 Gold Bolts. We can high jump and we can glide up slopes if they're just not steep enough, and land on solid, standable terrain. So another difficulty switch here. We were also on Hero difficulty, which is the second difficulty. I think I messed up my difficulty switches. It's fine. Oh wait, no, I'm good. And yeah, you can see that especially the ammo management can be...
Yeah, the ammo can be really annoying. Yeah. But hopefully I should get another drop.
Yeah, good. So now that I have 10 crystals, I can talk to the smuggler twice, and that gives him 20 crystals. But it also has an interesting side effect where if I skip this cutscene by a difficulty switch, it lets me keep the hover boots, which is something that doesn't normally happen if you don't talk to him twice. One of the other side effects is you can do this over and over again because you actually have more than enough crystals. You actually dupe your crystals. So I have 20 crystals despite having 0 on my tooltip right now. And that allows in 100% to skip the entire crystal collection and save, I don't know, 15 minutes, I think, in my first run.
Yeah, and another side effect is you get a really funny line of dialogue, which you'll hear right now. Hang on a sec.
So I haven't used the hover boots much yet. I did mess up the trick there, but one of the benefits of it is that you can charge off slopes, and then you can do a mid-air jump out of the hover boots, which is quite powerful because you can basically double your distance by jumping at the right time. And Yugi, not ledge grabless. See, it's a 1 in 10 chance. So on Yugi's side here, he goes between an invisible wall, and then he climbs up these out-of-bounds rocks just high enough to get a bolt that you'd normally have to unlock the jetpack for, which is 40 crystals.
And now we're going back to Crag because we've unlocked another tournament, and this will give us 2 Gold Bolts. And so if we have any other donations, this would also be a good time.
Yeah, great. We've had a few more come in. We've got $5 from Sly Sonic, who says donating to represent the Super Slim Gang. We've got $5 from Mr. Poker, who says, came from the Ratchet server ping, good luck on the run, and shout out to the amazing community always willing to ping events. which has led Mobius to bury head in hands.
I'm good. I'm good.
Also $14.50 from Sin saying GL X247 you ratchet. And finally, $10 from Anonymous, who says, my favorite part of this run is when Mobius said, it's mobing time, and mobed all over those guys.
That happened.
Please put this towards my favorite food, being dust mite. So we now have the options for favorite food as Messina, Vegemite, Marmite, and dust mite.
All right. Well, these challenges are slightly more interesting than the ones we were doing before, but there are ones like this one that I'm doing right now is
Literally just the one that we did before.
Yeah.
But it's on fire now, so it's really, you know, really interesting. And we normally we have this cup, the silver cup, unlocked already, but there's no real reason to do it because we need to go back after completing Thram to get the gold cup. And we will have more powerful weapons by that point, so we can just clear out these enemies here. We get introduced to this movement sequence, this canyon, but it's, again, not particularly that interesting because our bombs one-shot everything in something that's supposed to be a challenge.
Yeah, there is one thing that can happen on these jetpack challenges where you'll suddenly just start drifting down and to the right, and you can't do anything to stop it, and if it happens early enough, you just can't finish the mission. I got it once in practice, but surely it won't happen here.
God.
It's pretty rare. Like, it shouldn't happen. Did I not kill one of the guys, or am I just...
Oh,
I miss...
There is someone back there.
Yeah. Dude, what? How did it... How did I miss...
Oh. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Uh-oh. Sounds like it's running out of fuel.
Yeah, so you can run out of fuel. There's only, what, 7 jetpack fuel spots there?
Yeah, the fuel lasts, like, easily enough to make it through this entire challenge, but for some reason they gave you just an insane amount of refuel stations.
Alrighty, so I've completed the 4 regular challenges, and then we get 2 challenges in sequence that are the 2 gold bolts that we get on this planet. One of them is a boss fight, and the other one is a hover boot movement tech one. So this boss fight here is very familiar, one of the Gargathons. This one doesn't have any horns on it. We can't get a health upgrade here, so this one we're going to have to beat legitimately. And that's, I don't know, maybe twice the health of a normal Gargathon. This is one where the auto-aim can be really bad because this guy can drift really hard to the right or left, and the auto-aim doesn't know what to do, it overcompensates, but luckily he did the spitting fire attack, which keeps him in place. The pods here are manipulable on Yugi's challenge, but it's sort of camera-based, and sometimes if you're just looking in just the slightest wrong direction, you can get kind of thrown off, get stuff behind you that you don't want behind you. So I'm on the final challenge now, Doom Canyon. This is just a regular movement course with the hover boots. You get a bunch of speed pads, but you can climb up this rock surface here. Do something we call a slope intercept, where we glide on a surface for long enough that a sort of a soft lock prevention mechanism kicks in, where we're able to jump out of a glide, which is something we're not normally able to do. We steal the name from the Ratchet & Clank 1 movement tech, the slope intercept, which is more like just high jumping off slopes continuously. But, you know, it's sort of the same thing here.
And so that challenge that Mobius just did that I'm about to do, it is way more annoying than it looks, because that trick that you have to do, like, the ground is just really, like, slippery, and so, like, it's quite easy to just hover boot up and then immediately fall back down and have to, like, high jump out of the gap. but we'll see if I can get it here.
So I'm on the final planet now, Planet Igliak. This is another 8-minute planet with a huge boss fight and also, I think, probably my favorite section in the game, the museum. So we use all of our nightmare boxes here in different ways. We use it to clip through the walls, skipping the tour bot that we're normally supposed to carry around in the wrench. We can't carry both the wrench and go out of bounds at the same time, so we need to find a way to skip the tour bot entirely. We use one to climb up there, another one to get out of bounds here. And luckily there is a free load trigger just over here in the abyss. And if we do a leap of faith, we can land in another room and clip just through this door. And luckily there is a checkpoint that we can use the difficulty switch and bring back the tour bot. Because God knows why it works out so conveniently, but it does. We actually need the tour bot for real here because there is there's a progression sequence tied to having it on one of these platforms. In this sequence, we're normally supposed to go along this moving platform like a platforming puzzle challenge, but the hover boots are so powerful that you can just long jump along.
We gotta get into that museum and steal the Dimensionator.
We get to the cutscene at the end of the museum here, and let's see if I can get this. So we need the tour bot for that platform there to bring the elevator down. Down. I did not get elevators.
Okay, so I like half clipped through that wall twice, which is unfortunate. So to get through that museum, you do 4 strats with the Nightmare box, and you have 4 ammo. There are 2 backups you can do, so I could have kept that going, but I will just go grab some Nightmare box ammo and try again. Okay, that one worked.
Nice. So the taxi that I'm taking here, and this takes a very long time to load, this is a sequence where you're like looking through the city and it takes about 45 seconds of just looking through all the destruction that happens. But you can difficulty switch and skip all that. Ratchet has no empathy for the people of Meridian City. The gold bolts have a hitbox that extends below the platforms here, so you can just high jump straight up into it off the railing. That railing grab, that railing stem that I did there is quite inconvenient. Nice. Okay, you guys through the museum sequence. And our final gold bolt, but not the end of the run, will be just over here. Climb up and do another hoverboat long jump.
Welcome to the Groovatron Experience Room. Developed by GromelNet Industries, the Groovatron weapon forces its
so the intended way to complete this sequence is beat 4 mini bosses, 4 nether brutes. These enemies give a ton of XP, but luckily we don't need it in this category. But we can get on these boxes, glide down, high jump, long jump, and for some reason we can glide into that corner and it sends us through. I don't even know the geometry there that allows us to do that, but it saves probably 3 minutes of killing enemies. Oh yeah, another thing is if you skip the cutscene at the end of the museum quick enough, the audio cuts out entirely. It comes back after a while, but...
yeah, that's not an audio bug in case you're wondering.
I was thinking it had gotten awfully quiet all of a sudden.
See, I normally don't play with audio anyway, so you know, people will mention it on stream, and I'm like, what? No, it should be totally fine. And I'm thinking, oh yeah, that's the audio bug. So this is the final boss, and he is a gigantic meat shield that requires a couple hundred bombs thrown at him, and it isn't particularly difficult otherwise. There is a particular tech on the final phase of him that we'll try to get, but it's just 3 sequences of doing a lot of damage, doing the mag ramps, and then the clank sections. So I mentioned earlier in the run that we skipped the gadget that allowed us to do the clank sections, since we normally can't see the walls that take clank inwards. But as a failsafe, it just puts clank automatically into the sections. So these are shifting gravity. You flick your right analog stick and physics objects move and clank moves. But these physics objects can also push clank just like nightmare boxes can. So we can go out of bounds here and do something we call a fast fall, where we keep punching down off a ledge to keep our speed going at terminal velocity. and go out of bounds to these nethers. These nethers will allow us to break the cages that our antagonist turned friend, Vendra, is in at the moment. There's a lot of story sequence stuff here that I'm sure I could do a deep dive on, but...
Yeah, if you're wondering what's happening casually in this game, me too.
Come on.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this long jump that Yugi's doing also skips a sort of a forced cutscene sequence. We just go around the platform where Nefton and everyone are fixing our MacGuffin, the Dimensionator. So on this phase, we want to prolong it as much as possible. There is a semi-forced sequence on the third phase where he flips the platform over because we're on a mag ramp, and we don't want that because it actually health gates him and... I got it way too early. It health gates him to the point where we just wait around for 10 seconds before he flips the platform back over. If we do enough damage, we do something called flip skip, where he just keeps upright and we can damage him the entire way through.
Yeah, so that's the end of the section for Ratchet, and Clank into the Nexus is where he's going.
Please tell me where you are.
So both of us are doing we're going to do a physics subject clip here, so he's doing the box, and these moving platforms, we sort of need to precisely wedge ourselves. Oh, I'm getting the bug. That's a shame. There's a rare chance that the objects don't click Clank through, and you need to restart the challenge to reset them. This also kind of resets the boss health as well a little bit, so the extra damage that it did at the end of the phase won't apply. So, yep, that works fine.
Here, try this.
Stand back.
Oh yeah, and at the end of this Clank section that I'm on, for some reason you have control of Clank, so you can just
Bring me another.
you can just do this.
I'm working to free her as we speak.
Alrighty. And another part of these Clank sections is that you just need to get within a certain radius of Vendra for the sequence to complete. You don't need to lead the nether all the way back through like you normally would in a IL. So now I'm on the final phase. Time will be coming up in probably 35 seconds. So yeah, I got the forced flip sequence unfortunately, but we do enough damage that we just need to get hit once and he'll flip the platform back over. And we can't damage him during the flipping animation, so we lose the amount of time that it takes.
Clank, this guy's tearing apart the city. What's your status?
We need one more nether to... I am on my way. Hang on, Miss Prague.
Okay, time coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2... Hey, I run out of ammo, come on. There we go.
Nice.
Oh my
Really?
God. The game gives you a kind of a freebie where the platform is slightly offset so you can wedge Clank in it, but if you don't get that little wedge at the start, you need to manually set up Clank. And yeah, thankfully, you got it there.
Okay, yeah, so I will now be doing the final section of the boss. I don't think I managed... Well, we'll see if I get flip skip. I think I did a fair bit of damage.
Try this one.
But yeah, this will be the final phase right now.
Got it. Let's just get out of here. I never want to see this place again.
Ratchet, I have Vendra. We will be there soon.
Let's see. Yeah, so there's like little notches on the right side of the health bar, and if we get the health below the middle of the 3 notches that intersect the health bar, then we're pretty confidently done enough damage to skip the flip sequence. But yeah, it's very inconvenient because you spend pretty much 10 seconds in a point where the boss is health gated and you can't do any more damage to him.
That was actually a pretty fast flip, though.
Yeah, you got damaged immediately and he flipped.
But yeah, time for me will be coming up, hopefully right now. There we go.
Yeah, that was Ratchet & Clank Into the Nexus All Gold Bolts. I think we did pretty well keeping up with each other there.
I think so.
Yeah. I'd like to thank, every single Ratchet & Clank runner. Like, the community is so just wonderful, even, between all 15 games. This is the future, I guess, Hexology, the 6 games that were released on the PS3, but, we get support from the people who run the original games and people who run the later games, like the PS4 game and Rift Apart. We just, there's a strong bond between all of us, and, I'm very thankful that, they're our community.
Yeah, I agree.
You can go to this game's page, like Ratchet & Clank, speedrun.com/rack_ITN, and there'll be the Discord link there, or any of the Ratchet & Clank pages, and find the Discord link if you want to learn this run or any of the other Ratchet & Clank runs.
Yeah. I think that's all there is to say.
Fantastic. Well, let's give another round of applause to our wonderful runners. And we are going to just take a few minutes to get set up for our next run, where Cass will be running Transistor. So stick around. If you have any donations you want to get in before the start of that run, now would be a great time to do so. You can go to ozspeedruns.com/donate. And if you want to put your money towards any of our wonderful incentives, just leave a comment in the comment box and we'll make sure that that goes to the right place. A good reminder as well that we also have some prizes available as part of this event. If you donate at least $10, you'll be entered into one of them, going up to at least $50 for the highest one. And it's a bunch of different game bundles we've got. A whole lot of awesome games that you will be put in the running for to get your very own copy of. You can see all of the details for that on our website at ozspeedruns.com/prizes. Thanks for your patience while we are switching over our games. In the meantime, we have had a $20 donation from Havra, who says, honk! And just saying, if you think that your favorite food is honk, you know, you can do something with that information. Or if you want to choose more violence, you could make your favorite food goose. There's so many options. We are just about done getting set up. In the meantime, we've just received a $125 donation from Kate Latte, who says, please put this towards Cow Mario Kart. Good luck, speedrunners. I have bad news, Kate Latte, which is that the Mario Kart run has already happened. If you want me to put that towards a different donation incentive instead, shoot us a message and we can make that happen. Or if you want to just retroactively put it towards Cow Mario Kart, we did in fact have Cow win Mario Kart, so you could consider that donation was successful. Right. Alternatively, we now have $125 going towards burger being our favorite food in Chicory. Burgie? Just a reminder as well, folks, that all of the money that we are raising for this event is going to support Game On Cancer, which is a charity organisation that is raising money to support early career cancer researchers, trying to make sure that this is the last generation to die from cancer. So if you would like to put your money towards this wonderful, wonderful cause, ozspeedruns.com/donate is the place to do that. For anyone curious about the workings of my inner monologue, I've decided that this is the start of the fragmented Supergiant block. In that we have Supergiant, and then some not Supergiant, but then more Supergiant later today, so... It's like a block that's made out of Lego that comes apart as needed. Oh. Alright. Alright, and with that, we are all set to go. So I am going to throw over to Cass with our run of Transistor. Let's go.
You're slightly too organized for me. My controller just is having the slightest bit of issues here. So give me 2 seconds. Yeah, I was ready because it turned on, but then it stopped working.
Right.
It's all right. It's all right. We can get this up and running.
While you do that, I might just note we've got a $50 donation from Denise, who says, "Great job, everyone. Love Mama Cass."
Oh, that's my mom. Round of applause for my mom. The last time I was at an ASM event, my mom did commentary for me, so that is it's very, very special to have her donate as well. Oh, sorry. Now, sorry, Tech, can we cut back to the break? Can you just talk for a few more seconds, just while we...
Me talk? That doesn't sound like me at all. For the record, I think what we've got going on here is we have a controller and a keyboard and a mouse and just all sorts of fancy shenanigans set up. And I hear that that's a really, really good way to make sure that all tech always behaves properly. While we're fixing this, we've just got a $100 donation from Chili Pepper, who says, I can't wait to see Fetch with Luna. Oh, and Transistor 2, I guess. Good luck with the run, and please put this towards the Sephiroth incentive. For those who aren't aware of that, we have got an incentive coming up for Kingdom Hearts, where we are going to fight Sephiroth at level 1 in Kingdom Hearts 2, which seems like something that shouldn't be possible, or at least seems very unwise. We need another $350 to make that happen. So if you want to see that, that's towards the end of the day. We've still got some time, but make sure that you're putting those donations towards these incentives.
All right, crisis has been averted. Thank you for playing that off there. We do. So you will see throughout this run, I'm going to be alternating between mouse and keyboard and controller and keyboard at different points. So it gets a little bit complicated. But guys, gals, non-binary pals, hello. My name is Cass, and it is an honor to be here to run Transistor any percent for you all. This is a very, very special game. It was the first time I ever saw a speedrun, was a speedrun of this game. And I'm super, super excited to be here to run it all for you. So if we're all finally ready, I'll give us a countdown in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so this is Transistor. If it looks a little bit familiar and you have played a little game known as Hades 1 or Hades 2, that is the reason. This is by Supergiant Games, so the same developers of Bastion and Hades. It's a nice top-down isometric RPG with a few turn-based elements in it, which we'll get to in a second. I am joined by the wonderful Aggie and GLP, who are going to introduce themselves in the order of whoever wins a round of rock, paper, scissors right now.
First paper. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, you got it.
Cool. Hi, I'm Aggie. I don't run this game personally, but I really love all the Supergiant games, played all of them, and I'm a Hornet runner.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Geo Phoenix. I don't run this game either, but I am also a big fan of all the Supergiant games, and yeah, we're just going to be helping out Cass as he's... there are going to be some moments where we'll be taking over some of the explanations, but for the most part, Cass is more than capable of taking care of things himself.
I don't know. I'm just breaking everything, y'all. I'm so sorry. Of course.
There we go. Flawless. Flawless.
Is that better? All right, the game is turned up in the game. Can we get a round of applause for Tech?
Woo!
Reset the game.
Bit of a false start, but we'll be fine.
Bit of a false start. It's fine. It's fine. And you do want to be able to hear the music of this game because it is Darren Korb is an absolute genius on all musical instruments. So.
Also some absolute banger vocals in this game as well, right?
Absolutely.
Banger vocals by Ashley Barrett.
Ashley Barrett's, yeah.
Oh, that lead singer of Skiller and the Sirens.
You're good. Shout out to Nora. Nora's also a Supergiant Games runner, so we.
Nice. Are we resetting the timer?
Yeah, may as well.
Yeah.
May as well. I gotta go back to the start of the game here, so we may as well.
Hey, Red. We're not going to get away with this, are we?
We get to see Sword Boyfriend for the first time again.
We do. So, like I was saying, this is a top-down isometric action-adventure game with some turn-based elements. You're not going to see a great deal of the turn-based elements because, unfortunately, they are slow. But we are about to get a tutorial of it. The first skip, which we missed because of the game of rock, paper, scissors, happens right here. By the time I kill this enemy, if I ignore what it drops and just run across there, we save about 2 seconds by skipping that barrier there. So all the combat in this game happens in sort of arenas. So we're going to enter an area. These little blue dots are going to get drawn as boundaries to the arena, and we're not going to be able to leave that area until we defeat all the enemies. The downside is that when you defeat an enemy, it drops a cell. You need to pick that cell up in about 9 seconds, or else the enemy comes back to life at full health. And obviously, having to fight the same enemy twice is very, very slow. So in early game, the whole name of the game is going to be taking care of the enemies in as efficient and effective manner as possible. And then once we pick up our dash ability, things are going to get a little bit more wild. So this is probably a good time, actually, to pass over to our host if they've got any messages or plugs that they want to give.
Yeah, fantastic. We've just had a $5 donation come in from Pingu. We've got animation royalty in the chat, apparently. Pingu says, "Noot noot."
Yo, shout out to the Noot Noots.
Put towards chicory, my favorite food is fish. Noot noot.
You know what? That tracks.
That does track.
Yeah, I believe it.
Get out of here.
All right, so here we pick up a new ability. So the loadouts of this game, it's a really, really well-designed game in the sense that we have 18 different abilities that will unlock over the course of the game. We're only going to see about 7 or 8 of them in the speedrun because we finished way under-leveled. But every ability can be equipped as an active ability, as an upgrade to an active ability, or as a passive that improves red. So because of that, with 18 different abilities and each one being able to fill multiple roles, you've got about 14 million possible loadout combinations. So thankfully, I didn't start running this game until long after it had been routed out. So I am standing on the shoulders of giants who went through all of the hard work to get that sorted. This is one of the only aspects of RNG in the whole run. This is a young lady. First time she takes damage, she teleports in a random direction. And then when she dies, she spits out all these cells in a random direction. So that was an awful teleport location. We wanted to teleport as close to this door as possible, but that was a phenomenal cell spit out. So we got unlucky and then lucky in the same spot here. This one's just a little puzzle that we do actually have to use turn for. The way turn works is it's kind of like the Fallout 4 VATS system, where it's going to pause time. We have a limited stamina bar with which we can unleash a bunch of abilities, and then all those abilities play out in lightning speed, and then we can't do anything until our stamina bar recharges.
Yeah, you'll see it along the top of the screen. There'll be like a bar that as you start to do things, it will start to fill it up. And then it will just like play out in that specific order as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like I said, it is a very, very slow mechanic, so we don't use it a great deal. We just play the games as if it was a live action game. And it's one of the big difficulties in first learning to run the game is the enemies are specifically designed to be hyper aggressive because you have the ability to pause time and take your turns and stuff like that. They intentionally made the enemies incredibly hyper aggressive. So speedrunners, we just have to deal with a ridiculous amount of aggression. Which is really on display in this arena right here, because we are fighting what's called a jerk. And jerks they just push you around a whole bunch, they do a lot of damage, and it can just be very, very frustrating. And unfortunately, most of the game is very undeterministic, so you've just got to react to the fights in the best way you possibly can, especially early game. Now that we've picked up our dash ability, so the ability named Jaunt, you'll hear me call it Jaunt, you'll hear me call it Dash interchangeably, but now that we've picked that up, things are about to get a hell of a lot more interesting. This next cutscene here is actually the only contribution I have made to the speedrun as a whole. It is a short motorbike cutscene, and if you hold down space during it, red will accelerate. This cutscene won't end until there's a fade out that ends. That fade out starts sooner if red ends closer to the right-hand side of the screen. So by accelerating through this cutscene, you save exactly 30 frames or half a second. And that might not seem like a lot, but there has been 2 different instances in the last couple of years where what separates first and second on the worldwide leaderboards was 7 frames. So those 30 frames do make a very big difference. At least I'm going to keep telling myself that, because then it feels like I actually contributed something important to the speedrun.
Look, pressing spacebar causes the flames to happen, and everyone knows red makes everything go faster.
And we love flames. We love flames. All right, I'm going to kick it back to our wonderful host for any messages they may want to pass on.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder that we are raising money for Game On Cat. So we are only $50 away from the $7,000 mark. And all of the money that we are raising is going to support a fantastic cause of funding early career cancer researchers. So if you would like to contribute towards that and make number go up, ozspeedruns.com/donate is the place to do it.
So what we just had there, that was the first instance of controller keyboard movement. So the reason that we play with the controller is that it allows you to buffer input. So just by holding the triangle button, as you can see, dash is our primary form of movement, and by holding the dash button, we dash at the first possible frame that we're able to, but only when we're holding the controller. Unfortunately, we cannot do controller and mouse movement at the same time. So the only time we can really use the controller as a method of movement is when we are only planning on moving in one of the 8 cardinal directions. So in the next room here, you're going to see a really great example of that. But first, this is one of the more complex fights of the game. I need to hit this bomb towards this satellite and then dash to just here. Oh, I might. Oh, no, we just missed it. So in a perfect world, these two line up. We call these the twins. They line up. They both get hit by the explosion of that ability there. And we take them out in one shot. So that was a little bit slow, but that's all right. They can be uncooperative at the best of times. So this is one of the only times we're going to change our loadout, and this will be our loadout for pretty much the entirety of the rest of the game. We're going to put that there, that there, that there, that there, that there, and that there. And now I'm going to have Aggie explain Sybil skip, because I need to count.
Yeah, so Sybil is, Cass is going to use controller and keyboard, so you can travel in cardinal directions. And so what Cass is now doing is dashing and in a very particular pattern, just to, go around the entire room, which is very long and not very fun, filled with lots of encounters. And once we get back around, we will have reloaded the room, and we will be entering the Sybil fight. In recent times, there's been some developments in this, adding in some little bit of free walking that saves a small amount of time, but a very good amount of time, found by Jen
Everyone except for them.
Ooh. One of the
somewhere, I missed one somewhere. I missed one somewhere, but that's right, now you get to say it again.
Here we are. Deserted.
Yeah, but when you start trying to introduce a lot of like free running stuff and just like things become a little bit less consistent and a little bit and much more scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, blind movement is always, it can be very tricky.
Regardless of the game,
Exactly.
it's like it's always going to be very scary. So often you want to go for the most consistent strategies, and this has been a rather consistent strategy. This is counting it out.
Exactly, this is the awesome Darren Korb sound design that we're talking about, right?
Exactly.
Everyone loved
There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
First try.
Oh boy. So as Aggie was saying, if you follow that around the proper way, there's like 4 different fights, and it takes a really long time. So basically, we get out of bounds really early, and then we get to go around the entire map. And by following a very particular set of dashes, it puts us right at this microphone, which is the beginning of this cutscene. And at the end of this cutscene, we'll be warped straight into the boss fight with Sybil. And it's funny, I had a dream last night that I stuffed up that skip, and then for whatever reason, you know how dreams happen, I just couldn't retry it. So that was prophetic.
Yeah, the Sybil fight, aka the Doom Theory boss fight.
Definitely the hardest boss fight for new runners. We do have a quick strat that lots of people have different ways of doing. Another runner by the name of Cinnamore swears by the Kiss the Sybil strat, and then the current 2 best runners in the world, Jenkar and Mimi, both have formulated their own one, and then I kind of blend the 2 together into my own method. That's much more marathon safe, but I do get the current best runners of the game are both quite a bit younger than most of us, so we very often get referred to by using what they call boomer strats. So shout outs to Mimi and Jenkar. Yeah, I'm doing my boomer strats. So.
Hey, we're in our 30s. We gotta do what we gotta do.
As the run said yesterday, big shout out to mid-30s speedrunners.
Say something weird.
We're all so exhausted and our phones hurt.
That is the sound of mid-30-year-olds saying woo.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is Sybil, and this is where you're going to see the power of the damage rotation that we use. So we now have the ability to drop these little bombs, and by blowing these bombs up with a particular ability set up in a particular way, we're going to basically 100 to 0 her every single time. But I have to do it very, very quickly, because unfortunately she is going to continually summon more and more enemies. And one of those enemies is what's called a cheerleader, and that cheerleader has the ability to shield her from all damage. That's Sybil. So she has 3 phases, and by dropping 2 bombs, blowing them up, dropping 3 bombs, blowing them up, and then dropping 3 bombs, blowing them up, and dealing 5 additional damage to her in any way, shape, or form, you get through the fight really, really quickly. So
nice and clean.
I was very happy with that. I was very happy with that.
She can be a little scary at times.
Yeah, Sybil can be very mean. One thing I really love about the music of this boss fight is how the music changes from really clean vocals and becomes much more processed.
Yeah, like there's a lot of distortion.
Yeah. But because Cass is so very good, we never get to hear it.
Thank you, Andy. That was a great thing to add. That was a great thing to add. Yeah, they do a really they play with the music in this really, really well. You know, most songs do have vocals by Ashley Barrett, and then when you enter turn or have that time stop that time stop thing happening, the vocals actually stop and it cuts instead to Ashley Barrett just humming the lyrics of the song, and it's just a really, really beautiful touch. And Red, for all intents and purposes, within the world of Cloudbank that the game is taking place in, she is a performer. So having a voice and being able to sing is a very, very large part of the lore of the story that we're not going to get into too much because it is, in classic Supergiant fashion, it is a really beautiful story that I highly recommend everybody go and play casually. So if you really enjoy the combat of this game, unfortunately, you're not going to see very much of it anymore, because this is where we start skipping fights. So first one, straight off the bat, is just by interrupting our sword boyfriend by spamming turn there. And then as we enter through this door, I'm going to spam space, enter turn, and then the game gets stuck. When Red enters through a door, if both sides of the door are on the same map, they just turn off Red's collision and move her from point A to point B. If we interrupt that movement by entering turn, we can actually lock ourselves in the out-of-bounds state. And because that happened in a fight that we never finished, the game was very confused why we hadn't finished the first fight, so it just didn't spawn fights 2, 3, or 4 throughout that area.
I love it when we get to see a game gets confused.
A game gets very confused. This is a different type of fight skipping, where by standing in a very specific location and dashing to a very specific location, our dash doesn't actually move us from point A along a path to point B. It actually just makes us disappear from point A and reappear at point B. So because of that, if we can stand in very specific locations and dash in very specific locations, we can just straight up dash over the fight triggers, which is absolutely not supposed to be happening. We had to do that fight, unfortunately, because just up here there is a doorway that remains locked if you do not complete at least one fight in this room. So this door right here would have been locked if we did not complete a single fight, and that fight just happens to be the fastest. So this whole area is just a whole bunch of standing in the right spot and dashing in the right spot to avoid fight triggers. So if you would like to host, if you would like to share some information with us, by all means, please do so.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just received another $50 donation from Chili Pepper, who says, "You simply can't expect us to cheer 2 days in a row at this age. A little respect for the elders, please."
Oh, Chili! Big shout out to Chili. I got to meet Chili this weekend, and it's been such a pleasure getting to know everybody. All right, I'm going to take this safety save here. Normally I wouldn't, but this skip can be incredibly precise, and if I stuff it up, I lose 2 minutes. So we're going to take the safety save for marathon purposes. I'm going to push myself up against here, dash at this light, walk into the wall a tiny bit, dash here. Oh no! Hello. There we go. Oh, I celebrated too early. But that's why we take safety saves at marathons, my friends. That is why we take safety saves at marathons. So, all right, so we're going to set that up again.
Coast is clear.
Look, if that's the only fight skip I stuff up this whole event, I'm going to be okay with that. Cool, clap for that.
Hey, there we go.
All right, cool. So, the next section is a bit of an auto-scroller, but unfortunately I will not be passing over to messages because the most complex glitch in the game is coming up, and I'm gonna just show it off a little bit slower than I normally would, just so you can see what it is that I'm talking about. But basically, it's called save QQing. It was discovered by an incredibly famous glitch hunter called Sockfolder, whose resume of glitches that he has discovered in different games is so incredible. We're talking like Super Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, and then just Transistor for seemingly no reason. But basically, the actions of this game, when you click on something or when you interact with something, the action gets added to a queue. And those actions can also have sort of conditionals. So one of the actions is interact with the save point. But you can interact with the save point from out of range. So the conditional being, when in range, interact with this save point. And we're going to abuse that system. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand a distance away from the save point, click on it so that red walks towards it. I'm then going to use WASD to walk away, enter turn, and dash on top of it. Dashing on top of it will meet the conditional of when in range, interact with, but it puts the open the save window at the bottom of the queue. So if I continue to dash away, we can dash into a fight and then the save window will open. So click, walk away, enter turn, dash on top of it. We've now met that conditional, the save window is going to open, but not until after we finish those dashes. This blue area is a fight. So by dashing onto the save terminal, dashing into a fight, the fight triggers, we open the save menu. We retry, and we are on the opposite side of the fight trigger, and we simply do not need to do this fight, other than this poor dog that's already spawned in, but we're just going to leave him be. We're going to do that exact same thing here, but do it with an elevator. So this is just the same as like when you're a kid and you hit all the buttons on an elevator and then jump out the door. We're going to send this elevator up without us in it. This is the scariest one in the game because if I screw this up, the whole run dies. I have 5 safety saves set up. And we're not gonna, I screwed it up in the best way possible that actually gives me another chance. So there are 2 ways to stuff this up. One is awful, one is what just happened, which is fine. So we're gonna set this up again. We're gonna click here, enter turn, walk into it, and then dash and very. As you can see, when you're in this this turn mode, you don't get to see a lot of what the world has to offer. So you've just gotta, from muscle memory, dash in the right directions. See the save. Oops. This is fine. If I continually stuff this up in just this way, it's fine because I'm not going to have to load a safety save. But
terminal on the corner back there.
Also, one thing to note: it is in Chinese because it is fast.
It is fast. Yeah. Yes, there is one sort of screen later that saves about 2 seconds by having it in simplified Chinese.
Moment of truth.
I don't know how I keep missing it. I've never missed it in a good way this many times. Usually it at least gives me the nah, you've stuffed it, you have to reset. There it is. Okay, okay. Oh boy, that was scary. That was scary. Okay, so now we have set up the elevator. It's gone up without us on it. And because we didn't travel on the elevator, we skipped a trigger that puts the transistor or sword boyfriend into what we call drunk state. So he has 2 states, drunk and sober. He still talks as though he is in drunk state. All of his voice lines will come out slurred and make very little sense. But the game does not think he is in drunk state. And this is incredibly important for a huge skip that's coming up in a couple of minutes. So remember this little elevator skip that I just stuffed up, and I'll point out exactly why it was we had to do it. Whoops. I am playing in windowed mode because it allows me to move red faster than the camera is able to travel. So shout out to Tech for letting me do that, even though I kept moving the window around out of habit. Alright, so we've got another elevator here, and there are two mechanics I've got to talk about that are important. One is called emergency turn. So when you take lethal damage for the very first time, you will enter turn automatically. You have 1 stamina bar's worth of energy to try and get yourself out of the situation that has put you there before you start overloading and losing abilities. There's also these little lore tablets sprinkled throughout the world. They're little computer monitors that you can interact with that will give you, little tidbits of information about Cloudbank, little forum posts. It's all very cute. We're going to use those two together in a specific way to break the game. So first thing we're going to do is I'm going to start taking some intentional damage from the tail of the spine of the world. This is the next boss that we're supposed to be encountering, the spine of the world. So by dashing a certain number of times, waiting, the tail is going to come down and start dealing damage. I want to get 1 hit from death. Okay, that was a little bit bad, but that's okay. Unfortunately, the frequency that the tail falls from the sky is random, so I've kind of got to just play it by ear here. And we're going to get down to one of these little lore tablets. So I'm going to take 1 more hit. I'm going to open this lore tablet, and normally this would pause all the enemies in the background. The only enemy that doesn't get paused is the tail of the spine of the world. So he's just hit me. We've just entered emergency turn. By exiting emergency turn, I get given back control while this little OVC terminal is open. So for the next 30 seconds or so, I am going to be navigating through this whole area without being able to see, and hopefully not getting hit by the spine anymore. Got a little stuck there. All right, cool.
We ought to go.
And then we're going to approach a door to the next area, and within a 3-frame window, I'm going to exit out of this OVC terminal that I have open.
Don't mind us.
I'm going to go through this door, exit this terminal, and enter turn, all in the space of about 3 frames. Just like that. And then, we've locked ourselves out of bounds.
Woo!
So, this whole section here is a really long tower climb. So we would just be... in an isometric game, we're going left and right and up these different sets of stairs. There's like 4 different combat mechanics. There's this spine of the world is still trying to attack you. We're probably about to see him just here. So we've got to avoid that. We've got to kill enemies. It just gets really, really frustrating, and it takes about 9 minutes. But by doing this, we get to skip all of that. And by being out of bounds, when we do get to the boss's arena, which is just at the very, very top of this tower, normally what would happen is you would interact with the door that allows you to leave the area. The door slams shut, the boss spawns, and you have to fight the boss before you can leave. However, when we're out of bounds, we can actually activate a door from the wrong side. So, by standing on the wrong side of the door and opening it, just like... that.
No way.
The boss never spawns, and we just don't see the spine of the world ever.
We're here.
So that saves another about 2.5 minutes.
Which is really cool, but unfortunately it has some of the best music.
It does. It is my favorite boss fight, and skipping it sucks. Back when we were just doing elevator skip, this door is the reason why. We couldn't go through this door if we didn't do elevator skip like 3 minutes ago. So why that is the case, I have no idea, but that is the whole reason that we spent time doing this. We've got another little out of bounds just here. It doesn't save as much time, but it stops us having to listen to a monologue by one of the villains. We're just going to dash straight up here and into this door. These are one of my favorite fight skips because these are ones that you can just do using purely cardinal directions, so I don't even need to use my mouse at all.
3.
Shout outs to Mimi for discovering these ones. And this is where I'm gonna get made fun of by the youngins in the community, because there is actually a way to do this fight optimally that means these cluckers, as they're called, never have their AI switched on. And when they don't have their AI switched on, you don't get credit for doing this fight. And by not getting credit, you don't have to go through the it's about 2 seconds of experience gain at the end of the fight. You'll see the window when it pops up. I'll point it out. So by doing this in the new youngling way. Oops. There we go. This window that's about to pop up right here wouldn't happen.
All right.
And because that window wouldn't happen, we would be one level lower for the final boss fight, and that just makes things a little bit more complicated. So
why are they even here?
When everything changes.
Yep, I thought that just happened. That's fine. Where does this put me back to?
This should lead up to the
less fine, but that's okay. That's okay. I got too busy talking about the younglings and I didn't take a safety save that I absolutely should have. So, host, this is going to be your chance to talk a bit more about why we're here, any messages we may have gotten, and about, I believe Supergiant donated a prize pack for this. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. So Supergiant's actually been quite generous. We've got the Supergiant Games Steam Bundle prize pack. If you donate at least $30, you'll be entered to receive one of the 3 different Supergiant Games bundles that we have to give away, which contains Hades, Hades 2, and Transistor. So if you want to get your hands on a copy of those games, all you need to do is donate at least $30, and you'll be put into the draw for that. We have a few other prize packs as well available. If you want to see more about them, you can go to the Speedruns website, ozspeedruns.com, follow the links, and you can see all of the details there. I also just want to note that with our last donation, we have officially raised $7,000 for Game On Cancer.
Let's go.
Thank you very much to everyone who has donated to support this cause.
All right, there we go. All right, so that is one of those interactions where, because they are so close together, you can actually interact with them both at the same time, which again allows us to lock ourselves outside of bounds and we get supersonic speed. Unfortunately, this only lasts for the rest of this room, so it is not something we will have for the rest of the game. But for this rest of that room, we get to go really, really quickly. Basically, when you're doing multiple actions at a time, the game does get very, very confused about what action it's supposed to give you first. And normally, when you're going across those little jump pads that fling you around from one platform to another, you're not supposed to have control ever, and that includes not being able to enter and exit turn. But when you enter a little pop-up on screen like that, you have very, very few frames where you can still enter turn. So we use advantages of that. We take advantage of that as often as we possibly can. So that's what a save QQ looks like when it's not stopped for demonstration purposes. So very, very quick to just dash into a fight there, trigger it, and then reset the game to the last save point, which just happens to be on the opposite side of the fight.
Some kind of break room.
So here again, we've got one of those issues where the game is waiting for us to finish the first arena before it throws the second arena at us, and so on up until the fourth and final arena there. But because we never finished the first arena, it never throws the second one, third one, or fourth one at us. And now we have unlocked both sides of a very big door that's down here. We are going to do one more save QQ so we can open that door without ever, well, in a perfect world, without aggroing these enemies. But this one's going to look a little bit different, because before I reset, I'm going to unequip every single offensive ability that I have equipped. And I'm only going to have dash
Looks
equipped.
like Red has other visitors.
And then retry, dash into the door, and press A. So all of those enemies normally would aggro, but because I was able to dash and activate the door before their AI or their aggro range gets turned on, we can just make our way through the door without ever having to aggro them. So
maybe there's still time.
Yeah, all right, we're doing all right. We're doing all right on estimate, even with a couple of mistakes. I'm all right with that.
Standing offer.
All right. We're going to play a game here while our wonderful host talks to us about why we're here. We're going to play a little game called Spot the Cat. The next screen has a cat in it. Her name is Remy. If you can find her, you win a prize. But by all means, please.
I assume the prize is eternal glory or something of that
bragging rights over all of your friends.
Absolutely, but bragging rights over all of Twitch chat. Yeah, now seems like a really good time to remind everyone of some of our donation incentives that we have, including the upcoming one in our Supergiant Fragmented block. For Hades 2, you can choose the skin for our familiar, our beloved Crow Raki. There is a bid war going on to make Raki look familiar, chthonic, vernal, moon-touched, or nightmarish. At the moment, Vernal is in the lead with $20. I had to look it up. Apparently, Vernal means relating to spring. So if you want to see a springful bird, you can donate towards that, or it's only $20 in the lead. So if you want to make Raki look any sort of other way, we have got that bid war open until the Hades 2 run, which is in a couple of hours. So get your donations going towards that, and have your say.
There's one left.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, we've got our second to last vehicle cutscene. So we have had motorbike, we have had boat, and now we have whatever the Goku's cloud thing is called.
The Nimbus.
What is it?
The Nimbus.
The Nimbus cloud. The Nimbus cloud. So these are just these little vignettes. Are just they sort of mark loading areas, and they give us a little bit more about the story. While Sword Boyfriend just sort of waxes poetically. We are down to only one remaining member of the Camerata.
Only one left.
Royce. For a very long time, Royce was a speedrunner's worst enemy, not because he is objectively the final boss of the fight, but because he really likes the sound of his own voice. So there are several points throughout the game where we would have had to stop and listen to him have just 90 seconds of monologuing. But there's some changes there, so we'll get to it. Right before we went into that penthouse area, you would have seen me unequip all of my offensive abilities. As soon as we finish this cutscene, it drops us straight into a fight. If we unequip all of our offensive abilities, the game is very kind and says, you can't win this fight because you can't deal damage, so it just ends the fight for us. So there were meant to be a fight there with multiple enemies, but we are able to just leave without having to ever engage with it whatsoever. So again, this is more just cardinal movement here, so I'm just buffering my inputs by holding controller and keyboard. And normally I wouldn't take this safety save here, I wouldn't do it till a little bit later, but this skip again can be a little bit frustrating. So 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. Alright, so I'm attaching a new ability to my dash, which summons a little clone of red every time I do a dash. It's not vitally important, it doesn't really do anything for the run, except there is one fight a little bit later where it is going to make it just a tiny bit safer for me to navigate the fight skip when I have these little clones with me. And it is a very, very important ability across the board. Like when we use it as an active ability, it's incredibly important. But as a passive ability, it's just if we don't equip something, the game will be like, oh, you have unused assets. Are you sure you would like to just not use them? So we save ourselves an input by putting it on anyway. It makes no difference whatsoever. Those of you with a keen eye will notice that we are heading back through the exact same areas that we've already been through, but unfortunately the process, who are the main enemy of the game, have had their way with the world, and most of it has been formatted back to just a blank slate, for lack of a better word. So we're getting a bit more abstract with our locations. A few more fight skips here, and we're being introduced to the final enemy of the run, the man. So men have a very, very particular mechanic where every single one of there's 4 types of men: sturdy, shooty, stealthy, and speedy.
That's what I've been saying this for so long.
Is this a tag yourself?
This is a Facebook tag yourself meme. So shooty, sturdy, stealthy, and speedy. One constantly regenerates health. One is really, really shoots their projectiles, which are called their haircuts, very quickly. One goes stealth, and the other one moves around really, really fast. I have to remember which one I hadn't talked about. But if there are multiple men in one fight, they all get all of their abilities. So a shooty, stealthy, sturdy man fight would become 3 shooty, stealthy, sturdies. Thankfully, we can skip almost every single one of the men fights. There is one that we actually need to do, and Jenka, bless their soul, has tried to teach me how to do it for so long, and I just can't. So we're gonna give it our best shot, and hopefully I can make her proud. We're gonna take a slight pause here so I can hear my favorite voice line in the whole game. And everybody in chat, I want to hear you say,
"See you in the country, Mr. Bike."
See you in the country, Mr. Bike. So.
Yikes! Spawning season.
And now we just make our way back. This guy here's name is Bob. Here's Bob the Unbuilder. If we just don't move after he grabs us, he loses all aggro and just doesn't know what to do, which gives us the perfect amount of time to drop 4 bombs on the ground here, blow him up along with them, and just continue on. So Bob faked it till he made it, and then he didn't know what to do once he'd made it. So just be wary of that. We are about to have a photosensitivity warning as well, so if you are sensitive to flashing lights, I'll give you a heads up in a couple of seconds. It's only a couple of seconds, and you're not going to miss out on much because it is just me spamming the escape button over and over again. We're doing it in an attempt to halt Red's forward momentum, so she doesn't walk into a fight trigger herself. So please look away from the screen now if you need. And I stuffed it up anyway. So we're gonna have another one of those. But it's fine. Oh my goodness.
But deserves some kind of reward.
It's fine. This is why we gave a good estimate. So.
Spawning season.
But if you've got any messages for us, since we're seeing a new area, by all means, go for it.
I don't have any new messages, but I do want to remind everyone that we are raising money for Game On Cancer, which is a fantastic charity which is trying to raise money to support early career cancer researchers in their work to find a cure for cancer. All of the money that we are raising is going towards that. So please, if you are willing and able to do so, head over to ozspeedruns.com/donate and you can donate there. In the comment box, if you want to put any money towards one of our remaining incentives, do that there, and we will make sure that it goes to the right place.
Hello, world.
All right, cool. Another photosensitivity, or rather, the same photosensitivity warning again. Nice. Okay, cool. So, normally what happens is Red goes through that door and just keeps walking, and eventually she heads straight into a fight. By spamming the escape button there, we interrupt her forward momentum. It's like an animation cancel, basically. And it allows us to dash around the fight boundaries. Now, that's all well and good. Skipping a fight's great. We love that. However, at the end of that fight, we have our very first 90-second Royce monologue. By not doing the fight, Royce's monologue never triggers, and we just get to skip past him. So back a few years ago now, before the Transistor community even had a Discord, we just had a community group message because there were so few of us, we didn't need an actual Discord. I woke up one morning to a message from a runner, one of the mods of the community for Neff, and all it said was, "I've done it. I've skipped Royce," and it was the greatest day of all of our lives. So, unfortunately, I am now at the mercy of him. That if I do click on him at any point, not only will he say the dialogue that we just skipped, but he will continue to say more dialogue after that, which is what he would normally say. So, I've lost many world record attempts to accidentally clicking on Royce. So we're just going to hope that I don't do that this time.
Yeah, Royce is such a yapper.
He's such a yapper. There is no one I've ever met who likes the sound of his own voice more, other than probably me.
Yeah, Royce is such is a yapper derogatory.
Yeah, it's not a kind type of yapper like commentators are. So, all right. So this is the fight where having the little clones helps because it confuses the men. What else is new? And makes them throw their haircuts at the clones instead of at Red, and it just makes it just that little bit safer because the haircuts when they explode they do have a giant knockback, and it can very easily knock you into the fight triggers and lock yourself in that encounter. So. That was our second to last save QQ as well. And then this is the area that we call the casual skippers because there are so many casual players that when you watch someone play for the first time, they will accidentally skip fights in this section without realizing it just because they're dashing around and they're just like having a fun time. And there's actually 3 fights I'm about to skip that are actually really, really easy to do completely casually.
There's these traces inside the transistor.
How you going?
Oh, hi, Royce.
Hi, Royce. What's worse is there's a safety save right there, and that's what I was trying to clear.
Yeah. I saw you click in the air, and I was like, oh no.
Listen close enough, and maybe you can hear them.
He's desperate to have attention, so he may as well. Okay, that's good. That was good. That was very, very short.
Just like sit by.
That was so much shorter. All right, and this is the really, really hard fight. So I've got to pay attention really closely here. Just drop 2 bombs there. Close mark, dash. Drop 2 more here. Move a tiny bit. Roll 1 up. Oh. Nah, I stuffed it up. But that's okay. I'll only be made fun of by a little bit. So there we go. There you go.
Nice.
Oh, and he's on. It's on respawn. I didn't pick up the cell. Oh, Denkar's gonna make so much fun of me. That's so bad. You know what? No, I took the safety save. Just do that. Just do that.
Yeah, I can't believe it when men decide to respawn.
Oh, so men respawn is the worst. Oh, that was so nearly perfect. Oh, that would have made them all so impressed. Don't you dare. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I can just do this. And then wait. Wait for her to be, him to be back there. And then there we go. That's what we call on-the-fly routing. It's what separates a really good speedrunner from a really bad speedrunner, and definitely not the fact that I just stuffed up something that should be much easier.
If Royce can hold him off,
so these are the parts where we see casuals skip fights a lot. So there's a very high chance that if you played this game casually, you didn't actually know there were supposed to be fights in this section because you just accidentally skipped over them entirely.
I have no idea.
And we are getting very close to a very important part of the run that you all donated a wonderful amount of money for, where we will be playing with the pup. So, I did sort of hint at it earlier that this clone ability that we have is very important. I did hint earlier that this clone ability is very important. That is because when it is an active ability, it summons, as you may have guessed, a pup. And not only does it summon it, but she gets to fight with us. And there's this area of the game that up until this point we have completely skipped, called the beach. The beach is your... Oh my goodness gracious me. The beach is the part of the game where you would do like your sort of time trials and your combat demonstrations where to like really help you level up the game, level up your abilities and practice different loadout combinations and stuff like that. There's also a jukebox there so you can listen to the wonderful soundtrack by Darren Core. But most importantly at the beach is a nest. And within that nest lives what is known as a fetch process. Basically it's a dog, and we will get to play fetch with Luna. It is not going to be the last time we see Luna throughout the run either. I'm just going to give a little bit of foreshadowing there. So we're just going to make our way back here. The keen eye of you would know that this is an area we literally just ran through. Yes, I may have needed to reset once again, but that's okay. As long as I don't lose the entire run. Alright, so there's 2 fight skips right here. And then one just here. This is one I just stuffed up, so... There we go. There we go. Alright, cool. Clear. And as a reward for your patience, we're going to take a little detour here.
Hey, look.
We're going to go play fetch with the goodest girl. So thank you all so much for donating for this. This is my favorite incentive for multiple reasons. One, you get to play with the dog, and 2, it actually gives me a safety save. So the next fight skip is really hard to do. So we're gonna hit this beach ball around, and interacting with her.
Luna, fetch.
Shoutouts to Luna.
Shoutouts to Luna. She's the best little girl in the whole game. We can just chuck on a music track while we're here as well. So when you're having a lot of really bad runs, you just come to this part of the game and you just like, this here counts how many times she's barked at the ball. The highest I've ever gotten into was like 270 times because I just got real addicted to just sitting here and having her chase the ball around. So sometimes it gets a little stuck and she doesn't quite know how to get to it. So you've got to go, it's like when a dog accidentally drops its bowl in a swimming pool. But all right, everyone say goodbye, Luna.
Hi, Luna.
But don't worry. We might see her again in a little bit.
I miss Luna already.
It's all right. It's all right. You know she's coming back. So it's everyone else I'm foreshadowing her for. All right. So this is the hardest. Fight skip to do. So I'm really glad that we got to go visit Luna because then I get a safety save. We're gonna duck. We're gonna stick ourselves in this little gap here. Tap up once, and then I'm gonna dash right here, and then here. Nope. Here, there we go. All right, cool. And now we have our final save QQ. This is not to get into a fight. This is to, once again, skip a Royce monologue. So I'm going to do it first, and then I'll explain. Nice. Okay, cool. So normally we would get to this little orange wall that you're about to see here, this little gate. And Royce would not open it up until he got to a particular point in his dialogue, as well as he takes away our ability to use abilities. So every single one of these gates is a voice line trigger that we would generally need to wait for. It takes about 2.5 minutes for him to get out his spiel about how he's not really the bad guy. He just let in the creatures that killed everybody and took over the world. But it's not his fault. Thankfully, by doing that save QQ, we skip over the trigger that starts his dialogue, and the trigger that starts his dialogue and the trigger that takes away our abilities are the same trigger. So by skipping that trigger, we're able to just dash through the hallway, ignoring everything that he has to say, and loading the transistor into its cradle here, which is what's going to take us on to the final area, which is the countryside.
Yeah, right. I'm not a bad guy. I just started the apocalypse.
Yeah, not a bad guy. Just the lamb that opened Pandora's box. It's totally fine. So this is probably going to be your last opportunity for donations, if there are any, or any messages that you would like to remind everybody. Any incentives we have coming up?
No, absolutely. We have received a $5 donation, which is a message of encouragement for you from Conk, who says, "Out of all of the transistor speedrunners I've seen today, you're easily one of them."
That is my best friend. So shout outs to Conk. Hi, Artie. Thanks mate, I appreciate that. So this is the only voice monologue. Okay. No, sorry, I clicked on him, didn't I? In a perfect world, this is the only voice monologue that I would need to listen to, but we're here. That's not the case for this run right now. And I'm actually going to let Aggie take over and I'm going to let Phoenix take over. I forgot which commentator is doing which for me. I'm going to let Phoenix take over and explain the Royce fight so I can focus on it, because things can go wrong.
Man, unless you want to.
Everything else has gone wrong this run, so why not Royce as well? This is the only time we're actually going to be changing our loadout throughout the entire run, so I'm going to let you take over here, JLP.
All right, so one thing you are going to notice is that we are going to get our little friend back. We're going to bring Luna into the battle because there is a very particular quirk that she has, which is going to allow us to do an exceptional amount of damage.
Let's see.
Right after Royce does his opening barrage, hoping he's going to stay somewhat close by to us, so we can actually limit the amount of resources we're using to get to him, and then we're going to set up a bomb, going to detonate the bomb, and then with Luna, because she has all of her stamina to work with as well, she will bark at the bomb, which will then duplicate it, and then duplicate it again, and then duplicate it again. So these explosions are going to be going off many, many times, and he's going to absolutely tear through Royce's health bar. And at the start of this, when Cas was setting up his build and all that, he put the dash onto the passive, which means that this stamina bar is going to recharge so much quicker, so he can get these attacks in before Royce is really able to respond.
Cool, and that's Royce. So he has 4 phases, and as JLP was saying, so up until very recently, we actually thought this was only doable on a down-patched version of the game, and it wasn't until I accidentally ran on current patch one day without realizing that I figured out, oh no, Luna's still bugged on this patch as well. So yeah, every time she barks at a bomb, it doubles. So we drop 1 bomb on the ground, and by the end of her 3 barks, we end up with 8. And then all 8 blow up, do damage to Royce, and we 100-0 him in no time whatsoever.
Yeah. And that's why Luna's the best disc girl ever.
Without her, we would not be able to do this run. Literally, having to do that fight without that bug is an absolute nightmare. So
casually, it's very fun and very interesting to play around with a lot of the mechanics of the game, and it's like because he's doing the same things as you are as well.
He has his own transistor and can stop time as well. So
very interesting casually, but in the speedrun, Luna's just like, I don't want to do this.
What you mean to say is Royce cheats.
Royce does cheat. Royce does cheat, and that's one of the things. And that's the reason that this is like minutes ago now. But the reason that I would take that fight that gave me experience that other runners skip is because without that, I don't have the ability to put dash onto my passive ability. And without putting the passive ability there, it's so much harder to actually get my to get my turn off before Royce gets his turn off. So we are coming through to the end here. So this is normally the part of the run where I would give a shout out to all of my friends and the transistor community, but of course I'm very, very grateful for them, but they all know that. This weekend we're going to do something a little bit different because this weekend is a little bit different. Because 238 years ago, my ancestors, the white man, landed on the shores of this country and began the colonization and genocide of our First Nations people. There are going to be celebrations held throughout the country this weekend on stolen lands. What are you doing? But for many, it is a time of loss, a reminder of a time where their very culture and lives were ripped from them. And I know many people are probably thinking that, we're not still taking them as slaves, we're not still ripping their children away from them and causing them to assimilate into white life. But that does not change the fact that there are gross injustices that are happening every single day. If you are an Indigenous Australian, you are 17 times more likely to be arrested by police. Those who do get arrested are 16 times more likely to go to prison than a white man for the exact same crime. And those are just the ones that are lucky, because if you are an Indigenous Australian, you are 10 times more likely to die in police custody than a white Australian is. So these are very, very real things happening every single day. They are not an issue of ability, they are an issue of opportunity, but our government is far too busy trying to make friends with a genocidal state than they are to care for their own population. So I'm probably preaching to the choir here, because the speedrunning community is the most incredible community I've ever met, but it is time that we lend our voices to those who are continually having theirs silenced. Changing the date of Australia Day will not fix everything, but it's a step in the right direction. So thank you for listening, thank you for watching. ASO, thank you for having me. You're all beautiful, and I'll see you again. Mwah. Thank you.
Right. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Cass, for those powerful words and for that fantastic run. That is also going to be the end of my shift on the stream. So I am going to be handing over to Chuckster in a minute for our next run of Splatoon 3. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Please stick around for a whole lot more amazing runs this weekend. More very soon. Also, just a quick heads up, we are about to restart the stream. So don't stress, that's on our end. Stick around, we'll be back very, very soon. Thank you.
Alrighty, we're just getting ready now for the Splatoon 3 80% run by Saucy, so everyone give an enthusiastic welcome.
Hi, I am here to run Splatoon 3 for all of you. It's a very high-octane speedrun with many, many tricks and not a lot of downtime in the middle. So I stay in the flow. I'm just going to go 3, 2, 1, start. So the premise of this game is the Octarians from Splatoon 1 and 2 are apparently back, causing trouble once again, and we have to go deal with that. And the way we do that is collecting power eggs throughout the game by beating different levels, collecting them off of the floor in the overworld. And that's basically what Old Man Craig here is explaining to us, but gonna ignore him. We also have a little friend named Small Fry, and he is far more important to the run than anyone would ever suspect, because all of the RNG in the run, or most of it, is based on his haircut. So, before starting here, I very intentionally picked the haircut that he's got, the little mohawk thing going on, because it's just optimal by a weirdly long amount of time. So, now that Craig's done yapping, I can go to level 1 and start the crater segment of the run. This is your generic tutorial segment where nothing important really happens, but on a casual playthrough it's a nice bait and switch, and this level is admittedly quite boring. They all are except for one of them. This is pretty much just a straight line, but it lets me explain some weird tech happening. The normal way the gun shoots is very sporadic and not in a straight line. But for some reason, if you shoot on the ground and then do it, like then start shooting again, it's nearly a perfect line. And it's very helpful. Another thing that's happening is shoot strafing. So normally when you start swinging, it takes a while to accelerate. If you're shooting or holding out your sub-weapon before you go to do that, you accelerate far quicker. No matter what direction you're going, you can turn around nearly instantly. It's very, very helpful. It was also an unintentional side effect in the first game that they just kept later on because it worked out to make the game more fun, honestly. Now, with the power eggs that we got from that level, we can clear out this ooze, and we'll be doing that pretty much the entire run. Our goal as a speed runner is effectively to get all of the eggs that we absolutely need while doing the least amount of levels possible. There's a mandatory 4 in this crater section, but once we get to Alterna, it becomes a lot more free roam and way more fun. This next level here has a good trick. You can see the Zapfish at the end all the way up the top, but I'm going to charge the special of the splashdown for a neat little skip. The next checkpoint trigger for all the way over there extends out way further than you'd think, and I've whipped it. That's fine. You keep, I think, about half of the special gauge, so that's helpful. Again, alright. There we go. And that's, yeah, retry from checkpoint. That skips 90% of the actual level where you would normally go around the tower the whole way, and it just takes a while. You can do another skip there to skip more spiraling, and then the level's done. The next level in the crater is far more interesting because it's got one of very few clips in the run. But we're not the one actually clipping. There are these key boxes that show up every now and then where you have to go collect a key and then it'll unlock, and the main objective or something that gets you there will unlock because of that. Another neat thing is you can go through the ooze as it's despawning. Which is a big factor for a trick later. But, back to this, the clips that you can do are, if you throw Small Fry, our little friend here, in just the right way, he can go through the box and activate a little ink rail that's inside, and we get to smuggle a key across. And I'll be a bit cheeky and try to do it again to save a couple seconds. There we go. And that just sends us all the way to the end. And we save having to go over there and over there. Here's my favorite part. Quitting out. There are some cutscenes, and this specific one is a little bit of RNG manipulation, but there are specific cutscenes that are too long, and we don't want to have to mash through or watch them all. There's normally one right after that level where Craig here explains that his grandchildren are going to help us later, but again, we just don't care enough. We need to save time. But it is, that again, that specific one is a tiny bit of RNG manip for a boss fight that's right after this level, which is also quite simple. These little Octarians here are being pests, basically. But they're also too stupid to actually hurt us for the most part, but sometimes we do have to get rid of them, like here. And one of these zippers sent us all the way up quicker than the platform. Got that throw. I probably should explain that. So, squid rolls and squid surges are brand new to this game. Oh, okay, that's a very good individual level time. Squid surges and squid rolls are new to this game, where in earlier versions you could combine them and it would turn into a very neat piece of movement tech, but Nintendo went and patched it because they don't want speedrunners having fun, I guess. This is just a bit of a cutscene, so if there's any donos that have come through?
No donations, but I just wanted to give it a bit of a shout out to Supergiant Games, Pedico Games, and KLC for the prizes we've been given out for this event. If you remember, as long as you donate, you will be, and you're from Australia, you will have an opportunity to earn one of those prizes of the bundles of games they have put in that.
So, Craig here is doing some more yapping because DJ Octavio here is the main antagonist over the course of the entire series, so far. And he's a bit surprised to see him here, but he also accuses him of stealing the Great Zapfish, which is the main power source for all of Inkling civilization, essentially. So we're tasked by using his own fist and saying, "Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?" But Small Fry's haircut and the quit out earlier tell me exactly what kind of fists, which fist, and when he's going to throw them. When he's going to jump, he's going to land over there. Sometimes he can land on those two platforms as well. And this boss fight is purely optimized by charging our special, the splashdown, as much as we possibly can, and using them because they are much quicker to throw the fists back than just shooting them normally. Got that one. Small Fry helps us again in this next segment here, because normally he throws the vacuum out and throws a fist at you, and you have to deal with those two individually. We're going to deal with them at the same time. So Small Fry's going to go in there for the non-existent vacuum. If we didn't do that, the vacuum would show up here again, and we'd have to throw our little friend there. Let's charge more. We normally use the splashdown to deal with these drill punches because you can't hurt them while they're in the air. It's the main difference between themselves and the normal fist. And the next one he's going to throw is just a palm straight down that normally sends out a shockwave when it lands. We're just not going to let it land. Position in there. Another palm. Just got to make sure it doesn't land, because it would be really annoying to deal with. And this next fist here is going to be the last of the fight, where afterwards we're going to do another quit out, because it's about a minute long. So, thanks to the Switch 2's very quick loading compared to the Switch 1, and just in general, it's quicker to just leave the game and go back in because it skips the cutscene afterwards, instead of having to watch it all. Now it says I'm going back to the crater, but it will send me to Alterna because the flag of me having completed the fight was hit. And Small Fry's there to see us when we wake up. Now this is Alterna, the fun part. This segment of the run is it's the real game, effectively. So if the crater was the Great Plateau from Breath of the Wild, this is just all of Hyrule. So we're gonna walk over there into the back with Callie, Marie, and Agent 3 from the first game, who's now the captain of the Squid Beaks platoon. And they're going to talk a lot. Effectively explaining how Alterna works. So, there are gold and silver kettles all throughout. Gold kettles, you use the hero gear, which is the normal weapon that you have. Silver kettles are a bit more gimmicky, and they use a lot more, varied weapons. We're only going to play 2 levels, 1 of each. And other than that, it's just a collectathon. Similar to something like Mario Odyssey, where we're just going to collect a bunch of eggs, and we're going to collect a bunch of upgrade collectibles. So there will be some Sardinium, which allow us to open up paths on an upgrade tree that they should show soon. And the other collectibles, such as decorations, there's the upgrade tree, decorations, CDs, and scrolls, fill up our upgrade points. So we're going to go over to level 1. There will be more talking. But then after this, it's basically go, go, go until the final segment. And the first level, your only choice. In earlier versions of the game is not your only choice. That squid roll, squid surge combination I was talking about earlier can be used to go around. But since I'm running on the Switch 2, you're forced onto latest. It's not possible. As we get through all of this text and play the game. Alright. So this level is... The premise is you just collect 3 keys, and at the end there's a couple of those key boxes that we can't clip into, unfortunately, to let you get to the end of the level, up there. Up right in front of us. So I'm gonna collect these in a certain order because we've got the first one to our right, the second one behind it, and the third one all the way over there. Not gonna get the third one. There's a very tight jump after getting the second key that lets us get onto the platform so that we only need to unlock 2 boxes. It's very tight. Oh. Maybe? Nah. It still saves time if you do it, I believe, 3rd try, so I'm gonna keep going. This run is very trick heavy, but only one of them is truly run ending if you don't get it. Alright, lived. Keep going. The ink didn't really work there. Again. I might just go get the 3rd key. And right here, I'll give it one more go. Nah. Alright, I'll just go get the 3rd key. There are a couple tricks like that where they're very tight jumps. That's probably the hardest jump-based one. However, the hardest trick in the entire run by far is at the end of this world or site, as they're called in-game, where you are given a ooze that costs 1,500 eggs to remove, and you get there and a cutscene starts to play. However, with a very tight trick that you can only attempt once per save file, it's possible to skip. Barely. And it effectively introduces Deep Cut, which is Splatoon 3's idol group. But again, if we don't have to listen to what they have to say, we're not going to, because it saves about a minute. Gonna collect a scroll here. Be doing that a lot. And then we're gonna enter Big Bang. The quickest level by far. You just shoot a balloon in the middle, and that's the entire thing. Done. 2 seconds. It's possible to do it in 1, but it requires 2 frame perfect inputs. And it doesn't save time RTA. So I'll do a bit more collecting, and then the ooze at the very end, towards a pipe area. I'm going to have to lock in a bit. Get a couple eggs. Now, you'll be able to tell if I succeed the trick, nothing will happen. If I fail it, I will either die or the cutscene will start playing. But I'm going to do my best. Damn it. It's such a tight timing, I went a bit early. But it's overall okay. I'll have to do this jump again. Alright. And then the cutscene. So these are actually the boss fights that we're going to be doing. And Fry on the right there will be first, then Shiver on the left, and then Big Man in the back. Fry is the most RNG heavy segment of the entire run, and it's not even close. Shiver has the hardest trick in probably Splatoon as a whole, and then Big Man is kinda just there. So a lot of my character customization is based around Fry and her patterns. Now, so far with one overworld death, I will get, I believe, the second worst possible, but if I went deathless, I would have the perfect one. And it just so happens to be on my preferred casual Inkling customization anyway, so that helps. Small Fry is solely responsible for Big Man's fight and the patterns he does. If you've played this game before, you will know what I'm talking about, and if you've played Sunshine before, you'll recognize it. So we travel between worlds in these massive pipes. Never go on a site. We're going to Site 1 a couple times. Site 2 is just a bit of collecting, and then Fry's boss kettle is right at the top there. Should zoom in. Yep. So Splatoon 1 was my first speed game ever, before I knew what speedrunning even was. I was very, very young when it came out, and my mother wouldn't let me connect our Wii U to the internet, which fair enough. So I just played the campaign over and over again, until eventually I did beat it in under an hour, which is still, with the strats at the time, was pretty good considering I had zero resources to do it. So now I've collected enough Sardinium, I'm gonna go into the upgrades here. Which, there's a couple different routes on how to play this game. There's level 2 Splattershot, which is what I'm on right now, or the level 3 Splattershot run, which is the route I'll be doing. And there's a lot of super jumping like this to get back to certain high points for jumps like that. There's one later on where you skip 700 eggs, or either a cheap level or about nearly a minute worth of collecting, where we shoot the kettle from afar and then jump to it later to get around the ooze. Whereas this ooze here to our right, the 900, we're going to have to skip the old-fashioned way. What am I missing? Oh, the balloon. Okay, that's fine. Go here. I was missing 100 eggs there, because the ooze to actually get to Fry's fight, not including this one, costs 1,000. And I'll unlock this box for later. Now, I don't know if they're watching, but one of my closest friends actually had the world record for this boss fight, and the RNG, I think, gave her a little bit of trauma. Was trying for so long to finally try and get the IL time under a minute, couldn't do it. Got to, I believe, a 1 minute 0 seconds .2. But that last .2 was too much. Eventually, someone else did come in, but I just like to bully her a little bit about Fry here in general. So, if you've played Splatoon 1 and 2, or even Octo Expansion, you'll recognize this massive cube that she's about to summon, the Octo Stomp. It's in every game, I think, except for Side Order, which is a bit of a shame. Now, which pattern did I get? I got Dash, just an utter time waster, and then I think it'll be Downpour. Eel Downpour, yep. So we have to shoot back the eels that have the little face masks on, which is why we look at them before they go down. They have real health bars instead of just one compared to the rest of them. When you shoot them all back, the cube stops spinning, you can climb up and shoot her. And in true Nintendo fashion, 3 phases. True boss fight fashion, honestly. Now, I've been trying to charge the splashdown a little bit for the phase 3. Wow, that was bad. Okay, at least it's 4. So I believe that second phase can have you shoot back anywhere between 4 and 8 eels. It might be 6. But that's the end of phase 2. And at the end of phase 3 here, a massive wall of them all come out, which is why we've saved the splashdown, to get rid of them all at once, except for a couple. There's normally about, like, I think, nearly 10 eels you have to shoot back there. Only had to shoot 3. Thanks to the splashdown just taking care of 90% of them. Now, a bit of a cutscene, a straight line, and then a bit of dialogue, so if there's anything we've got there.
No donations at the moment, but I'd just like to remind everyone that we're raising this for Game on Cancer, a charity to fund early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research, make this the last generation to die from cancer. So if you'd like to make any donations, you can go to donate.ozspeedruns.com. And if you want to submit to any incentives, just make sure you let us know which one it is. We currently have one upcoming for Hades 2, the Rocky Familiar skin. Currently, Vernal is in the lead at $20.
So, here's Craig again. He's been kidnapped. You know, nothing too important. So, we have to try and go find him. And the way we do this is by going through all the sites. We're getting signals from these boss kettles that we think are from him, but really they're just some pieces of junk, admittedly. So, a bit more collecting. Site 3 is pure collectathon. There is no boss fight. There is nothing really important to do, except collect, collect, collect. Site 4, all the way over there, will have Shiver. Site 5 is effectively a straight line in the speedrunning world. And then Site 6 has Big Man. So, the plan here is get enough eggs to leave, get enough upgrade points to get our weapon to level 3. I'm opening that kettle as a safety, because you can just super jump to them after. Do that jump to skip 600 eggs, I believe. Come over here, get some more eggs. And there's a trick coming up at the end of the site called Moxie Skip. Someone named Moxie found it, you would never believe. And it's based around, another very tight jump, based around a weird quirk with how respawn areas work in the overworld. It lets you skip 2,000 eggs, and which equates to about a minute and a half, maybe 2. And this is known as kettle jump, where we abuse being able to open the kettle from below. Let's actually get it. Ooh, that's a problem. It'll be fun. I thought I unlocked one. That's alright. Go back over. So kettle jump is a beginner's nightmare, admittedly, because it requires good aim and commitment. Missed by one there. And a tiny bit of shot RNG with the ink pellets. But eventually, with enough practice, you can get it. So now that I've unlocked it, I can jump to it and skip that ooze that I've just gone over, that costs about 700. And here's Moxie Skip. This X costs 2,000. We can't afford to do that. I think that works. So if that jump was right, we should spawn on the other side. Nope. That would have been close. Feels alright. Might take a couple tries. And I'm using the strafing mechanic that I mentioned a lot earlier to get up enough speed to actually make the jump, because otherwise we wouldn't even have an opportunity to get over there. That's probably good. Yeah, there we go. So this next site here is more collecting, who would have guessed, and then Shiva is up the top. She has one of the hardest skips in speedrunning, and I want more people to know about it, because, oh my god, it's insane. The top level players in this have maybe like a 5 to 10% consistency with it. Bit of a death walk there to skip some walking. It is absolutely insane. I won't be doing it, but you effectively use a physics bug to just fly over the stage, and it saves so much time. It nearly killed the category, and almost did outside of Japan, so there's a lot of Japanese runners who are still doing this, Splatoon 3 80%, but realistically, there's only me and a couple of other people who still run any percent, but there's a lot more that do other categories. Using the kettle jumps again to skip some stuff. And the egg routing is very particular about where and when you get them. By the end of the run, by the looks of it, I will have 2 eggs spare. Oh, I'll have 12 now. Go to upgrade 3 here. So the major difference between the level 2 hero shot and the level 3 hero shot routes is this skip in Shiva. I will try it once, just in case. I doubt it will happen, but there's that minuscule chance. And you might see what I mean. So we'll do a bit more talking. And then the final star, she kind of circles the arena and you have to shoot the shaft, or wait for them to come in, deal with them that way. And there's a weird fact about this fight that a bizarre amount of people don't know. There have been multiple people in the speedrunning community that didn't know Shiva's battle arena shrinks during the fight, between phases. So you can see the silver rings on the floor. There's 3 of them. The water, or blue ink, floods throughout the fight. And we have to wait for her to come in on the shaft for this to work. If it does. Missed it. If you do a squid roll, as the shark comes up to bite you, you just get flung all the way behind that massive metal gate there. And you can just skip the entire fight. It's incredibly difficult. I don't know what the timing is. It's probably only 2 frames, or 0.03 of a second. And the angle is so particular because that giant vault door has collision. You have to go around it. Unfortunately, I'm not good enough at the game. So we'll have to fight Shiva the old-fashioned way. And she's very surprised that we're able to defeat her, I guess. Because, rightfully so, she has a massive Megalodon with her, and we have a paintball gun. So, the fact that we're able to do that at all is quite bizarre. But, final phase, that's the fight done. Complaining a lot more on Shiva's behalf. And this, the end of this fight will be our next quit out. Because from this fight onwards, those little Crate gets kidnapped storyline cutscenes get longer and longer and longer, and eventually it's just not worth watching. So we'll collect that, exit out. Try to menu as fast as I can. I've had a couple runs where I've accidentally gone to the lobby on an account that didn't have Switch Online. So that's just run dead, because it takes way too long for it to realize you don't have Switch Online and let you go. So we eat this ooze normally. There is a skip for it, but it is aptly named Stupid Skip, because you're never going to guess. So yeah, by the end of this we'll have 12 spare eggs to finish the run with. There is a skip at the end of Site 5 here that skips 3,002 levels. So Owen, who discovered it, I don't know how he found it, there is a tiny sliver of normal ground underneath all of that ooze, and there's one of these geysers that you'll see right next to it. It's almost like a mini version of that Shiver skip I was talking about, but far easier. So you squid roll off of one of those as it's coming up and you just kind of go flying. Abusing the kettles once again. Have to wait a bit. Be patient, wait for it to be ready. Skip this 300. Throw a bomb down there to try and get it inked, but I don't know if it would have hit. It didn't. You can kind of see the sliver there between where Small Fry's press R notification is and the egg count. It's tiny. But alright, it's inked now. Which means I can use that geyser that I was standing right next to hopefully fling myself over and land in that tiny spot. Just like that. Jump over there. And then Site 6 is just go to Big Man and fight him. Now, in a casual playthrough, he actually is quite a bit of a challenge because he's got a random pattern on where he decides to go. It's, again, if you've seen anything Mario Sunshine related, you will recognize it when you get there, when I get there. But thanks to Small Fry's haircut, again, I know the exact pattern he's going to have, sorry. And I can, normally, you would use the sensor upgrade. When you're in the ink, it'll show you where it is. I can show you here that little square around the ink rail. It wouldn't be there if I didn't have that sensor upgrade. And you can use that to find him. The fake ones will have a blue square and the real ones will have a pink square. But it's just quicker to not check and remember it all. Do a quick jump here. If there's any shout-outs real quick.
Yeah, we do. We have a $5 donation from Salvo, donating for the Kingdom Hearts 1 Sephiroth fight. And message for Salty, stay fresh.
So, Big Man here, actually, his monologue is a little bit wholesome. He believes that we're the bad guys who's trying to steal everything for ourselves. And he wants to protect his home. However, bit of a miscommunication. Because we're the protagonist, of course we can't talk. So we have to fight instead. So he'll go to the right, to the left, to the right again. And there he is. This second phase, he just goes right every time. Right from our perspective, I should say. You might lose track of him on this one. But he should go left twice and then right 3 times. However, if he gets a bit cheeky and goes under the bigger portions of himself, that might be a problem. You could see it there for a split second. The sensor telling us where he is. Alright, got it. Didn't lose him. After this fight is another quit out. Our last one, I believe. And my favorite fact about Big Man, he talks like Yoshi. He just says A over and over, and apparently we can read brackets. Wait for this to come over, get a bit of a jump start. It's too quick on the X input. Now, we've done all of the alternate boss fights, Fry, Shiver, and Big Man, which means we have all of these junk parts that we've got no idea what they are. And with some engineering miracle, we make a massive razor out of it and destroy all of the ooze that's surrounding the bottom of this massive rocket that, if we actually watched all the story, we would know we're trying to get to. Now, the ending of this run is quite cutscene heavy, and this is the first of many. Luckily, we can skip one of them. Unfortunately, it's the shortest one. But while this is going on, I'll explain how the rocket works. It's similar to the escape sequence in Octo Expansion, where there are 4 levels, where you go through each one. It's normally level, overworld, over and over until you get to the end, to the peak of the rocket. There's a level where your gun is taken away from you. It's a fun gimmick. A level where you use every special that was in the base game. An auto-scroller, because we all love those as speedrunners. And then the 4th one is a massive spiral up the inside of the rocket. The biggest skip in the game dodges the middle 2. We don't do the special level, we don't do the auto-scroller. So that makes me very happy. Because when I do the all missions categories, it's just a little bit annoying having to do them. Now, normally we jump over, there's another talk with deep cut. But we can just go around with a very tight squid roll. Over here, if we ink the floor on the wall, we have to somehow swim up the little edge of the cliff there. Like that. And where Callie, Marie, and the captain are, is where a cutscene trigger is. Just gonna not watch it, because I don't feel like it. Saves about 30-40 seconds. Now we're swimming up here. This next level is very... Oop, that was nearly bad. Our main weapon gets stripped away and we only have Small Fry, who's been quite helpful so far, but his most helpful use is yet to come. And then after this is the biggest skip in the game, and the reason why any percent is quicker on any updated version of the game, whereas every all missions category, like 100%, the newly dubbed 333%, and just all missions, it's quicker to run on 1.0, which is somewhat accessible, but the quickest version of the game is 1.1, which is extremely inaccessible. So it's a bit of a problem. But 1.1 and onwards allows us to skip those middle two levels. They did an update to how the swimming mechanics work that allow a tiny... It's a trick with how the game deals with momentum that just isn't in the game for 1.0. So, outside of the only Small Fry gimmick, this level is extremely cycles based. The entire level up until that point was about getting the best cycle for his moving back and forth. And we've got a small little altercation here. There's two major Octolings with miniguns, but these conveniently placed inkwills just let us deal with them straight away. That's meant to be a fake out, but if you play the game more than once, you'll know it's coming. Small Fry deals with it on its own. Grab the key, unlock the box, and then off we go to the overworld, the between level segment between Rockets 1 and 2. And you'll be able to tell what the skip is because it looks very weird. It goes out of bounds. It's just bizarre. So we very intentionally only break these two boxes because we need to jump to the middle lot later. Normally we go down there, but I'm going to go up here. If it lets me. It didn't. That should be good. Go all the way up. It kicks us off at the top, and we can land on top here. Some tight jumps. This jump's very important. Alright. Fell, but we still dodged the death plane. Out of bounds. Because why not? That was very early. What? Okay. And now we are in the segment. This is where they kick us out of level 3, the auto-scroller. Just skipped 8 minutes worth of levels and overworld movement. It was found fairly early on. And now we enter the 4th rocket level, our second, the spiral up the rocket. And the second half of this has another very cool out-of-bounds segment. I'm gonna kind of just be going around in circles over and over again, so if there's any shoutouts to be had.
Yep, we actually have a few donations here. $25 from Born 4. Good luck, Saucy. Great to see you wrapping the Splatoon series with Splatoon 3.
Glorp.
We also have $25 from Dr. Rank saying, back when Big Man was there, Big Man on the block. Also Vegemite, please. Also $80 from Nelson Daly. We got an anonymous gift from Anonymous.
Well, that's hardly a fair fight. That was like 10 on 1. Alright, this next part is the cool bit. So we get access to the Zipcaster special where the game pretty much says, go have fun as Spider-Man. It's very fun, very cool, and the fact that we have it, it's very sticky. You can stick to roofs and walls. It lets us do some shenanigans. So this second part, we're meant to collect these power cores for 3 different areas to let us get all the way up to the top. I'll do this first one normally, but precise positioning and aim. That little moving platform gets us out of bounds. Second and third phase, go all the way over here. Re-enter's a bit tricky. I also have to be very careful not to clip back in where I don't want to. Or hit a death plane, actually. That would be bad. Right, there we go. Clip back in the right spot, and then that's the end. So this next part is where if I'm doing a run at home, I would normally get up, grab a drink, go to the bathroom if I need to, maybe grab a little snack. So if anyone in the crowd or at home needs to go do that, this is your time. I'm gonna go up a bit more of a spiral here, and then there's a long cutscene where if you're reading the dialogue, we can see that this Mr. Grizz character, who we haven't been introduced to properly thanks to all the quit-outs, is effectively doing some nefarious deeds to Old Man Craig. So, let the cutscenes begin. So, I'll take this opportunity to actually shout out the Splatoon speedrunning community. They are very welcoming. There's a lot of resources if you want to learn how to run any of the games, 1, 2, Octo Expansion, 3, Side Order, anything. Even a couple of one fan game that's out there. But Mr. Grizz here he was a shadow figure back in Splatoon 2's Salmon Run mode. He runs a corporation that effectively tries to collect as many salmon eggs as possible, which we have inadvertently been doing. And the entire Splatoon 2 community that played Salmon Run canonically helped this man launch a rocket filled with the mammalian ooze to try and effectively cover the planet. I don't get it either. So the rocket launches and we are sent on a very cool final boss segment, admittedly. When I played the game casually, I was losing my mind at it. But again, in short terms, we, as a human squid, have to go kill Freddy Fazbear, who wants to turn everyone into fuzzy ooze creatures. I love this game so much, it's so dumb. Now, that is Old Man Craig from earlier. He was talking to us, he was very old, but now he's just dead squid. And with the power of friendship and Captain 3's tears, he's just awake again. Again, I don't get it either. Neither does anyone else actually in the game, might I say. No one understands why this is happening. I might continue with shoutouts, actually. I'll name drop. Cherry, the friend earlier I was talking about who had trouble with Fry. Vard, who is one of the head moderators in the community, is very helpful whenever I ask questions about routing or tricks or anything. Ian Lontro, whose tutorials got me to learn all the tricks in the game. And Madeline, who early on gave me the competition and drive to keep going and get better. So thank you everyone there, and just everyone else, Ethan and Vaughn, a more recent competition, who are also Australians but just couldn't be here. They all make the Splatoon community a much better place than it would be without them. So if you were paying attention, I wasn't. Apparently we're just riding Shiver's shark that we blew up earlier. And into space we go. Now, I believe, the reason 1.1 is the quickest version for any percent is a trick that would happen here. You can set up there's an element of menu storage where you set up a menu option to be saved so that right here you can pause. The game will select the third option in the menu, which doesn't exist right now, there's only two. When you go back into the rocket segment after you've beaten it, you can skip levels, and that's the third option. So you would skip this entire phase 1 of the pretty fast bear boss fight, where we effectively just play a little bit of Salmon Run. Kinda. It's a bit more different than that. But we're collecting the Salmon Run eggs and using that to help Small Fry eat ooze balls off of him. I don't really know what's going on. Even casually, I lost track after a bit. If I were to look at him, I need to make sure to not die. You can see Mr. Grizz up there rolling the rocket trying to get us to fall off, which isn't really how gravity works, but let's run with it. So that's the gimmick of the fight. You collect the eggs as he's spinning the rocket. And once you get all the eggs, you can go up to him, do that. And again, true boss fight fashion, 3 phases. But there's actually 2 fights. There's this one here, and the second half of dealing with Mr. Grizz is, as some would describe, hype moments and aura. It's, if you've played every Splatoon game before it, you really appreciate what the ending is. Now we're sending ink strikes our way, which, as the name would suggest, ink airstrikes. that earlier trick I was describing, where we would skip this fight, would put us there. So it skips a lot, and I'm a bit sad that I couldn't do it, but ultimately this version is quicker outside of it. So, rocket blows up, the goal is achieved, but Octavio here, Mr. Villain from games 1 and 2 in the first fight in this game, just decides that there's a greater evil, which is not wrong. It does, as someone who really enjoys the game, any percent can feel a bit up and down a lot. There's a lot of cutscene at the start, cutscene at the end, but the middle is just go, 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 go. So here, Small Fry finally helps us properly, turns into God or something, I don't know. And his haircut, I guess, is kind of meant to affect what his hair looks like in this next form. But we're speedrunners, we figure out all of the weird things to do instead of the normal ones. As long as it's quick. So this second portion, we have to fly around on Octavio's ship and use the vacuum from the fight that I was talking about to do Small Fry's job from the first half while we have a kaiju fight in the background. Fry could say something funny here. I don't exactly know what the reasoning is, but every now and then, I don't know if it's a version difference, it might be, but Fry's line there says the audio of it sounds very explicit, let's say. So. In a speedrun of this fight, we take it from being what's casually an auto-scroller into something that's actually quite technically in-depth, where we beat cycles, we manipulate enemies spawning. So hopefully I can get, if this ball blows up before Small Fry hits in. Damn. 3 ticks. But when I'm vacuuming up the orbs that are on Bruce's body, you'll see me moving backwards. That's it. There's a longer amount of time before the enemies actually spawn on the ship. If I stayed right there, they would show up quicker, I'd have to deal with them. But getting as many ticks of damage on Bruce is very favourable. Hopefully, yep. So if I wasn't moving back, those 2 enemies there would attack, but we managed to deal with them before they could. And this is the last orb. Get time ready. We're looking at about 30 seconds from now. And now all of that ooze we've sucked up off of his body apparently his vacuum is also just a massive gun. So time's coming up very soon when the HUD disappears. And time. So Grizz here, very disappointed that his plan didn't work, but ultimately he becomes a ball of ink, it seems, but we see him in the credit sequence. So he's alive up there, somehow. But yes, with all of that being said, I would like to give one more shout out to the Splatoon speedrunning community. There is a Discord server with so many resources and for so many resources of all the games, no matter which one you want to try and learn. And I think that's it. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for that bombastic run, Saucy. I just have a couple of donations to read out for you as well. Great, $20 from Ailcat. Great run, Saucy. Glad you're able to finally show it off at ASM. And $25 from Ethan Stone. That first try was kind of hype, not gonna lie. Go for it, Saucy. Just stick around. And everyone, in a few minutes we'll have Sonic Robo Blast 2, 80%, version 2.2 by Mako running. So we'll meet you back in a few minutes. Coming up next, Blast through with Sonic Speed, we got Mako on Sonic Robo Blast 2. So everyone give a warm welcome to the runner today.
Rightio. Hello everyone. Today we're going to be playing Sonic Robo Blast 2, a fan game. So without further ado, we should just get right into it. So we'll count down from 3, 2, 1, go. So right away, already a little mistake, that's fine. Just going to keep going. And just like that, the level is almost done. Well, it's done now. So you can see that this game is quite quick. It's very fast. And you also got to see right here, first person mode. And first person mode, for any keen eye, will know that this is based on the Doom engine. You can tell by the animation. Yeah, so this game is quite old. It's 20, 30 years old, I think, made in 1998, and based off the Doom engine. So beat the level here, and we'll move on to our first boss. So this game follows 2 levels, 1 boss structure. It's very similar to the classic games on the Genesis, and Eggman has a small period where you can hit him. So this is kind of an aim test. Keep going. Oh, missed again. It's fine, and we'll keep going. So I'll go over Sonic's movement. There's basically 2 things that I'm going to be doing this whole run. The first thing I'll be doing is just moving around with Sonic's Thok ability, which is his little air dash that I'm spamming, and jumping as I land on the ground, because Sonic has quite high friction. But he has no air friction in the air, so basically you want to be staying in the air a lot of times, but not with the speed shoes. This is our first time seeing the speed shoes. Hold on, I'll do a little backup here. There we go. The speed shoes keep us at a very strong speed. The max speed, Sonic's Air Thok and the speed shoes are the exact same speed, so having them is quite important. We'll get it here. And the other thing I'll be doing this run is slope jumps, like what you'll be seeing right now, like this one here. Ooh, slipped off, just come back. Try and hit a slope jump. Nice, got it. Land on the spring, and keep going. So yeah, slope jumps and just moving around is what's gonna save time. There's not too many glitches in this game. It's kind of just skill-based, I guess. Well, the glitches are also skill-based, but not too many glitches in this game. So here we go, we got Technical 2. This level is one of the very first cycle levels where no matter how fast you are, you're always going to catch a specific cycle. So we're hoping to get 102 here. Ooh, that's bad. So 102 is dead, but we can still try for something a little easier. Maybe 107. Hit this little spring bot. Spring bots are very jank, but I've got the hang of them. Their spring hitbox is quite small, but we just got to keep going. So as you can see here, I'm jumping as soon as I hit the ground, and that is keeping up Sonic's speed to very close to his Thok speed. Because I'll show you. When you hit the ground, you lose speed almost instantly, right? But if you jump frame perfectly, you lose none of it. But we don't have to jump frame perfectly every time. Try and catch this cycle. Missed it. We'll catch this one. Jumping on a moving platform gives us the speed of the vertical speed from that platform. As you can see here, we're going to use that to skip this next platform here and jump right up to the exit and beat the level. So 112, not too bad. We're going to head into the boss now. So this is the easiest boss in the game. He kind of just moves around in a circle and shoots little goop things. Oh, he's running away from me. Alright, there we go. Keep going. Very nice. Now we're in Deep Sea Zone. You're going to get to see the underwater physics for the first time. Sonic moves very different underwater. The spin dash feels a lot more strong. So we're going to see that. A very small spin dash here. Hit the roof. Land here. And you'll get to... Oh, that's bad. We'll do a quick backup. Jump up here. I'm just going to reset. We'll just try that again. Sometimes landing on objects is difficult. There we go. Bounce up here. Whenever Sonic exits the water, he actually gets a lot of height. Don't know why, but it's how it works. So there's the spin dash. Hit the spring. And then another slope jump here to close out this level. Hit the button. So yeah, spin dashes are quite weird. If you want the max speed, you kind of have to release frame perfectly. But that can be quite detrimental. You'll see that later in the run in Arid Canyon Zone, which is probably the most well-known level in this game. So in this level, we're going to go for a trick called Fish Bounce, which requires a frame-perfect jump. So we'll see if we can get it. I basically just have to enter the water with a lot of speed, and I think I got it. Oh, I just missed it. But that's alright. Keep going up. Doing quite well here. Slow down a bit. So this is another cycle level similar to Techno 1 or 2. We're going to checkpoint a boost here, which resets all the cycles. Little mistake there, but that's fine. Drop down. Spin dash. Very nice. Open the door. So you're going to get to see the water slide in this level. It has a very weird movement. You can move with the mouse, like move left and right with the mouse, but it's fine because we can just jump out of the water and use our thock to keep up the speed, like this. And we should get around the 124 here if I'm missing the springs. But we'll keep going. 124 is good. Perfect. Alright, now we're in the next boss. I'm going to use the scroll wheel here to try and get the best time. There we go. So I have to mention this. In one of the older versions of this level, there were shadows where Eggman would be. You were able to easily predict where Eggman was going to come out, but the devs removed it, so don't know why the devs did that, but we will always rant about that every day. Alright, 24, that's a good time. Heading into Castle Eggman 1. So yeah, this is where you're going to see the chain swings for the first time. That was frame perfect. This is the chain swing. It lowers Sonic's gravity all the way, so you can't cancel your upwards momentum. I do not know what happened there. I like jumped. Okay, I've never seen that, but I'm not complaining, it saved time. Gonna hit this little ring box here. You can hit one of these trees, but the hitbox is so weird, I've never been that good at it. Hit this chain swing. And keep going. So yeah, landing on a slope there, that increases our speed a lot because it's a downward slope. And also, as you can see here, you don't slow down in the air. Once again. This little brick falls first. Unfortunately, I hit it. You can see these little shield enemies. They're going to be very annoying in this level here. This next level. So this is another cycle level where we got to catch as many cycles as we can. Try and get the lowest time here. Avoid that chain swing, barely. Ooh, missed the jump. That's fine. Do the back up. Keep going. Hit the chain again, it's fine. Now you want to do not a full jump here, because then you'll hit this part. Hop into first person mode. And we're going to do a very hard strat here. We're going to jump on the edge of a fence. Oh, damn it. Didn't make it, but that's alright. Keep going. Little time loss there. It's fine. Keep going. So I'm doing a lot of slope jumps here, trying to skip all of the platforming, basically. Saving as much time as we can. Barely squeaked out that jump before our speed shoes ran out. Ooh, that's bad. Keep going. Jump down here. And try and squeeze through these little guys. There we go. Keep going. Keep going. Hit the springs for swag. Use the chain swing, and then another slope jump just to cap off this level. And there we go. Quite a solid time there. This is just another boss. You just hit the buttons, and then he becomes vulnerable when you hit them. Not much to talk about here, so if we got any donations, that'd be nice.
We do indeed. We have a $75 donation from Cartnado. Mako, good luck from the SRB2 community. We're rooting for you. Don't get owned by Fang and Brack, please, thank you. And we also have a $4 donation from from Chibi. I like that jump. Put towards Nightmarish skin for Hades 2. I would also like to mention right now that we are coming up to that for Hades 2, and currently Vernal and Nightmarish are equal at $20 each. So if you want to pick the skin for Rocky, look, put in those donations.
So I had to grab a little loose ring there because dying in this level loses a lot of time. Hopefully grab our ring again. I'm going to have to abandon it. Wish me luck. Play it very safe here so we don't die. Perfect. Alright. Now we're into Arid Canyon Zone. We're going to see a spin dash into a whirlwind. Yeah, they have tornadoes in this next level. It's kind of based on like Wile E. Coyote and Looney Tunes and that. So spin dash into this tornado. Do I have enough speed? I do. Perfect. Lands here. A sub-minute time is what we're aiming for here. We're going to do a big bounce off this little turtle enemy down here. Bounce all the way up. Very nice. And if hopefully I hit this speed shoe. Yes, perfect. Alright. Do I make it? Perfect. This is going very well so far. Then we're going to do a safe strat and spin dash off this tiny post. Oh, I don't like that alignment. There we go. Do a little aggressive flick there so we don't hit the wall. And close out this level. Very nice sub-minute time there. That's what I was wanting. And now we're into Arid Canyon 2 where we have the minecart. So what to look out for here, we have the minecart skip. Where, very odd name, it doesn't actually skip the minecart, it saves time in the minecart. I am dead. Let me retry that. This is a very important slope jump at the start of the run here. There we go. Get the checkpoint. So yes, there's an alignment I'm going to use for minecart skip where we watch at a cactus and hopefully click at the right time. It's very easy to miss. You can be too early, too late. But at the same time, it's generous, so we'll see what happens. It is about a minute time loss. Oh, I got hit. Oh. If I miss minecart skip, it should be a pretty big time loss, but hopefully I won't miss it. So minecarts, you can't really avoid them. If there was a way to skip, then we would. But we can't really clip through walls in this game, so we would clip through this door, but we can't. I mean, you can do it in multiplayer online, but that's just like online being laggy and weird. So if we jump here, we'll maintain that downward speed and get ready for minecart skip. So yes, there's a lot of task-only jumps in this specific section. You can actually beat this whole section without moving left or right, which is, if you look at, you can see a little arrow on the side. That's what happens when I move left and right. So here we go, minecart skip. I got it, perfect. All right, here we're in Fang. So hopefully we don't get owned. He's very RNG heavy. He likes to jump around and throw bombs and own us, but there we go. We just got to try and hit him as soon as he lands. Perfect, going well. And now he's going to jump up and throw a bomb. We wait, jump again. Where'd he go? All right, there we go. Oh, I missed. Crap, got hit by a bomb. Just gather our bearings, play it safe. There we go. We can see Fang get absolutely destroyed there by that little sign. Alright, Red Volcano Zone 1. We're going to see our first glitch of the run here, the rock zip, where in this level there are little rollout rocks that you jump on and like run along on them. Basically the coding, the developers had an oversight where when a rock goes into a lava fall, it will go up, but when you jump on that ball while it's in the lava, it doesn't know what to do, so it just teleports you up to the highest point. So we're going to use that to skip a large portion of the rollout rock section because the rollout rock is very slow. So we're coming up to it here. Bounce up here. Yeah, so this level has the most annoying level, enemies in the game, easily. Avoid this guy. And here we go. There we go, perfect. This is another cycle level. Ooh, I died. We can just do it again. Make it for a second time. I panicked, hold on. Come back. There is another way you can just go around, but that's boring, And we got it again, wow, okay. So yes, shout outs to Doka for finding that trick. So yes, there's lots of cycles here, hopefully we can just go through, perfect. That can stitch you up a lot of time. Avoid the petabytes, they're the most annoying enemy. And this lava actually doesn't work unless you're on the flat part of it. As you can see, I didn't die just then. So, I don't know. Alright, Egg Rock Zone. Here we go. This is the final zone of the game. This is going very fast. This is a short game. So, hopefully make the cycle here. Still made it, alright. Try and get as much height off this jump. Perfect. Just damage boost through all these lasers. So this is like a little gravity flip section. We can just skip most of it there. I'm gonna hit. Oh, didn't get hit. Okay. See the speeches again. Run through this section of crushes. Whoa, played it a little risky there. Okay. Alright, game overed. That's fine. We'll just have to redo this level. Oh, didn't make the cycle that time. That's alright. So yes, coming up after this level is the hardest in the game, Egg Rock Zone 2, in my opinion. That is going to be a true gauntlet. And then after that, we have the final stretch, the Black Core Zone levels. We have the Metal Sonic Race, shout outs to Sonic CD, and then the Metal Sonic Fight, and then the Brack Eggman Fight. And they're all kind of RNG hell, so we're going to see how it goes. Brack can troll you. He is based on the Cyber Demon from Doom. Am I soft locked? Are you serious? Okay. Classic Zoom Tube moment there. You can just go through the trigger for Zoom Tubes. Don't know how, but I guess we're just going too fast. So I'm going to slow down and actually hit it. There we go. But yes, as I was saying, Brack is based on the Cyber Demon from Doom. So his movement can easily troll you. We want him to go into these big goop like falls to remove his shield. But he can just walk away if he wants to. So we're going to hope that he doesn't do that. Alright, solid time. Heading into Egg Rock 2. We've got to skip right up at the very beginning. So I got to lock in for that. We got it. Very nice. Says this is our first space part. I don't know. You can't breathe in space. So, but we're never spending too long out there, so we're never really going to die to that. Make the second cycle. Almost died there, but we're good. This is another space section. Hit that. Switch the gravity to go down. Now, there is a skip coming up that I'm not gonna do. I'll do like a baby version of it because I'm not very good at it. It's called Yoko Skip. There's basically a Yoko block section that you would normally skip. Here we're gonna skip the elevator, hit this. You can see there's a trigger for it right there. We just, oh, misclick. I hit the side of the keyboard and it clicked. Just keep going anyway, it doesn't matter, it doesn't save that much time. Avoid all these enemies, avoid this crusher. Here is the Yoko section, we're gonna see what cycle we have. I'm going for that. Okay, that was a bad idea. Retry. Luckily we got the checkpoint, but we're gonna have to wait. So yes, we're in the final stages of this run. On the second latter half. There we go. Save a little time there. Those lasers can kill you right at the end. It's always sad when it happens. Alright, now we're heading into Black Core Zone 1, which I am quite familiar with. I have a world record on this stage. I'm going to go for the gravity skip, so hopefully we can hit it. So, spin dash here, you can see Metal Sonic there. He's going to race us, but we're just going to blow right by him. He's not going to catch up. There's no chance. Stick well with our movement. Spin here. And I'm going to see if I can do the trick by basing it on this cycle, which I think I've missed. Yeah, okay. All good. I really wanted to show that off, but I was a bit too slow. We're going to do a backup version here. Jump off here. Use this platform. And now we're in the final stretch. Next up will be the Metal Sonic fight, and then the final boss. So yes, jumping as soon as we can to maintain as much speed as we can. Friction is slowed down a lot when you're spinning along the ground. So it's helpful to spin in a section like that. So here is Metal Sonic. You can get 4 hits there, but it's really hard. Avoid his attack. Wait for him to come down. Perfect. Try for 3? No. So now he's going to charge at us, and we want to bounce him off the corners here. Because bouncing him twice is faster than letting him go back and forth and back and forth. Apparently it saves a second each time we do that. So go again. He's getting faster, so we gotta jump earlier. He does that little maneuver 4 times, so you know. And now it's 6 times. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we'll come up to him. And now we are approaching the final level. So if we have like a quick donation.
Yep, there was one that came before from Elbred, $25. I have a theory we won't see much of Sister Celine in the Hades 2 run, so please put this towards making Rocky Moon Touch Toronto, which does put that in the lead. Now for the incentive for the Rocky skin for Hades 2.
Alright, final boss time. Hopefully we get the best RNG here. Just hold back and spin dash. Whoa, aggressive right off the bat. So as you can see, he's just going wherever he wants to. Come on. There we go. Perfect. Alright. Now we want to try and hit him as many times as we can before his shield comes back up. Nice. So yeah, he has these 2 attacks. The missile attack is much faster than this fire attack he's doing. Alright, this is good. This is good. This is a good sign. If the walls fall, then you know you're on good pace. This is his other attack, which is very annoying. You have to hide behind those little pillars. So this should be coming up on time. Not, oh, that's not good. Okay. I got trolled. Oh, that's good RNG, good RNG. Alright. I'm not waiting long enough. Wow, I'm getting really good RNG. As I say that, he switches. Okay, still on good pace. It should be with 3 more hits. And then there's going to be a shuttle that pops up. Play it safe here. I want to get hit. Perfect. Alright, he's dead. We're coming up on time soon. 52 is not bad. Hit the shuttle here. Almost there. And time. There we go. So not bad. That was about my estimate. I did go over time because I died in the final boss. It's been happening to me a lot lately, but just got to practice more. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the future. And yeah, so that was Sonic Robo Blast 2. You can download it at slb2.org. It's a pretty cool game. Very fun casually, very fun with friends. It's a great multiplayer mode. Still in active development after all this time. It's been out since 1998. Definitely my favorite game. So yeah, that's about it.
Thank you for the run, Marco. And with that, we'll be heading on over to Hades 2 in a few minutes with Kenora, all regions, and also we'll be swapping hosts over to GL Phoenix. So hope everyone has a good day today.
Hello everyone and welcome back to ASO 2026. I am Geo Phoenix and I'll be your host for the next couple of runs. And just want to mention that for this upcoming run of Hades 2, we do have the donation incentive to determine which of the Rocky Million skins that Kenora will be using. Currently, it is Moon Touched in front at $25, but the incentive will remain open throughout the first half of the run because Kenora will be needing to at least go back to the crossroads halfway through the run. So there is the chance to change that throughout the run. So if you would like to get your donations towards that incentive, when donating, just add in the comments section where you would like your money to go. Alright, it looks like we are ready to get into our run of Hades 2 all regions. Kenora, take it away.
Hi everyone. First of all, we'll do this quick. What was the donation incentive for the form?
Literally last second, we got a $30 donation from Chili Pepper for Chthonic.
Excellent. Pepper bird it is. Let's go. All right. So, yeah, we're just going to get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
For the unseen.
Welcome to Hades 2. The run has started. So, yeah. So this is Hades 2. All regions. Basically, if you're familiar with the game, it is going to be a little like one up, one down of the game. Hades 2 introduces the concept of a you can go down to the underworld or up towards the surface. And probably should, after now that we've introduced the game, introduce who's here on the couch. So I'm Kenora. Hello. And I do believe there's some mischief happening behind me.
Yeah, hi, I'm Cass. I ran Francis for just a little while. I have run a little bit of Hades 2. My TP sucks, but I know enough about the game to be here to help Kenora out.
Yeah, hi, I'm Aggie. You would have seen me on the couch for Transistor earlier. I like Hades 2 a lot and was one of the beta testers on that, as was Kenora.
I was one of those too. So this is the weapon, the Argent Skull, most notably the aspect of Medea. Basically, if you ever played Hades 1, it's very familiar to the Beowulf aspect of the shield, where you're basically loading in. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, it's in pretty. If I can find the attack, if I can, honestly, I'll just take that for now. Blood spree early is safe. That's good too. I'll take that for now.
You don't want to go see your brother?
What?
You don't want to go see your brother?
No, we want to go see Frost Nana.
I don't know, Mana.
So basically, with the aspect of this weapon, we kind of charge one up onto Millenaway here, and then dash through an enemy, and it does a massive amount of damage. And when coupled with the regular dash, you're going to see Kenora basically non-stop moving for the entire time. It gets really highlighted during boss fights. We're going to see with Hecate coming up here, it's literally just a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth over the top of the boss, and her health will just be melted.
This is looking to be a pretty good run.
This
so
is
far.
looking to be a very good run.
So very, very rarely can you find these fountain rooms in each biome. They are pretty good because they save a lot of time because you just don't have to fight anything. And then we also found a Chaos, which is good.
Chaos, aka
I'll just take that one. I have Possessed, it's pretty good. So yeah, one of the hammers that we picked up was Possessed Array. It's really good, where it basically, every time we pick up one of our ammo, like one of the skulls that we're injecting into our dashes here, it does an explosion at the cost of a bunch of magic. This game, unlike Hades 1, has a MP system, because you can charge up your... I should have taken that Zeus. Oh well. Unless... Nope, I should have taken that Zeus. To charge up our Omega attacks. You'll see me starting pretty much each chamber with one, just to sort of get my magic below a certain point. Yeah, so these boss fights will be pretty quick.
unfortunately for this sort of transition phase for Hecate, we can't do any damage to her, so we do just sort of need to run around, wait for her shield to fall down before we can just... Well done. There's a polymorph there that turns you into an animal. That the only way to deal damage is by headbutting the little... yeah, well done. Well done. Really.
Very, very well done. Yeah, didn't get sheeped as well.
Didn't get sheeped.
They did also edit it, change it late into early access where you can not only be sheep, you can also be turned into a pig or a rat, which is just fun to just... Oh, that's... Nope. So yeah, we'll be moving through each biome pretty quickly. There will be some things we probably mention in one run, and because we are doing 2 runs, we have a little bit more time to sort of go through things. That was Erebus, the first area. Ends with Hecate, our sort of teacher. And here we're taking the Big Leaf Keepsake, which for every major biome, 1 room at random, and sometimes that random is just none of the rooms. Basically what you saw just there, where none of the enemies spawn, and there's a little bit of a party going on, all thanks to Dionysus. We do love seeing that every biome. Sometimes you can get what is referred to as big scams, where even though there's a pretty high likelihood of it happening, it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, so fingers crossed we don't get fake scammed at all.
This boss is particularly annoying, because it can love to just go near the wall here, but...
Yeah, and you'll see Kenora pick specific. So traditionally in a run of Hades, we use in-game time, and the in-game timer pauses, which you can see in the top right corner here. The in-game time pauses at specific rooms. So in any shop room, in a chaos room, and while Kenora's picking her boons here, we're going to see the timer stop. So where you don't have to feel like you're pressured to make a decision really, really quickly because the in-game timer does stop. But in an RTA setting, obviously we do want to be making those decisions as quickly as possible. And you've already heard once already that Kenora has been like, picked a room and been like, I should have taken that other room instead. So a lot of runners will see what rooms are available to them, hit the pause button, wait for a few seconds to sort of make their decision, weigh up their options, and then unpause the game and continue running.
Oh, hi Artie.
Yeah, so in one of the rooms in the first 2 biomes in the Underworld, Artemis can spawn. Perfect example of what we were just talking about, where she is fantastic to have happen in a IGT run, because as you might notice, even throughout this entire room, she pauses the timer, whereas in RTA runs, she doesn't pause the RTA timer.
Yeah, but consider we get to see Artie.
But we do
get to see Artemis. So.
We do love to see Artemis. So.
And there are certain characters that we will happily take the time loss for if it means we get to see them.
Exactly.
So.
Like Nemi.
Like Nemi, yeah.
Yeah. Well, alright. This is the second major boss. Skiller and the Sirens. We like to aim towards Jetty here to try to kill her, to phase her, I suppose you could say, before she jumps into the water there. Did manage to do it, which is fantastic. I, for some reason, have 126 magic, which is a bit of an odd number to have, but is fine all the same. And then phase 2 of the Sirens loves to make one of them a featured artist, which just kind of empowers their attacks, but everything just kind of happens a little bit too quickly to really take notice.
Yeah, clap for that. That was a phenomenal fight. It's Skiller and the Diamonds is one of those fights where if it takes too long, it's great because you get to hear the music, but if it goes really, really quick, it's really satisfying to just watch them all get absolutely melted.
The classic Supergiant Games speedrun dilemma.
Do I take a long time to hear the Darren Korb soundtrack, or do I go real fast for my own enjoyment?
So what I like to do in RTA runs especially, welcome to the Fields of Morning. Basically, all of the encounters will be kind of pushed into one giant room, and sometimes it takes you on a bit of a wild goose chase, and it's as annoying as that probably sounds. Security system perfect.
It's a less enjoyable goose chase than what we saw this morning with Untitled.
Yeah, true. Having to kind of go from one completely side of the arena to the other. It's kind of an interesting difference of the RTA versus IGT sort of distinction happens, where we actually like to take the Athena keepsake going into... I'll do that one actually for some mana. We like taking the Athena keepsake into fields because it actually pauses the timer when she activates.
and we can use that time to see where the exit is, see where the extra little things, little extra encounters we need to take, which you would like to do in an RTA run, but in an RTA we got to go fast. We don't have time for that.
So it is, more beneficial to take the Dionysus keepsake, where, I mean, they have a very similar effect. The Athena keepsake is called Divine Intervention, and it basically kills all the enemies that are on screen, whereas Dionysus stops them from spawning in the first place. But yeah, the Athena keepsake in Fields of Morning is a phenomenal way to just learn the layout of the room that you're in.
Yeah, in addition, you get a boon as well.
And get a boon out of it, yeah.
Yeah, so we typically always take Dionysus keepsake in the second biome to maximize the effect of it. And then, you either take Athena's into the third one here, or if I have a little bit of extra safety, I will forego taking Hephaestus's keepsake. I didn't hear, so I wanted to play it a little bit safe. Otherwise, you can just take a handful of other ones that help things just kind of go smoothly. We would like that one, and we would like that one.
Aggie, do you want to give us your best Charon impression?
No, I don't have a Charon impression.
Okay.
Do you?
No. I mean, kind of everybody does. It's just a... every speedrunner who's ever had to reset has a Charon impression.
Sure. That is okay.
So this is Infernal Cerberus. Our little puppy has been infused with the miasma of the Fields of Morning. But it's fine, we cleaned him.
Yeah.
Playtime's over.
Yeah.
See? You just pet the puppy real hard, and then he's a good boy again.
Pet the puppy for thousands and thousands of damage, and then he'll be better again.
Exactly.
It's that Simpsons meme where you got to pet him hard so he can feel it.
So now, as much Hades 1 runs begin and Hades 2 runs typically end, we are going into the depths of Tartarus. We got to go fight Kronos, who has overtaken everything. We got to take the secret security passage. We've taken the keepsake White Antler from Artemis, which sets your health to 30 as a maximum. Can't be any higher than that. But it does give you an obscene amount of... Let's go pet that doll.
Let's hope anyway this did go.
Yay!
I think we did 3 practice runs yesterday where the dog was not in the room when we went there, so...
And then I'll just take... sure.
Yeah.
None of those really mattered. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, okay. Hi, Nem.
Oh,
hey, Nem.
Hi, Nemi.
Nemesis in Tartarus is objectively the worst because the rooms take the longest and are the most deadly, but it's fine.
It's counteracted by the fact we got one of the best Fig RNGs.
I would argue that later Figs are better.
Fair enough.
Because pretty much the further in a room, the further in a run you go, the more enemies spawn in general, or the harder enemies kind of spawn in general. So if there aren't armored enemies, then there can just be a lot of enemies. Nemesis kind of takes that and amps that up a lot. So getting her in really late chambers can mean that she just spawns so many enemies. But we're looking like we're pretty good here. The crit chance from Antler, despite its scariness of being at 30 health, we have ways such as armor and the other ways of just like preventing damage taken, like a boon from Demeter that we took and a boon from Hephaestus that we took that gives us a lot of armor at the beginning of each room. And we have Blood Spree from... I didn't get that. Get him, Rocky. Well done. Blood Spree from Ares, which is also very good. When you're below 40 health, your attacks and specials, which we are doing almost nothing but, will... yeah, it's whatever. Activate a Rallying Cry, that's good enough.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you watch, if you watch while Kanora's in a combat, you watch her health bar, and it'll just dip and then immediately jump straight back up to 30 again. Well, in a perfect scenario, if it stays down, it's a little bit scarier, but...
So this is the final boss of the first run. Kronos, the Titan of Time, has taken over the House of Hades, and we're going to take over his health. So he's already phased.
And just like Hecate, he has a shield, so there'll be periods where we can't do damage to him.
Alright, yeah, well, do we have a bubble? No, we do not. Okay. So Kronos will begin phase 2 with an instant kill attack. If you have ways of negating damage, it will work. I probably could have damage rushed him to this phase and been fine, but I didn't want to risk that. So let's not. He's dead. Well done. Well,
Very nice.
634.
That's
actually a pretty good
good.
team. So that is run number 1. And now we're going to do run number 2. Now would be a great time for any donations, especially if the incentive has changed. We have a quick little moment to change it up while we go between biomes, regions.
Absolutely. We do have a few donations. We had a $50 from Chili Pepper. Don't mind me, just loading up on coins for the Sad Percent sequel. Good luck on the run. We had $5 from Input Evolution, that's saying let's go Kenora. And we also had a $15 from Giolo Bread, who said red goes faster. So put this towards making Rocky red. Vernal.
Has that put it over the edge?
It did put it over the edge,
Right.
so we will be going with the Vernal color.
It is true. Red makes things go faster.
Red does make things go faster.
You do still have a little bit of time while we go to the next run if there's anything else.
Nothing popping up at the moment, but
So quickly chase down Rocky. Sit there, she is. And we go to the surface. Surface is much, much harder.
It can be very scary.
It can be very scary.
Yeah, very brutal.
We also can't prep the beginning. That's fine, I'll take it.
Indeed.
So the surface is kind of intended as part of the mid-game to end-game portion of like the game. So the enemies do hit a little bit harder, have a little more health, and just the game throws you some bones to
Hi, Selene.
That's whatever.
Oh, no beam, no beam.
So this is the city of Ephira.
Let's get the lay of the land.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right.
Fortunately, no Ares.
Yeah, no Ares. So basically, you have to go through 6 rooms in the city before you can access the final boss. You get to choose which of the rooms you go to. And so it's kind of a quick snap decision of, yeah, I'll take that again. A quick snap decision of what rooms do we want to take, what rooms do we feel like we need, and what we can get. Welcome back, Artemis. What rooms we feel like we can get the most out of. So we would have liked to see Ares. I might spend a dice on the Poseidon door. If that turns into an Ares, then we can grab that. Otherwise, do one of you want to explain the reroll mechanic?
Yeah, so yeah, with similar to Hades 1, you can reroll boons, doors, and other rewards. With rerolling, I don't.
Continue.
Hi, Hephaestus. With rerolling, every time you use a dice, the cost increases by 1. So you can only really reroll a certain amount of times before you can't reroll anymore. With Hades 2, you get significantly more rerolls than you do in the first game, which is very, very nice.
You can see in the bottom right there is that little 8 with next to the like the D20.
So this is Medea. She gives us a lovely little curse on our enemies. Harm inflicted is perfect. Basically, anytime we inflict a curse, which blitz Zeus's main primary function. Ares. No, alright. There's a lot of different curses in the game, one from each Olympian, and we want to typically apply more than one, because it also activates one of our Arcana, Origination. That gives us a good damage bonus. That's perfect. So we're looking to be in a fairly similar-ish setup to previous run. We were just looking for that Ares
done all 6 rooms, so now we can go face the final boss of the first area. Aphrodite, no thank you.
Yeah, ideally it's by starting with the Zeus heirloom, you're able to get Zeus really early and get ideally the Blitz on special, and then also getting Ares early so you can get wounds on the attack. So Blitz and wound being the most ideal of the curse combinations that you want to be using.
Well done. 134's a really fast up.
Yeah,
that was really good.
Really quick.
I mean, you blitzed through those rooms in the city.
Hey.
We're gonna pretend that was intent. And for those of you who haven't played Hades before, like we're referring to run 1, run 2. All of our upgrades did reset between the 2 runs. So if you've never played Hades before, it's not like all those really powerful upgrades that we picked up when we went down to fight Kronos are carrying on to this second part of the game. We have gone back to completely being the only same thing we have is the weapon, and then we are just getting lucky and picking up similar sort of boons. They're as much as it is all random, there are specific boons that we're trying to get that to have it as consistent as possible.
Is that big? That looks like big. Yep.
Nice.
So the 6 of big, perfect. So the surface and the underworld runs work a little bit differently, other than just the enemies being stronger and things being a little bit different biome-wise. Basically, instead of finding the Stygian wells that are kind of operated by Charon, we will find instead Hermes' little workshops, where you spend a little bit of money, you get much better rewards than you would from a well. However, they take a little bit of time as Hermes comes to personally deliver them himself. I'll take Hera. I'll just take it and live without Ares. The good thing about Hades, the speedrun, as opposed to the character, is there are quite a lot of like potential ways to build each weapon sometimes. There's some core things like we want Zeus on our special. Is this Cersei or Fountain? This is Cersei. Hi, Cersei.
Hi, Cersei.
Nice. Piggies. We'll just take those. Piggies.
Piggies.
So we like Zeus on our special. And Fountain. All right.
Yeah, really nice.
Not thirsty, but hey.
I will maybe be able to finish this thought anytime soon. And while we like Ares on our attack boon for Medea specifically, there are other options that we can take. Pretty much anything that afflicts a good curse is pretty good. Oh, there's still something. Oh, there it is. Hera is a pretty good one. Hitch likes to spread damage evenly to everyone that has Hitch. So when I'm hitting kind of multiple things for much damage, it can be pretty good. Demeter likes to inflict freeze, which can slow, freeze enemies and slow things down. This is Icarus. Kind of operates a little bit like Athena and Nemesis, where it pauses the timer. Great for IGT. Gives us the boon at the end of it, which is okay, but in RTA runs would probably typically like to not see him.
Yeah, but we get to see boyfriend.
We do get to see boyfriend, so.
But there's so many more enemies in an Icarus room than there would be normally.
Yeah.
Well, we get to see boyfriend.
I thought you were going to say we had so many more boyfriends. It's like,
I mean, we do. In this game, we do.
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
Look, this is Hades 2, also known as Bisexual Panic Simulator 2 Electric
They
Boogaloo.
basically doubled the amount of the relationships you can have in this game.
Yeah.
double it and give it to the next one.
Exactly.
And everyone who was already hot just got hotter. Like, it's just.
I mean, we saw Chaos
we
earlier.
did see chaos.
Yeah, and as I said, chaos is goals.
Chaos is goals.
Speaking of one of our
Hey, babe.
partners,
High Toxic Yuri.
I talked to Yuri.
I can fix her. It's okay.
You can't
fix her.
We can fix her.
Comrade.
So this is Erin. She might be using a weapon that is familiar to those who have played Hades 1. She's actually using the admin rail, the aspect of Erin, of herself, against you. You might notice that she's been putting these giant hazard bombs all over herself and getting damage buffs, quite like what the Eris aspect does, but we can avoid those and take her out pretty well.
That fight can go really wrong really quickly.
Oh, yeah.
So that was.
It turns out when a boss starts doing plus 300% damage, it's kind of
yeah, it's a little bit spooky.
just one of those shotgun blasts straight to the dome. Just like, you are not having a good time. We've all been there.
Yeah. I've got honestly quite a lot of safety, so I'm going to just take the damage option and just kill things faster.
And it is important to know as well that for a lot of casual players who run with, you know, depth appliances, for the sake of doing as much damage as possible, we are running with the Arcana that when we have 0 depth appliances, we do X amount of additional damage. So we don't have the ability to come back if we die. It's if we go game over, we're back to the start, or back to the crossroads, and we have to do all of this again.
But not only that we deal more damage, we take less damage.
Yes, which is a very important detail sometimes. It lets us take 40% less damage and deal 20% more damage. Those numbers used to be a lot more in balance.
Yeah, it used to be 40-40.
Yeah, I remember when it was 50-50.
Yeah, me too.
Which is also why armor is going to be very important as we go on, because that is going to be a way, because we'll eventually switch over to the antler that we saw at the at Tartarus towards the end of the underground run, which is going to set her health down to 30. So you can't get your health any higher than that, but the armor is going to extend beyond that. You can keep yourself alive for just that little bit longer.
This is one of the mini bosses in Olympus. We have a way to spread armor, which is really good against this mini boss in particular. And once we can destroy that armor, we can kind of just... it doesn't have mechanics pretty much anymore.
They become very staggerable.
I'll just take this.
Another great set of options there from Demeter, but...
Yeah, would have liked either one of the duo boons that she has available to her right now, but it is what it is. We kind of don't really need our rerolls for anything else right now. We're pretty set for the rest of the run, just kind of need to play it out. So we are looking pretty. See, yeah. Throughout the surface run, I have been taking a lot of extra health, which might feel a little bit pointless if I'm about to set it as the final biome to a max of 30. But turns out the final boss of this biome in particular is really spooky. And by turns out, I mean it definitely is really spooky. Yeah. And I will almost always play it just a little bit safe on any RTA runs. Also,
arguably, Prometheus is scarier than the final boss of the run.
I would say so, definitely. It's you're building yourself for Prometheus here, and then whatever happens to the final boss just happens. But Prometheus is what's going to cause you more anxiety if you're not set up properly.
Yeah, because one of the Arcanas that we run with is the Lover's Arcana, which in any of these end of biome major bosses, we get 3 basically cheap, that one. Because that's just going to be better for afterwards. Alright, just get both.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Just get
let's go.
Both is good. Both is also really good because I have 50% success rate, which will work for Antler. I will have about an additional 75% crit rate going into the 4th biome.
The numbers are going to end up looking very silly.
I'm going to just focus a little bit on this boss so that I don't die.
So basically Prometheus has multiple phases, so we're going to do the same.
Right.
Talking for a second.
I'll go right. Alright, go.
Alright, so after each phase, he's going to jump down here to the corner of the screen, and it's going to become kind of like a raid boss mechanic if you played any MMOs, where he's going to lay down fire. It is a one-hit kill, and so what Kenora has to do is follow the pattern and make sure so.
Yeah, so Prometheus is playing Simon Says with
left, right, mid, right.
So mid. I'm not going to say it.
Well, that wasn't exactly how I expected to die, but here's a save that I prepared. For if we died to...
first try.
Yeah.
And I can take responsibility for that because I was talking while you were trying to map it out.
I wasn't going to say anything, but maybe a little bit.
No, it's fine. I will wear that.
That was going to be a pretty good run, but we have safety saves for a reason. This is basically a save that I prepped just after Prometheus. We would have been 30 seconds off. And it has roughly closely actually kind of what we had, except it has Ares instead of Hera. But we still take the Antler. Still get big, which is nice. I'll always take more safety just in case. Which means the platform is good. So this is the summon. Basically, we are coming up to the Father of all monsters, Typhon, as the final boss of the surface biome, and we got to go through his spawns to be able to engage him. I'll do that. That's good.
Good evening, my dear.
Having to like remember how much this save file has. We'll take Slug Worshipper. It's not fantastic, but it's green boons. Take see green boon, take green boon. All right. Yeah, these last, especially on surface, these last few rooms can be quite deadly, so I might just focus for a little bit. I don't want to see this one, but that's fine. So there's a little mini boss before we can actually fight Typhon. There's two variations, and I much prefer... That hit me? Okay. Much prefer the other one, but that's fine. Alright, we're ahead.
We didn't get to see the spine during the transistor run, so here it is.
Exactly. Skip the spine of the world and transistor, correct. So that's our spine of the world. Here.
Alright, so now we get arguably what is probably a much easier fight than Prometheus, especially one that can choke a lot less. Especially if you missed the memory game. Cough, cough, cast hunt.
Yes, miss the memory game, not get distracted from the memory game by one of your commentators.
I didn't mean to take that duo burn, but it did give us like 20-something levels on our special. I'm sure it's fine.
It's fine. It's all good.
Who needs Hera boons? So this is Typhon. Typhon loves to get rid of his health bar at the top.
Yeah, you know, a little snack.
But we're kind of just doing thousands of damage per crit, and it's going to be over pretty quickly.
Yeah. As you can see, we've already phased a Typhon.
Yeah. I am taking damage, so I got to keep note of that. But I have plenty of armor, so that should be good. So Zeus will stun him here and give us a bit of a weak point. It's pretty much just another phase transition. Wipe it out. Time will be coming up pretty shortly. God, I wish I didn't die to Prometheus. But that is what it is. Alright. And... time. Oh no.
Very well done.
I mean, obviously I died. That would have been a PP had I not died to Prometheus. But now that's pretty good. We are pretty high behind schedule. I've been Kenora. This has been Hades 2. Thank you for my commentators. Thank you for GLP for being on host.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Great run.
Or we can sit here and... There we go.
Alrighty. Coming up soon, we will be having Super Mario Sunshine, run by Obani. It's going to be the 80% with no A, so hope you're all ready for that one. We'll be coming up in just a moment. In the meantime, we do have a couple of donation incentives that are still going to be coming up. Like the for the Chicory run, which is going to be after our next run, it's going to be to name the character. And what is your favorite food? Currently, Burger is in the lead with 125, with Vegemite behind that, and a whole host of foods that have been donated for. If you would like to get your food to the top of that list when you're donating, leave a comment with the donation explaining which of the foods you would like to have our character named as. Got a $50 donation from Salbo's mum. Says thanks for a great speedrun event. Love from Salbo's mum. Thank you so much for the donation. We appreciate it a lot. Any and all donations are welcome of all sizes. And another thing to note is that we are raising money for Game On Cancer, a group that is funding research for early career cancer researchers to make sure that this is the last generation to die from cancer, and also for this event, all revenue that is came through the Twitch stream, either by bits or subscriptions, will all go to Game On Cancer as well. So there are more than a few ways in which you can help us support Game On Cancer. Alrighty everyone, and welcome back to ASO 2026. We have our next run coming up. It is going to be Super Mario Sunshine 80% No Ways with Urbani. Take it away. Alright, it looks like we are ready to get into our next run of Super Mario Sunshine by Urbani. Take it away.
Alrighty. Thank you very much for that introduction. So I'll get straight into the run. First things first, we'll be starting with using the hacked file offset. So I'm going to be starting on a file that already has 0 shines collected. This will allow me to skip the cutscenes that play out through the beginning of the run. You don't lose any form of gameplay using this. So yeah, just a preface. But yeah, I'm ready to begin. So I'll count down from 3 and on go. So 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so at the beginning there, yeah, I had to mash quite a bit to skip some cutscenes, which would normally play. So the hack file offset saves about 5.5 minutes, but it's added to your final time, so nothing's lost. But both the meta for runners when they grind this game, but also to, I guess, benefit the being a bit behind on schedule today, so that's all good. But yeah, so Super Mario Sunshine 80%. There's really no time for me to really talk because the cutscenes were, in normal sort of showcase circumstances, we would do a lot of the explaining during them, but we're just straight into the gameplay at the moment. But I'll have some time to explain some of the things you will be seeing throughout this run, especially for those who are not familiar with Mario Sunshine 80%. So my name's Urbani. I've done a run of this game at a previous Oz Speedrun event. It was Fast 2020. Back then, I think I had a 117 PB. I now have a 113, which is 7th place. So hopefully we just see a bit more advanced movement this time around. So yeah.
On the statue's head.
This is an unskippable cutscene, so we're past all the things we can skip, and yeah. So what else? I guess the category we're doing is any % no ace. So arbitrary code execution was sort of discovered with SMS fairly recently, I would say. So you can beat the game in under 20 minutes, but this is your classic old school any %. Doing our first insta-kill here, got him. So basically, in traditional any %, you go around each world and complete the episode 7 shine, which is the defeating Shadow Mario. And after doing that for each world, you unlock Corona Mountain and then you defeat Bowser. So we're essentially going to go through this run in a bit of a linear order. We're going to go through the worlds and collect up to episode 7. And that's pretty much it, yeah. So straight into our first shine here, which is actually the first shine that we can skip in this game. So we're going to be doing Bianca Hills episode 2 instead of 1, because having some trouble getting up there. Normally, episode 1 is done by defeating a polluted piranha plant to my right, but the Bianco 2 shine has already spawned, or exists in this level, so by going up here, we can climb up to Petey, hopefully. Okay. I'll just wait for the windmill cycle. Okay, so we enter Petey's fight here. So yeah, that was a little bit sloppy, but yeah, so this is actually episode 2 of Bianca Hills. So we skipped the first episode just in this category. And yeah, so our first PD Piranha fight, which is fairly straightforward. We're going to see PD again in episode 5 of this world 2. So what I'm doing here is getting really close to PD so that he can turn and open his mouth, and then I time these ground pounds pretty precisely. That was a bit too, like a frame too early there. Alright, so 3 hits and then get our first shine, our second shine, not including the airstrip one. So I guess another thing about Mario Sunshine as a whole, it's a heavily RNG game. There's a lot of just randomness that can occur and sort of make you lose time. I will point out the levels where that's quite a major impact for runners. But yeah, there are a few, so...
if I recall correctly, like the way the water spurts also is an aspect of RNG, which is one of those things where it's like, oh, it seems like it would be fairly consistent, but
and that even has a impact on certain levels which rely on the spam spray mechanic, which I haven't really explained yet, but that's something I can raise. So this is our first secret shine. So if you know about Mario Sunshine speedruns, you probably know about the secret shines where Flood takes away... Oh, sorry, Shadow Mario takes away Flood, and so we do these levels floodless. I'm going to try doing a pretty difficult strat here. Okay, I've already screwed it up, that's fine. Okay, so I dropped an input at the beginning there, so I didn't go for the shot I wanted, but normally that shine can be just done holding forward and doing a triple jump, then timing some dives. A bit more advanced movement is to sort of do a jump dive at the beginning, and you save a few frames that way. So now we have a cutscene playing after collecting our third shine, which is to unlock Rico Harbor. So we're actually going to go over there now and defeat the plant. But we're not going to enter Rico. We're still going to finish off the shines in Bianco. The reason we defeat this plant now is to avoid that cutscene playing after each shine that we collect when we spawn back to the plaza. So what I'm going to do is attempt to... This is called Travel Skip. So I'm going to defeat this plant from afar. On the third hit, I'm going to hover slide all the way back to Bianco. So he was hit, and now I go back. There we are. So we enter Bianco Hills whilst the plant is spawning. So we have 2 cutscenes playing at once, and essentially we just skip the movement back from Rico to Bianco. Because our job's not done in Bianco, so we're on episode 4 now, where we have to collect 8 red coins. This is quite a fun shine. It has some interesting movement with Flood. Drop some water there.
That's one thing that's always been very appealing about Super Mario Sunshine speedruns is just how the movement looks, especially when it comes to the use of Flood. And even when it comes to not using Flood, like a lot of the floodless levels, like a lot of the movement is so optimized at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say that the mechanics of this game are very, very appealing. So, you know, despite all the RNG, the movement for Mario and Flood is very satisfying to both watch and perform. So, not the greatest beginning to the run, but yeah, I've fallen down there, but that's okay. So yeah, on our 4th shine now, so there won't be a cutscene played because we unlocked the Rico plant, but when we get our 5th shine, then we're going to leave Bianco and come back later. But now we're up to Bianca Hills episode 5, which is the PD Piranha fight, and this is the first major instance of RNG, so it can be a run killer, you know, for people who are grinding for top times. PD flies around to different spots of the map. You got to knock him down, and where he moves is just random, and you can get a really fast pattern or one that makes you lose up to 50 seconds.
Sometimes he's just flying around, just doing his own thing, just in his own time, just not in a rush.
Okay, so I've woken him up, so I just use this time to like get a life here and then clean up some of the goop. Because I have to wait for him to come. So let's have a look. This is a good first spot. Okay, so this is the start of what could be the second best pattern, where he sort of goes in like a straight line after this. So when his first spot is there, he's guaranteed to go over here, so that's not much distance for him to travel, and then we'll talk about the third spot soon. Keeping an eye on my water as well. So here he's throwing tornadoes. That is also random, so sometimes he just opens his mouth straight away, allowing us to fill it with water, but he'll also sometimes throw a tornado and then we lose time. Okay, so now for this third spot, ideally he just goes straight forward here. Yes, he does. Okay, so we actually got the second best RNG. So after all those mistakes sort of at the beginning, we're kind of carried a little bit, but can't complain. Let's see if we get a tornado. Yeah, so we got 3 tornadoes there. But yeah, so
we love some good marathon RNG.
Absolutely. So all done with PD there then. And now just stand where the shine is to spawn, and we just collect it fast. So it's about here. Just prepare a ground pound. Hopefully I was in the right spot. Yes. Okay, so now that we have 5 shines, we're going to get another Plaza cutscene playing, and this one's for Gelato Beach. So we still have 2 shines to collect in Bianca, episode 6 and 7, but what we're actually going to do is go and open Gelato and then return to Bianca later. It saves a very little amount of time to do so, but all adds up. So Gelato Beach is like next, and pretty infamous trick in Mario Sunshine is the Gelato Beach skip, which allows us to save, I'm sure it's up to 20 minutes, maybe 15, because the episode 8 shine is already present in episode 1, so we can collect it early, and then go back to episode 7, which fulfills our requirements for unlocking Corona Mountain. So we aren't really going to be in Gelato for long. So yeah, up next will be Gelato Beach Skip. Bit of a run killer. You get multiple attempts at sort of performing it, but it's can lose a bit of time, and it's quite a heavy reset point as well. So we'll see how I go. It involves throwing a coconut into a roof and then clipping into a hut. Okay, so I was meant to grab the ledge of the roof there. Didn't do it again. One moment. Okay. Not ideal. I'm not grabbing the roof. Alright. Okay, so this is quite a bit of a time loss. There we are. Okay, there we are, finally. So, trust me, that's still faster than, you know, doing the whole of Gelato. So, it is what it is. But that's normally a reset point. So, but with collecting the episode 8 shine, we can now just go straight to do Gelato 7, and then we'll be finished with Gelato Beach.
I think it's about, what, 10 minutes that saves optimally?
Yeah, it's just... It's
There's a lot of things to do on that stage.
yeah,
That,
Gelato Beach. We don't like Gelato. 80% runners really despise it.
it's a very infamous trick as well, especially for just how much it saves.
Alright, so that was the first Shadow Mario shine. So all episode 7s involve knocking down Shadow Mario and getting a shine. I tried to do an insta-kill at the beginning, an insta-kill setup at the beginning, but didn't really go to plan, so that was kind of a sloppy backup, but it still works. So yes, now we're finished with Gelato Beach, and next is to go to Pianta. So hopefully I can do a seamless entry there. A bit low. Okay, that's fine. So that's called fetch entry, where you use the invisible wall on the side of like the plaza to go to Pianta Village. For like casual players, you normally need the rocket nozzle to enter Pianta, but yeah, we can just do that and save some time. This is another RNG kind of heavy level. Well, not really. It's like you can lose up to 8 seconds out of your control due to the final chomp, which is you can go down one of 2 paths. He's gone down the good path, so all I have to do is soak him in the water there. We pause and unpause because a text box sort of spawns, and for some reason by pausing and unpausing, the shine just spawns faster, so a little bit of time save. But yeah, so the third chompler going down that path is good RNG. There's the bad RNG known as bad third, where he kind of wraps around the back, and you sort of just have to wait for him to trail along. It's a bit slow, and so yeah, you just lose time. This is the first Piantissimo race of the run, and there's not really much to do, so if there are any donations, this would be probably an appropriate time to look
We
at
do
those.
have a few of those. A little bit early, we had a $50 from Salbo's mum. Thanks for a great speedrun event and love from Salbo's mum. We have a $75 from Marduk. Says, good afternoon, happy to support you all at another event, and good luck, Obun. And a $5 from Aquana. Says, the Sunshine Run is incredible. No way. I like that jump. Thank you all for your support.
Okay, so at the beginning you may have noticed that I spoke to a sign. That is time save in this level. So I'd say recently discovered, maybe like a year and a half ago, if you speak to the sign and then stand with a specific angle, speaking to Piantissimo after the race is over, his text spawns much faster. It saves about 0.2, but it's, you know, time save that you don't have to do much for. So yeah, that's... Yeah.
In a game that gets as optimized, you're happy to take those minor time saves.
Exactly right. All right, now we have Pianta 3. So this is the only non-secret floodless level, and we're going to do a damage boost to try to skip everything. Should be able to get back on the box, that's fine. Alright, got a good backup. Yes, so you have no control. You have a little bit of control over Mario when he's bouncing on the lava like that.
He was not having a good time.
Yeah, so luckily I was sort of angled towards that box, which allowed me to just land back on it. Otherwise, that very well could have been a life lost, which would have meant I need to re-enter the level. So yeah, best case scenario, I suppose. I think that was our 10th shine. So yeah, now we're going to get the pinner cutscene going on. We can't really avoid that at the moment, so we're just going to continue through Pianta Village until episode 7, and that'll be the next world. Okay, so these next few levels, or this level's like, nothing too bad. It has a little bit of RNG with this chomp. He's gone the furthest right direction, which is the worst path. But the difference between the worst and best path is only about a second. Just a little bit of RNG, but it's fine. So we're holding forward, and this allows the chomp to be pushed. And now for the bar, we're going to try chain skip. Oh, okay, bonked off the chain. Normally, you would just make him hop into the bath, which would be fast, but unfortunately screwed that up. So I guess I can start talking about the next shine. So yep, the infamous Chucksters are next. Yeah, Pianta 5 is the other. So much like Bianco 5, Pianta 5 is also just RNG heavy. It's all to do with the Chucksters that throw you across the stage. The one at the very end is on a timer such that if you reach him early, you can get thrown to the shine just straight away, and you save up to like 25 to 30 seconds. If you're a bit too slow to the cycle, or it's a combination of being slow and RNG, but yeah, you can not be there, and you can just lose time trying to build control. But before we get to the stage, I must do Yoshi skip. So normally I need Yoshi to spray off that yellow goop and enter the level, but we can just sort of clip into the tree and enter the loading zone. So now we're into Pianta 5. Bit of a bad angle there, so I'm not going to do the platform skip. He seems to be standing in a good spot. He's not moving, which is good. There we are. Okay, so hopefully not over yet. I get thrown backwards, and there we are. So I did get early cycle there. That was a bit of like RNG getting carried there, because I was a bit slow, but also normally the third Chuckster, it's common to attempt platform skip, where you just, if you get a good enough angle, you can just hold forward and skip the platform. I did the spin jump off entirely. I didn't want to risk a death, so I just decided to land on it, but fortunately he wasn't, didn't go far, so yeah, and that saves a lot. Another heavy reset point for runners. Alright, so into the next level we got Pianta 6. This is one of the most grinded ILs in the game. It's a very fun one. I think an ideal in-game time is about between 212 to 216. But sometimes your flood doesn't cooperate, and these Piantas don't unlock early from the ground. Didn't do that one right.
While you're spraying these people down, mind if I cut in with a quick donation?
Absolutely.
You have a $5 from Aries. It says, "Go Obani, I love you." I swear that's part of the donation content. That's not just me. We do have a 125 anonymous donation. Love all the incredible speedruns so far. Another great event, and thanks for showcasing some great Aussie runners. Thank you so much for your generosity.
Let's now talk to the mayor. So I got a 208 there, not the best. That's fine. Anything above 2 minutes, whatever. Actually, the couple there at the end, so one was still under the goop, so that I would probably argue is a bit of RNG. So at the beginning, you would have seen me do some spam sprays to unlock them, and yeah, the whole purpose of that level is to just get them out of the goop early, because they have like a this period where you can't spray the goop off them, so they need to be unlocked early. Alright, but now about to wrap up Pianta Village. and then head to Pinner Park next. So this is, hopefully I'll attempt the insta-kill for this Shine. Hopefully it goes well. Okay, not quite. How much health does he have? Okay, there we go. So ideally I would have tried to knock him down with the first game spray near to where he was standing, but doesn't cooperate sometimes. But yeah, now we're finished with Pianta finally. Going to Pinner now. But before we enter, so we do have this cutscene that's going on. If I enter the loading zone, then another cutscene will play. We can skip that using a trick called Honey Skip, which I might perform first and then explain. Okay, so I've intentionally lost a life, but I've I have died on the same frame that I enter the cutscene. So that allows me to skip it and spawn on the cannon, which is about I'd say 15 to 20 second time save. So yeah, we do lose a life in the process, but it's worth it.
It's kind of why you picked up some early lives.
Mm-hmm. There'll be another one I can get in Pinner 2, which is not really out of the way, but just for the marathon settings, it's just
better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, good to have them. So this is the Mecha Bowser fight. So I've just exited area because that's going to skip a very long cutscene. So yeah, there's a recurring theme of cutscenes with this game, as you can tell. But yeah, there's like a lore cutscene there about with the Mecha Bowser spawning in. For some reason, if you just exit area as you're entering it, you just skip it. So pretty free time save. Okay, now it's the Mecha Bowser fight. So I didn't get the rocket re-grab. It's possible to, you can spray the rockets early with Flood and allows them to be picked up early. So after I shot the first rocket, I was supposed to do an early re-grab, which was going to allow me to get the 4 shots off early, but unfortunately missed that one. So I'd probably blame water RNG for that one, because I did spam spray, but I didn't pick it up. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see more of that. So yeah, and also another thing about Pinner Park overall is that it's quite a cycle-based world, I would say. So this is quite this world just as a whole is an infamous run killer. Lots of cycles, lots of time loss, difficult backups and things. Doesn't really apply to this one, so Pinner 2 is one of the 2 secret levels. We're going to start with mole skip, so we just do a side flip into the mole and we can enter the loading zone. This secret is not much really going on, but I will try and get the life over by the end there. This is just perfectly timed rollouts, ideally, a bit slow. So this is one of the free shines in Pinner, because the next few, including Pinner 1, are a bit tough. So I hope I get them first try.
They decided to give you a little bit of a freebie before just dumping all of the...
Yeah, so we like Pinner 2, it's not too bad. But then, now we're going to enter Pinner 3. So this is all contingent on one water slide at the beginning. Hopefully I don't drop it, and then that should allow me to get the cycle that I wish. Okay, got the slide. Hopefully the rest goes well. well, doesn't really lose any time. But yeah, that was pretty clean, honestly, besides getting electrocuted there. Luckily, so on the Japanese version of the game, you sort of, if you get electrocuted, you can just continue running, your momentum stays, but on PAL, European, and NTSCU versions, like you would normally bonk, so it's, yeah, a bit lenient on this version. That's something I haven't really explained at all, but yes, I am running on the Japanese version of the game because it does have slightly faster loading times for each time you enter the, you spawn back to the plaza. Although it's a bit of a, I guess nowadays it's unknown whether PAL may actually be faster than the Japanese version, because in some levels you do have some advantages, and in one coming up, for instance, so maybe I'll touch on that. This is Pinafore. This is a shiny nobody really likes. I didn't get lucky with that Snoozer Koopa at the back waking up, so this will be a 2-cycle. Oh, actually, I didn't hit one that was in the sand, so now I have 2 to defeat. But yeah, okay, ideally there you sort of get them all in one cycle, so that all these flowers just run a little animation at the same time, but we'll have a little bit of... Yeah, so we'll do a 2-cycle there. It is what it is. I think for each... so 2-cycle normally loses 10 seconds, and yeah, getting it in one is, yeah, as I said, more ideal. So yeah, but now we've unlocked Yoshi, so this is going to be important for the next shine that I do. I don't go into Pinna 5 now. I will re-enter Pinna 3 and do a trick called Early Yoshi Go Round. So Early Yoshi Go Round allows you to skip the entirety of Pinna 5. You go straight to the Pinna 6 secret, and you go from there. So, but it involves sort of using Yoshi to create platforms that will bypass an invisible barrier. So we're going to see how that goes. So first and foremost, the fruit Yoshi wants is RNG, and we're going to see what he wants. It looks like pineapple. So that's always in the same spot. So I'm going to try and get these stews to follow me while moving this fruit around. I only want one. Okay, I've knocked that very far. Can I grab that? Hello? Oh, you're kidding. Oh, okay, it's never happened before. So I'm going to throw the papaya into the park. I only need one of these stews. I'm going to do a trick called One Stew, where I'm basically, yeah. Okay, the platform might disappear. It did, okay. Okay, so I need to go get another one. What's supposed to happen there is, oh, I've eaten the papaya. This isn't ideal, hang on. What do I do here? Get another one. I need Yoshi to be purple again. Okay, so what happened is I did have 2 stews following me, and when I spawned the platform, they were like inside each other, and that caused... Where is this durian? There should be another durian here. Hope I find it. There it is. Okay, let's eat that and try again. I'm only going to take one with me. Throw this into the park. Go on a purple Yoshi. Have this guy follow me. Become orange and go on this platform. So there we are. So now we basically traverse across this invisible wall, and this merry-go-round is still active, which allows us to enter this is the Pinna 6, episode 6 secret. So yeah, we've completely skipped Pinna 5 and the entrance, Pinna 6 entrance. over the top to the middle. Oh, there we are. I'm glad I made it out of that episode. But yeah, so EYG is just, yeah, I would probably say it's the most difficult shine in the game to do fast. And yeah, like with the stews following you and things, sometimes they don't cooperate and you don't always get the best segment you want. So yeah, but that's also like could have been a soft lock point as well. So yeah. Hopefully smooth sailing from here.
It was a very, very little bit touch and go there, but able to pull through. It's a very tough and very, very specific kind of trick to be doing.
Absolutely. But at least now we can wrap up Pinner. So we're going to defeat Shadow Mario again. Can't be knocked down while he's jumping, so we do the 2 spam sprays to just deplete all his health, and then just 1 tap of the spray nozzle, and then he's defeated. So now we're done with Pinner Park. So we'll go on to Rico next. So this is the world that we unlocked earlier on. So what I did off the cannon there was a trick called a Beyblade. So if Mario's in a spin jump animation but doesn't jump, and he goes down a really steep slope, then he can just sort of retain a bunch of speed. And if you jump from that, you just, you go flying. So we use that to get across to Rico.
A lot of conservation of momentum in this game.
I tried box triple jump there, but alright, so now this is, Rico 1. This is the first Gooper Blooper fight. I'm going to go for a new strat called, I guess just Rico 1 Sumi. So what we do is I land on one of his tentacles, and if all goes well... Oh, not quite. Okay, no, that's fine. All right, so... Oh, never mind. Like, I released too early. Basically, that's a fairly new trick where you can save time by not letting the blooper spin around and basically shoot out another round.
Grouping up the place.
Yeah. So we saved time by doing that. Wasn't optimal because then I missed the release of the nose at the end. But we
got to see at least the idea of it, the concept of it.
Yeah, exactly. So did do it correctly. I just not optimally, but yeah. So we're going to see Gooper Blooper again in episode 5, and some runners actually opt to do that same trick in that episode, but it's significantly harder. At least in my experience, there's heaps of more talented runners than me who can just do it. But, so I'll just do the standard strat when we get to that episode. Yeah, but for the time being, so we're on Rico 2 now. This is quite a fun shine. Normally you would use a blooper to ride into this little tunnel, and then in here you would race on the blooper, but I'll be doing blooperless, where we can essentially skip all of that. And as long as we hit specific checkpoints, which there was one at the back there, and one up here.
Having a good honest race.
Then we should complete it, yeah. And then, ideally sort of have Mario in a spot where we can just land on the shine.
I mean, earlier in the event we had F-Zero, and it was a lot of the same thing. You got to hit these specific checkpoints to let the game know that, hey, I'm still within with the boundaries of this race.
Yeah. definitely in my earlier days of speedrunning, I used to not know where the checkpoints were. And used to sort of just try and eyeball them, and it would be so disappointing when you'd get past the finish line and the time is still going. So you knew you missed one, and at that point you're just stuck. So.
Yeah.
All right, got Rico 3 next. So this is a very short shine. All we're doing one of those Beyblades down that slope, and then just going beneath that big cage in order to just grab this shine. So yeah, one of the shortest segments in the any % run. I mean, that wasn't done perfectly, but it's often quite fast. Got Rico 4 next. This is one of my favorite secrets in the game. I used to hold world record in this level. I don't anymore because now there's some IL exclusive strats which I just don't want to mess with. So, but this is a very movement intense secret. So it's also got a pretty difficult beginning. Ideally I would have done a double jump there. Well, there's another Beyblade. Drop the spin. Okay, that works. We just enter the tower. Okay, dropped a input, so this might turn the cycle a bit, might make the cycle a bit awkward. Should make that. Okay, landed on the green peg cycle, but ideally there, if you go really, really fast, then you can make the red peg cycle, and a really fast in-game time for like IL is like a sub 30, which is just like just basically frame perfect rollouts and jump dives, because that's all that level really is. It's just
cycles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, episode 5 now. So another Goopa Blooper fight. I'll just be doing the standard movement for the fight here. There we are. So his nose or mouth, I don't really know, needs to be pulled back to a certain, like pulled further back in this episode compared to 1. Yeah, so there's like a little visual cue we use, and yeah, that helps. So, because normally you just pull the mouth or nose back all the way until it sort of snaps, but you can actually release it a little bit earlier and save some time. So that's always good. Not perfect because I didn't spray off all the goop on the second round there, but yeah, still fine. Also, I guess the movement like along the scaffolding and things at the beginning there, like that, it's pretty easy to fall down there and get sort of knocked by one of the bloopers that you slide past. They have really janky hitboxes, and sometimes they could just knock you off, and you gotta swim back up.
This is definitely one of those games where it looks simple. Well, it may look hard, but you make it look simple. And yeah, when it all just goes perfectly according to plan, it just looks like a dream.
Exactly. I've got Rico 6 now, so I've got to collect 8 red coins on the water. And we do this using the green blooper because it has the best handling. Hang on a sec, okay. It has the best handling, so... Sorry, now I'm focusing. Okay. Yeah, and so yeah, it makes those sort of turns much easier, and yeah, allows us to get all the points without getting into anything. Because another thing is, while you're on the blooper, if you do run into anything, you just
It is unforgiving.
Yes, you lose a
It's like,
life.
all right, start again.
Yeah, so even like the jump for the 7th coin where the submarine is, like even that's a pretty common one.
You accidentally bonk, you jump a little bit too late, you hit the nose on the sub, and it's like, all right, try again.
Yeah, and you always try to, tap the A button such that you don't go too high, because if you jump just right, then it's a bit more optimal and you save the frames. But yeah, sometimes it's a bit risky. I'm gonna go for Rico 7 insta-kill here. I got it, excellent. I got slow text though, which is annoying. That's a fairly new insta-kill that's sort of been popularized in RTA now. Normally, you can just sort of walk forward and spray with the spray nozzle, and you would just knock him down every time. It's very consistent. But doing that strat, I think it's called the drive-by insta-kill. Yeah, you save about, I want to say 3 seconds. So it's good. And not too difficult in RTA. Alright, so we are finished with Rico now, and so we're going to go back to Bianco to finish the last 2 episodes, episodes 6 and 7. Yep, and so this episode is another pretty difficult secret. It's got some cool movement at the beginning, but then I would like to go for the strat that I am comfortable with in this secret. So we'll get there first. Dropped another B input. Okay, so I might be off cycle, but that's fine. I can try cycle this at the top. So yeah, at the top of this queue, there's a bunch of like flipping platforms, and yeah, depending on how you go at the beginning, you can like make specific cycles. Just because I dropped one rollout, I'm not confident that I would make it, so I'm gonna try some different movement. Yeah, so this is cycleless movement, where you just go across the 2 blue platforms. So a bit safer there, so at least I didn't die. As you know, seen as you're being lifted all the way to that part of the level, it's common to fall and lose a life, and it's quite a big time loss, because you spend all that time just waiting to rise up, basically. Yeah. So now another episode 7, and after this we've only got 2 more worlds, then Corona Mountain. This is another insta-kill I'll go for. Didn't quite get it. Yeah, so the thing with these insta-kills is, I think for basically every shine, there is a method of just knocking him down straight away, and when you do that, it's obviously much faster. You get this issue sometimes where like you'll spam spray the Shadow Mario, but he won't actually take any damage, which is a bit weird. I think that's what happened to me there. But yeah. Anyway, so now we're gonna go on and do Serena Beach. So that cutscene has been playing with Shadow Mario holding the egg. We're going to finally, I guess, encounter, and now, yeah, we're gonna go into Serena Beach. So biting that pineapple with Yoshi, and this is another pretty heavy run killer for lots of any percent runners. It's the Manta Shine. So Manta is it's the worst shine in the game. It's basically a giant manta ray spawns in, and you have to split him into until he's defeated. But how it splits and the pathing is all random, and ideally you want it all like sort of combined together so that each spam spray can just like defeat it all at once. But
this is one of those areas where the spray RNG definitely, you want it to be as kind to you as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the moment they're kind of splitting off, which is not ideal, so I'm going to wait a little bit until they kind of come together. now see if I can break them all down. But yeah, they also bonk into you and things. That one didn't spray. Once they all turn pink, that's how you know you've defeated all the medium-sized ones. So yeah, there was a stray one there. So this is not a very good segment because now they're all spread out really far, but they'll all gravitate towards me, so I really don't lose any time by sort of just like spinning around because they all need to come to me anyway. But yeah, now that they're all close, we just sort of frame them up.
Especially when they're all still grey, they can kind of blend into some of the environments.
Okay, so yeah, that wasn't very good, but we're done with Manta. So yeah, and then I enter YCam and face the sun because just a little optimization where after this hotel spawns back, I'll be facing towards the shine. So yeah, then the rest of Serena it's got some pretty tricky levels. So it's got 2 secrets that I consider, quite difficult. Serena 2 up next has both a annoying secret but also an annoying entry. So I'm going to attempt the boo bounce strat, and if it goes well, then it'll be fast. Otherwise, I may fall down and need to climb up the totem in the middle of the hotel, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay, so I still bounced on the first boo, which is fine, but fortunately just missed one of the wall kicks. And now into quite a difficult secret. Oh, side flip. Oh, damn. Yeah, so actually that bonk there is quite common for me. Yeah, I think I delayed the jump dive a bit. Try some different movement at the beginning here. Okay, I could have dropped that spin there, which would have been very unfortunate, but no, that's a very risky strat there at the end. Yeah, the momentum spin jump off that spinning cog saves a bit of time, but a very common one to sort of drop on with nerves and things. But yeah, I didn't want to not go for it, so I'm glad I got it.
It looks very pretty.
It's cool. Serena 3 next. This is another shine I used to hold world record in. I really like it. You basically use a banana to clip through a wall and avoid traversing the attic with Yoshi. Yeah, we'll see if I do it first try. So, glitchy wall kick there. Great. A bit slow, but yeah. Basically, yeah, we grab a banana and backflip into the glass, and we're able to just sort of clip into where the shine is. Yeah, as I was saying, normally, like in a glitchless run, or you would unlock Yoshi, traverse through the attic. It's a very long episode otherwise. Yep, so now Serena 4. So this has also got quite a big skip. It's a secret shine, so we're going to do a skip for the entry. It's called Casino Skip. So that'll be next. I think I'm too low. Okay, I'll try that again. Should be better. Alright, try that again. There we go, and into the secret.
Good that you get to skip your way in there, because trying to open that naturally or casually, it's an ordeal.
Yep. It's... yeah, it'd just be more RNG to this category. There's a strat at the end of that secret there. It's called double butt slide. So those rotating sort of blocks, for the first one, the first small one, I did what was called a butt slide, where I just sort of walked down, slid, and then timed a spin jump, and that just gives me a bunch of momentum in order to sort of, yeah, just go flying and skip most of the stage. The first one is quite common, and you see that one a lot, but the second one is where, yeah, only like really top advanced runners, you see them go for it, and it's a very pretty significant run killer, especially because we're very deep into the run now, and sometimes, yeah, it can be a drop spin there is, yeah, we'll just ruin the run. We have King Boo now, so this is another major RNG point in the run. Heavy run killer, this one. You can be, ahead of PB going into this level, and then, yeah, it all just really comes down to this. So basically, King Boo and their slots. We want 3 pineapples, just like that. And we then use the pepper to, I guess, deal damage to him. I'll explain the question marks in a bit, but basically, so now that I've gotten that was a fruit cycle the first time, so this is guaranteed to be a non-fruit cycle, meaning I just sort of run beneath and then cancel the cycle. And that could have been an extra cycle, but I got quite lucky, so no extras yet. These bubbles can get a bit annoying, so I'm going to try to get rid of them. So yeah, we only need it damage 3 times. I've done so twice and gotten no extras. This is guaranteed non-fruit. The 4 goes well. This will be... Also, I have the question mark in the middle, so now I know that this is guaranteed to be fruit. So for every fruit cycle where the question mark spawns in the middle, you can just prepare by ground pounding the platforms, because it's guaranteed to be fruit. So that actually went really well. I got no extras, and the fruits were quite good. So nice.
Game being very generous.
Yep.
We love to see.
Well, in hindsight, I got second best PD pattern. I got early cycle, and now 0 extras in.
It's trying to even itself out in some way. It's giving the good and the bad.
But being done with that level is just a relief. So yeah, almost done with Serena, and now we have episode 6, where we just sort of have to clean up all this goop. Now on the PAL version of this game, this level is very lenient, but on the Japanese version it is not. So I need to spam, spray, and clean pretty much like 99% of the goop in order for the level to count as being finished. This is one of those levels where, yeah, people are unsure whether the PAL version may have like an edge on JP, because the time save can be pretty significant. Like, I need to be pretty precise with all the blotches that I'm spraying, whereas in the European versions, it's not really the case. So But anyway, yeah, we got a 223 there. That's pretty good. I'd say anything above a 220 is fine for the Japanese version. Like a really good time would be like a 227. Inkstar, who's the world record holder, he's insane at this level, and I think he has a 230 IL time, which is absurd. Yeah. Shout out to Inkstar, the world record holder. He was also the opener at the most recent Games Done Quick. And a good friend of mine.
And Inkstar is in the chat, is giving their support as well.
So finally, about to wrap up Serena. I'm gonna go for an insta kill. I've been saying this for everyone. I don't think I've gotten any of them. Oh no, I got Rico.
You got one of them.
Okay, got a bonk there. So he's gonna start running. Oh, okay, he was at. Thankfully, he was at no health. I guess the spam spray I did depleted all his health, so that's lucky. But yeah, he can go running up the stairs there and cause a bunch of issues. So thankfully all good there. One more world now, Noki Bay. Noki 1, I really like this shrine. It's got some nice movement. If it goes well, it'll be pretty satisfying, but we'll see. Didn't make that much crowd, that's fine. Alright. It's fine. Nice. I think besides that ledge grab, it was pretty clean. So I do a bit of a blind side flip up that one slope. It's sort of just in my muscle memory now, but it's I've definitely done that side flip and missed the slope completely and fallen down and lost time. So, but I stick with it. So, and it paid off that time, which is cool.
Just putting faith in the muscle memory.
Exactly. A lot of the shrines actually in Noki have quite cool movement. So Noki 2's next. Similar to Noki 1, if it goes well, like it'll just look really cool. Oh, angle's a bit scuffed there. So we use a spring to clip and sort of just get to where the shine here is. Yeah, so I guess I sort of see this shine more as like the movement and the IL and thing, but I guess, yeah, for the casual player, it's like there's another Goopa Blooper fight in Noki, so you would normally need to like traverse to the top of this big hill and then do another Goopa Blooper fight, and then that whole ruins at the bottom opens up. But we can just use a spring and sort of like clip through a wall and reach it anyway, so prefer that.
I'm hearing the speed of you mashing that. It is incredible.
Yeah, there's mashing is a big component in this game. For those sorts of like, mainly the text boxes. Okay, 8 red coins in the bottle, pretty chill level. The route has always been that. But this next level, so is the eel fight, and I'd say, yeah, quite recently, top runners have implemented the 7-tooth strat for eel. So for the longest time, well, the eel's got 8 teeth, and basically in the first cycle, for the longest time we were cleaning off 6 teeth, and then making them sink, and then, you know, so and so. But yeah, top runners have found a way to sort of make 7-tooth viable in RTA. So with the right setup, it's not the most difficult, so I'm going to attempt it and see how I go. This is just Mario falling down. You can't really do much here. But what I will do is wait for a bubble to appear. They will appear in the same spot. And I will knock into it to sort of regain some health that I'm losing as I fall down. So I want to watch which direction it spins. This way.
Just a reminder to check in with your dentist regularly.
Looking good? Yes, we got 7 tooth, so yeah, nice. I did have to hover a little bit into the final tooth there. Normally, like if you I guess have the correct height, then you don't have to. But yeah, so that's a new strat in my arsenal. It's a very interesting one because you can go too fast, and the 7th tooth isn't actually cleanable, and then there's going too slow, which is just going too slow, and it won't be cleanable anyway. So it is like, yeah, it's very strange. I haven't actually fully wrapped my head around it, but with enough just practice.
How much is that strat saving over the previous strats?
About 4 seconds. Yeah, to do 7 tooth over 6.
Again, every second counts.
I'd say it's probably one of the most recent significant time saves. Granted, yeah, it's quite difficult, but yeah, 4 seconds in a run, very optimized, is, yeah, people will definitely gravitate for that. I don't know if there's any donations or anything, any announcements to read out, but I'm just doing the Piantissimo again, talking to a sign, so
not a problem.
Not much here.
We do have a $15 from Beanbag. It says Urbani is Australia's best speedrunner confirmed. And I do want to quickly mention that in the game coming up next, Chicory, A Colourful Tale, Colourful Fate, Tail, that's the word, it's on the screen. There is a donation incentive to name the character with the question, what is your favorite food? Currently in the lead is Burger with 125, with Vegemite behind that at 55. But if you would like to donate to upset that balance with a food of your choice, feel free to leave a comment in your donation and we can put that money towards that.
Thank you to Beanbag, by the way, for that donation. All right, Noki 6 is next, and for the secret, I'm going to attempt probably the most advanced strat called Galapagos. It's all to do with the ending, so I will probably stay very quiet during it, but it, yeah, hopefully it's something that I can get. So we'll do this ropes entry first. Oh. Okay, a little bit not ideal. Oh, all right. There are backups. There we go. Okay, time for the secret. I won't. You know what? I'm probably faster for me to do this. Yeah, because I won't know what cycle I'm on at the top, so I'm just gonna give it one more try. Okay, I won't get the cycle, it's fine. I'll just do normal green cycle. So that wasn't the most advanced strat I was going for, but yeah, it's still fine. And I think it's not really a significant time save. Optimally, I want to say it's about 0.5 or 0.6. It's just very swag, and I hold the community best for that strat.
Just a casual flex.
Final shot of Mario Shine. Let's go for the insta-kill. Didn't quite get it. Knock him down here instead. If you knock Shadow Mario down on that platform he starts on, it's about a 4-second time save. So there are safer sort of, I guess, setups to knock him down. I was speaking to Inkstar recently, actually. I don't go for the sort of basic setup. I prefer that spin jump method. Well, didn't work out for me there, unfortunately, but yeah, to me it's the fastest way to do it if it works. In my PB, I got it at the very end. It was quite clutch, and like you can tell, like it's the second last shine in the game, and sometimes it can be like it can make or break a PB if you get that strat or not. Damn. I think I did my spin jump a bit too early there. I think we should be fine for live, so I'm not too concerned. We're gonna get one here. Fast boat.
We did get a $10 donation from Inkstar. He just says bros forever.
Thank you, Ink. Now we're gonna do, this is the first we're using the rocket nozzle now. Rocket storage, that was all really quick, but yeah, basically, with Mario's sidestep animation, you can store upward momentum with the rocket, and if you store 2, you can just, and sidestep off a sort of like a platform, you can just shoot up into the loading zone. So, yep. Up to the Bowser fight now, and time, we just got a ground pound 5 platforms, and on the 5th one will be time.
Also, as a quick reminder, there was the extra 5 minutes that would usually be added on because we started from the glitch file.
Okay, I've got a limp rocket there. That's very rare. I think when the platform crumbled, it sort of ate my rocket, which is a bit annoying. So we'll try again. That's better. Yeah, so this scoop is all RNG as well.
Particle RNG.
And the last one coming up. And time. I was probably just underestimate with that.
Yeah, it would be about a 119.
Yeah, about a 119.
Mid 119.
Mid to high, yeah. But yeah, now we're finished. So yeah, that was Super Mario Sunshine Any %, no ace. Thank you everybody in the crowd. Thank you everybody probably watching the live stream. That was a lot of fun. Thank you ASO for Australian Speedruns for having me on for the second time to speedrun this game. Not a perfect run, but still happy with it nevertheless. And yeah, just happy to showcase it. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Thank you so very much, Abani, for an incredible Super Mario Sunshine speedrun. It's just a great time, and we appreciate all the support that you're all giving in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us. I have been Geo Phoenix. This is the end of my hosting for this event, but thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Second. There we go. All right, thank you very much for waiting, everybody. We are all set up for our next run. We've got Chicory, A Colourful Tale with Geolubred running. Please, take it away.
Sweet. Hi, folks. This is Chicory. This is a really quick run. It's a beautiful game about being creative and overcoming your imposter syndrome. We're going to see very little of that, though, because this game, or the speedrun, is broken. To start off with, we have got our donation incentive. What's your favorite food? I think I know what the winner's going to be, but do we have a final confirmation there?
We do, despite a last-minute $50 donation from Fuddlebob for Vegemite. That does bring it up to 105, but Burger remains in the lead with $125. So unless... There we go. Do I see any wallets?
Like 5 seconds, 5 seconds. Right,
Burger it is.
Cool, Bergie represent. All right, time starts when I hit confirm. So let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. As I said, this is a really quick run. We are at the moment just having to do some cleaning up. We play a janitor. We do a really good job of cleaning in that we clean all of the colour out of the world. So now we need to fix that. Couple of the big thing that I'm doing throughout is we have a skip cutscene button, which is really useful because screen transitions count as cutscenes. So every time I leave a screen, I am hitting that to try to speed stuff up. And here I'm going to do something called a nope start, which requires a little bit of menuing. It looks like this. Hopefully that worked. Nope, we're going home. Oh, I did that real slow. Okay, we're good. Cool, so we're now out of bounds, and we're going to stay out of bounds for most of the rest of the game. We're going to go up. We picked up some rubbish at the start, which is going to let us buy this plant. Which is going to be really important later because a part of this game is that we have furniture arrangement, which lets us do all sorts of absolute nonsense. Here I'm quitting to title mid-scene transition, which spawns me back in a little bit further than I left, which lets me click back in bounds. I forgot to skip a cutscene there. And I'm going to get a transit pass, which lets me get my camera, which is going to let us do another glitch later in the game. So here we go. I need to get my photo taken. There we go. And now we are going to warp back to a central screen. This is what the Nope Start menu is meant for. So now I'm over here. We're going to put a bed somewhere that you're not meant to put a bed, which is not below this tree. But I'm going to... this mouse is more sensitive than I'm used to. I need to do this mid-scene transition. This might take me a couple of tries. Because I do need to do two button presses in one frame. This is going to let me walk up here. We're now outside the final boss area. And in order to get into that, I'm going to place these pot plants that I bought earlier in a couple of specific positions. 1, 2, and 3. That lets me just walk out of bounds here. Quit out, quit back in, and whoa, wrong button. We're in the final boss area. So, as I said, this speed run, I was a little bit worried when I picked it up because it's a beautiful story. And I was like, I don't want to spoil the story by showing it to people. And the great news is we're not spoiling the story for anyone here. So through this section, we just need to transition screens a few times. You don't have to go quite halfway through the screen in order to count as progressing. So we're going sort of almost a halfway and then doubling back because it's slightly faster. Our main character, whose name is Burger, is getting more scared and trepidatious, and so moving more slowly. And now we have Evil Burger, who attacks us with eyes. I need to paint these. And don't you hate it when your paintbrush gets grabbed by an eye with teeth? Happens to the best of us. All right, now we're sad. So I'm gonna quit to title. And while I do that, I'm going to open my camera menu. This is called camera storage. I'm going to take a photo of the main menu. Now I'm over here. We're out of bounds again. So this screen is the inside of a tent. We haven't been given a tent, much less placed a tent. So when I leave, I'm back outside in the main area. I've still got my bed from earlier. So we're going to use that to clip out of bounds. We're back up here, and now we're going back into that same region before to properly find the final boss. I need to despawn this bed and put it back here. And again, I'm just abusing some furniture placement here to make sure that I stay out of bounds. Oh, no. All right, that's fine. I accidentally picked up the bed, so we're going to... Yeah, don't you hate accidentally picking up a bed? All right, we can fix this. Oh, I hope we can fix this. I think I did it right. Come on. There we go. All right, take 2. Did I leave the plant in the right position? Yes. All right. We need to despawn the bed. We're going to place the bed. We're going to move them. I need to pick up this plant. Great. And we are once again out of bounds. Quit to menu. Go back in. And we are heading into the final boss now. And I say we're heading towards the final boss, but there is an accessibility option in this game to turn off boss fights. So we're going to we have to hit skip boss fight and skip cutscene 3 times, and then that's going to be time. So in the meantime, we've got some music to jam to. Shout out to Lena Rain for doing the music for this game. She's an incredible composer. And yeah, blink and you'll miss it. Time is coming up. After 3 skips. That's 1, 2. We jamming. And time. Cool. I'll keep this short and sweet because I don't want my sign-off to be longer than the run. Thank you very much, everyone, for having me. Been a lot of fun showing off this game. And yeah, thanks for putting on an awesome event.
Thank you for that brilliant run. We are taking a quick break now to get set up. Our next run is going to be Hollow Knight. Please stay around. It's going to be an excellent show. while we are setting up, I would like to take a little bit of time to remind everybody who we are and what we do. We are Australian Speedruns. We run events, speedrunning games to help towards charitable causes. For this event, we are supporting Cure Cancer Australia and their initiative Game On Cancer, looking to fund early career cancer researchers working across all areas of cancer research. Donating will also be putting you in the running for prizes. We have some Steam game bundles available. We also have one more incentive left before the end of the marathon. The Kingdom Hearts incentive to fight Sephiroth at level 1 in Kingdom Hearts 2. We have a while left for that, but it's still $195 off. So please keep that in mind making future donations. And with that, we are ready for our next run. We have Hollow Knight coming up, True Ending, all glitches. Aggie is on the button. Please take it away.
Hi, so this is the Hollow Knight block. Welcome. My name is Vi. This is Aggie, and this is
Kenora.
Yeah, this is Kenora. So you just saw a very broken run. This is another very broken run. This is True Ending all glitches of Hollow Knight. So to start off, we are doing a glitch called main menu storage, and I'm gonna let Aggie go for it when you're ready. Yeah, let's do it.
3, 2, 1, let's do it.
Okay, so there's quite a few things happening right away. Main menu storage is essentially storing a main menu over the top of another menu. So what we're going to do is we're going to start a Godseeker save file at the same time as a normal save file. And what that does is the Godseeker file special game mode that puts you at the end of the game with everything unlocked. So we're going to spawn in the overworld with everything unlocked, with a special caveat that is okay, all good. Yeah, so now that we have everything unlocked, we're going to go left through King's Pass up to Howling Cliffs, which is obviously not where we're supposed to go, and we're going to get a bench right away so that we can do a glitch called Marto Clip. And what that's going to unlock is it's going to unlock two different things, two different glitches, one called bench storage, which is as easy as it sounds, storing a bench, storing the state of sitting on a bench, as well as something called no clip. And no clip is the main movement of the game in all glitches, and basically what it does is it removes gravity, allows the knight to walk through anything. What else have we got? There's a lot of things. We'll talk to it. We'll talk about it as we get to it. But now we're going to load back in. Because we have Sharp Shadow on and we have a little bit of soul, we can scream to get early control and exit, and we're through the wall. Because we have bench storage, we can equip any charm that we want immediately. Oh, wow. Okay.
So this is no clip?
Yeah, so this is no clip. We have no gravity. We are essentially bound by nothing. For that reason, this movement is really, really difficult.
No.
You didn't have Dash Master? No. Yeah, okay.
Let's go again.
But yeah, this movement is really, really difficult. We have no gravity. We have nothing to stop us. If we fall past a transition and we have already used our wings jump... Oh.
We can fix this.
We can fix this,
That's fine.
Yeah, all glitch is a very fickle...
Yes, very fickle beast.
Basically, what we were trying to do is we were in that little bench storage menu that Aggie did, try to equip Dash Master, which lets us dash downwards. You're good. You got this. The Dash Master charm lets us dash downwards, which when we have no gravity and no clip on, is a very good way to be able to get to those transitions where we need to.
But yeah, what happened there is that we accidentally hit the Dartmouth hard save, and that puts us at the bench. And of course, sitting on a bench makes you lose bench storage, which is not what we want. But that's all good. We can make our way back. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of this run is going to be duplicating menus over the top of other menus, and... yeah, so this is what main menu storage is. We're essentially hitting back on the main menu to say, hey, do you want to quit the game? But I don't know the exact technical thing, but essentially we are hitting cancel on 2 consecutive frames, I'm pretty confident. And what that does is, yeah, nice. Okay, so this is a different form of no-clip, where, well, not really. It's a different form of like entering the save file with no-clip. Previously what you saw we did is we opened a Godseeker save and then immediately clicked on the normal save. Here you saw that we selected a save file and then another save file, and what that does is it copies the properties of that save file into the slot of slot 2.
Didn't...
Oh good, we'll try again.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes a while.
It's also very particular because it a lot of these glitches can sometimes also kind of be a little loosely dependent on frame rate as well. So we've actually set the config to be a very specific frame rate to make some of these just a little bit more consistent with what Aggie's used to. It's not wanting to play nice today, right?
Yeah. Would you like to talk a little bit about yes clip, because that's what happened just before?
Yeah, so... Oh, okay. There we go. Basically, we have no clip. The opposite of no clip is yes clip, which means we don't have no clip. So that's what happened there. We entered the save file too late, and because of that, we did not get no clip. That's what yes clip is. We just call it that because we're still entering the save file in a glitched way, but we just don't have the state that is no clip. And there's a lot of like jargon that comes with this game playing glitch. Some of the things that we like to say is, oh, there's a lot of flaw in that roof is one of the things, or flaw in that wall. There we go. So now you'll see that Aggie is falling a lot slower. The other state that we can get while we're in no-clip is something called airwalk, which is where the game thinks that we are on a ground, but actually because we don't abide by the laws of gravity, we need to stand slightly above or slightly below some ground in order to be able to walk around like you normally do. Otherwise, the game treats you as if you are falling. So here we go. We need to get a little bit of essence because we're going to be using some dream gates throughout the run. And oh, there we go. And dream gates cost 1 essence to use. So notably, we are using the duplice route here, and that just refers to the fact that you can duplicate rooms in this game. You can duplicate a room on top of another room, and it's the most complicated glitch in this game by a mile. It's a huge can of worms, and it's super unmarathon safe, so we are just not going to do it. This is duplice true-ending all glitches, so we're effectively going to be clipping everywhere using no clip.
Do we have time for a quick donation?
Yes.
We have $5 from Input Evolution. Me mama! And we have $75 from Kate Latte. Good job, Bergie. I mean, good game, Grubby. I mean, good luck, Aggie!
Yeah, so we need to go around the Umu arena so that Umu doesn't spawn. It's a little bit tricky. Nice.
And even though we didn't beat Umu, Quirrell still shot up here because he's kind of based on the trigger of you being here and interacting with one-on-one. So yeah, we don't really fight most of the bosses in this category, just kind of being able to skip most.
Yes. The only boss that we do have to fight is obviously the Hollow Knight and the Radiance. Unfortunately, as much as we would like to, Black Egg door storage is not a thing. If we could somehow get into the Black Egg without collecting all 3 of the Dreamers, we could go straight to the final boss and we could beat it. But unfortunately, we still have to collect all 3 Dreamers before entering the Black Egg. And because we are in this weird glitchy state, we are able to skip cutscenes, which we normally shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, not on this patch at least.
Yes. So now that we have used a Dream Gate, our no clip has been returned, so now we have yes clip again. And because we have everything, we are able to do a little silly, get under the acid and Dream Gate again. And by interrupting the exiting a Dream Gate transition animation, we're able to get no clip again. So now we're in the wall. And off we go.
I think in particular as well, like, especially with a lot of the storage that we have, things like liquids don't really affect us.
So specifically, if we down dash into liquid with transition storage, we are able to just break. It's sort of like breaking the surface tension, if you think about it like that. And you just like go, and you land on the ground as if you have normal gravity.
This is very U-coded to be planning all of the grubs that you could potentially save within this run.
There is a couple more that we might be able to save. But now we're going to head into the Beast Den Deep Nest so that we can kill Hornet's mum. Sorry. Hera, that's her name. I forgot.
Wait,
I run Silk Song.
Wait, she has a name?
No, I just call them Monoman 1, 2, and 3.
No, that's a different glitch category. That's a different glitch category. Yeah, so with room dupes, if we were to be doing that, you can kind of just duplicate the same dreamer 3 different times.
Because of how room dupes works, it's actually 6.
Yes.
So you kill 6 dreamers at the same time.
Yes, which doesn't open the Black Oak Temple twice.
Oh, maybe it's 8. No, I think it's 8 because it's 2 to the power of 3.
Yeah. But yeah, so the game doesn't really check for which dreamers you've got, it's just whether or not you have 3 of them. But obviously you, in a normal circumstance, only have access to 3 separate ones.
Yes.
But yeah, room dupes make this game very, very silly.
Yeah, so right there we have a glitch called white screen. It's a very weird glitch that happens when you like dream gate too many times or enter dream sequences too many times while you have no clip. And because of that, we do have to quit out once just to remove the white screen. Funnily enough, you can actually move while you have white screen, although you have to do it completely blind, which is just really cool.
Yeah.
So another thing to note about no clip is that if we go upwards through an upwards transition while we have no clip, we will hard lock the game. And when I say hard lock, I mean we have to Alt F4 to quit the game. Yeah. There is no other way to get out. So we have to work very cleverly around this by choosing very strategically when to exit no clip and use yes clip instead.
Interesting.
Don't know what happened there.
I don't know either.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's what this game does.
Yeah, another side effect of going through an upwards transition is you lose the game.
Yeah, you lose. The other thing that you can do is if you have bench storage and you open your inventory, you soft lock the game until you get hit. There's so many different things that you can do, and like as an NMG runner, I started learning all glitches, and I would just try an inventory drop, and then suddenly I would be dead.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, it turns out, we love them to bits, but it turns out a game programmed by like 3 people, it might have a few bugs.
Yes.
Yeah.
3 people that hadn't previously used Unity. Is it because you're duplicating over...
No.
Where are you trying to go?
I'm trying to go to... So, I'm duping file 3. File 3 into 2 into 1.
Oh.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, this game is complicated.
Turns out telling rocks to do math can sometimes have some
dire consequences.
Yes. At least we have grubs to keep us safe.
True. But yeah, truly shoutouts to Team Cherry for making an incredible game. This kind of bug you will absolutely not find in a casual playthrough, so yeah. It's not like it matters very much.
What do you mean? Main menu storage is 100% entirely uncentered?
What? You're telling me that the devs didn't balance their game around the possibility of an all glitches speedrun? That's ridiculous.
There certainly have been some that are been suddenly patched to be a lot less prevalent, because there are still definitely some that can be very accidentally achieved. Like branch storage is a very easy thing to accidentally do sometimes.
On older patches.
On older patches,
yeah,
when you're trying to go fast, especially. Even casually, I had times where an elevator has pushed me through the ground, and then
I am so confused.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
If you're trying to get back to Dartmouth, you could dupe file 2 over.
That's not there.
I am not a glitch wizard, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I just follow what the route tells me to do.
I failed Glitch University, unfortunately.
And all I got was this lousy t-shirt.
All I got was this grub.
Which is pretty good, actually.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
I missed the...
If you are interested, though, this glitch does still exist in Silksong. Fun fact. That's why the game, any percent all glitches can be beaten in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Under 10 minutes.
Under 10, yes.
Yeah, by Mimi. Mimi is amazing.
Shoutouts to Mimi.
Yeah, the Silksong one is especially funny because there's just so many different ways, like so many easy ways to like. That's so weird. To like duplicate rooms where you just drop a bunch of souls from an entirely different room on top of the final boss, and the souls just do infinite damage to the final boss, and it kills it in like 3 hits.
Very
great. Unfortunately, no room duping allowed.
No room duping allowed in this category. This version of the category. Yeah, but because room dupes are so complicated, there's a subset of the community that has opted to basically run glitched without room dupes. I'm one of those people. I don't really like room dupes. I think they're too complicated and they make my brain hurt. So
yeah,
Wait,
it's just not letting you
not,
pick.
I don't know why. I wonder if we quit the game and restart it.
Maybe, yeah, that could help.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check to see if a glitch wizard happens to be in Twitch chat.
Someone who is past Glitch University.
Yes. I'm just gonna pull it up. No.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah.
Because that should just work.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, at the very least, probably one of the 4 times you've done it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I hope you guys like the main menu.
Yeah.
Shout outs
There
to
we
the
go.
void. Shout outs to the abyss.
Do you want to cap the frame rate more, maybe? Am I crazy for suggesting that?
No. I don't think it's on a
Yes,
help.
you can.
Okay.
This has never happened before.
As you would imagine.
No glitch wizards?
I don't think so. But yeah, there's like so many different things that can go wrong with this category, and sometimes you just don't know how to fix it.
Yeah.
This could be any number of different things.
No glitch wizards.
Yeah. LMS, please.
There we go. There we go. Please. Do you think maybe... no, I don't think that would help, actually. Never mind.
The menu that's showing up is not the same.
Would changing to English help?
We can try it.
Okay. So one of the things that actually changes on language here is obviously we have faster text scrolling on Chinese, but because English is a larger language, the buttons are actually larger on the main menu. So changing the language helps me, at least.
Still just...
Do we want to try a backup, like warp to Dartmouth, and then...
I'm not sure if we have debug.
Oh, as in, like, if you copied file 2 over a new slot, and then you would warp to Dartmouth with no clip?
The problem is then we don't have Hera.
Oh, true. No, if you click on file 2 when you have MMS and then click on file 1 and then start a new save, it should work, right?
I'm not sure. If I'm honest. Here we go.
That's fair.
Okay. Can I? It's just not letting me do anything, which is.
These glitches being as fickle as they are, it's sort of if things go if things go wrong in very unexpected ways, it's sort of
it's hard
to know how it's not going right because they're just so complicated.
Could you try changing like from full screen to borderless maybe with that?
Yeah.
Could be a video issue. Full screen up, just turn it off. Yeah, there we go. Maybe try that.
There we go. Yeah.
I think the menu is just disappearing too fast.
The loads might be too good on this computer.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Would lowering the frame rate?
No, that wouldn't change how fast the game loads because that would be dependent on hardware.
Yeah. I've never come across this issue before.
Too good of a computer.
Yeah.
Too good to do glitches. Do we do the Shrek strat? We open a million Chrome tabs?
I don't think
I don't
that would
think we're not anything there. Because it's not the FPS. If it was the FPS was an issue, we could always limit it, but...
Do you want to try duplicating file 2 over file 1 and just see how we go?
Yeah, let's try.
Let's give it a shot.
Alright, need to have a mess again.
Yes.
Sometimes just MMS just wants to, you know, not play ball.
Yeah, because it is frame perfect. And there isn't really a great visual indicator for it either. You just kind of have to... It's vibes based.
As gaming should be.
All gaming.
All gaming should be...
Yeah, so do... Oh, okay. Okay, so we're getting somewhere here, but unfortunately this is going to remove some of our previous progress, but maybe we can do the rest of the movement in the run, and then, yeah, we'll see how we are.
If we
one more cutscene.
We won't have Hera, but if we get Lurian, could we dupe?
We don't know how to. I don't know how to dupe, and you can't dupe Lurian. You'd have to dupe
No,
Monument.
I more mean, could we dupe file 2 into file 1 and have all?
No.
I don't. Genuinely, I don't. Yeah.
You can't merge
Yeah.
files.
Okay. Damn. Game's not that broken.
No.
Just mostly broken.
That's fine. You can go up and under through a transition, and it's fine. Even though you are moving upwards through a transition physically, you are going through a downwards transition. Welcome back to Glitch University.
That's too high.
Is there some wall on this floor?
That is an absurd sentence
there we go.
to hear out loud.
We're good, we're good, we're good.
Is there some flaw in this wall?
Yeah. So this save file should have Monument, correct?
It does not.
Oh, it does not. Okay. Nice. And we can Crystal Dash on the ground if the game thinks that we are on the ground, even if we are not. Marshmallow Peak! We have an emote of the knight's head, like, perfectly peeking up to talk to Quirrell. We call it Marshmallow Peak.
Nope.
Do we have time for some donations? All right, we have $25 from Gioli Bread. I don't think the shade is meant to do that. Please put this towards the Sephiroth incentive. We have $50 from Chili Pepper. High performance PC, derogatory. Sephiroth incentive, please. And we have $170 from Eric Tanaka. Fight Sephiroth at level 1 in KH2. Let's go, Ninten. This fight's going to be hitless, right? And that has completed our incentive with Overkill. That is all of our incentives for this marathon, but please keep the donations coming. We are looking at past $8,000 raised now. I'm sure we can go further.
If enough people donate, I'll press the button again.
If I don't donate, we press it anyway?
Maybe.
But the button fires the good neurons.
True.
And right now, we need the good neurons.
Alright. There's another one right here.
2 for the price of none.
Down we go.
Oh, not quite.
Okay, so now we just have to float through the rest of this room because we did not get airwalk and there is no...
Actually,
there is no floor in that wall.
Close enough.
Yeah.
No, there's a reason for this.
Yeah, going through a transition sideways does immediately put us on the ground, even though we don't abide by the rules of gravity, so we're all good.
Why would we want to follow gravity? We're upside down anyway.
I would much rather defy gravity.
True.
So that we could say we are in fact defying gravity.
We might get DMCA'd.
Drat.
Monomon looks a little different, don't you think?
Maybe, yeah.
Curious.
Ah.
Oh boy.
Okay, so we need to go and sit on the bench first, and then we will try this again, and yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Maybe give this one more try, and then, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe can you talk about spell early control?
True. If you have... I really don't know what causes it, but I think it's if you exit the game while you have soul... Yeah. Unfortunate. But yeah, there's another menu that should pop up there so that we can copy the save file on top of another save file on top of another save file, and then it warps us back to the beginning, and then we go and get another Dreamer, and then... Yeah.
But... I would say it's not playing ball. I think the problem is it's playing too much ball and it's too good.
I'm sorry, Nuck. I was not familiar with your game.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, Aggie.
Yeah. I think we might have to call it there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for watching. Stick around for Silk Song.
Thank you, Aggie, once again for a tremendous effort. We really appreciate you being here. All right, we are now ready for our next run. We have Vi running Hollow Knight Silk Song. Please take it away.
All right. Welcome back. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Hollow Knight block. This is Hollow Knight Silk Song. Probably doesn't look like it, but we're going to get started right away. Time starts now. Woo!
So this is the sequel.
Okay. I wasn't sure whether my keyboard was working, and the Windows key is the easiest to test that.
Yeah.
So that's all good. But yeah, this is the long-awaited sequel to Hollow Knight Silk Song. We actually start time on when you load into this scene, but because we're using real time, it doesn't really matter, so that's all good. This is Act 1, Farloom.
Just like Hollow Knight, Chinese is the fastest language, so most of us will not be able to understand a single word that is being said on screen.
I will.
Yeah.
I will.
There's a reason I said most of us.
But yeah, we're gonna get started. Normally we start with a autosave, so that we start with exactly 21 seconds on the clock, but it's fine. We're just basically gonna skip this. And we currently don't have anything, so the fastest way to move is like this. So I'm gonna be jumping as much as I can and pogoing. Notably, if I'm holding down and the direction that I'm moving when I land, I will get stuck. So to avoid that, I'm going to be letting go. Oh, okay. Oops.
You're supposed to keep grabbing the... There you go.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to let go of the platform.
So some new mechanics in this game, you can now mantle, which is pretty cool. It's quite slow, so we don't want to do it where possible, but it does allow us to get to some heights. This is just a scripted cutscene that we basically want to pogo into, because using this specific crest, we go downwards diagonal, so we are able to move a little bit further when we pogo. And because of that, like, forwards momentum that we get, we move a little bit faster when we pogo. So I will note, this game is extremely difficult to speedrun especially. It is extremely punishing, so I will be taking all available safeties to me, and I have some backup saves just in case. That said, I'm gonna try not to die.
You'll do great.
Hopefully. But yeah, we're just gonna keep going. The first area of the game is about like 3 minutes long. It's gonna be about 10 minutes to get dash. And we're gonna do another pogo into this cutscene as well, just so that we minimize the amount of time that we have to walk forward while we are in this like Hornet is sick cutscene. And you definitely don't want to jump in this cutscene. It takes forever. Coming up on the first boss, this is Moss Mother. Or will be Moss Mother.
Yeah, so Hornet controls a lot differently to the Knight. One of the definitely key ways is how she heals. She instead of the Knight taking a portion, she takes basically her whole silk gauge, thread gauge, but instead she heals for 3, which can be quite good, but also at times being able to having to use your entire silk gauge to heal instead of being able to use it for eventual damage spells that we'll get shortly can be a little bit tricky, especially with how many enemies in this game love to do 2 masks of damage.
Oh yeah,
especially early on.
So right there, I did some manipulations to get it to do like specific attacks. So I stood on the right so that it goes to the left, and then it will always go up into the roof, where I can just wail on it from below. And then I stand in this specific spot so that she attacks into the wall. And then what I tried to do is I tried to hit her and then get hit so that I would get carried with it, but I missed the hit. So like lost like half a second maybe, but otherwise pretty good fight.
I think we have a guest.
A friend.
A friend.
Tamiyan. Danny Frank.
Luckily matching in this game is a lot better because you can actually just match any of your ability buttons other than jump and nail, which helps a lot. There's a really long section of just platforming that's really not that interesting, so Nico, if you've got anything, go crazy.
Absolutely. I'll start. We have a $10 donation from Cass. God, I can't wait for this game to come out.
He would.
That's crazy.
I heard that it's because Cass was talking during the development and actually distracted them from being able to finish the development of that game. It's crazy.
Things move at a different pace in Adelaide.
So we're going to do hopefully a little trick here called Beast Fight Pogo. I did bench just in case because this is a mandatory trick for any percent. So we're going to carry up this little guy and we're going to jump at about head height and then Pogo up a little bit too low. It should be fine. I might be able to back it up. I just need you to... This guy is not cooperative with the best of times. There we go.
Yeah, so there's actually quite a few, like, especially with how limited Hornet's mobility is, especially compared to the Knight, especially early on. We utilized a few times being able to kind of manipulate enemies into certain spots, especially flying enemies, to be able to poke off of them at angles that allow us to get to places that we're either not quite meant to get to without skipping certain bosses, or just getting it a little earlier, like here.
We did a little slash there just to destroy the projectile that enemy threw at us. Saves a little bit of time.
The projectile is very notorious for chain hitting over and over again, especially.
Yeah, so we're going to challenge here, which is a new ability, and we're going to go down there, we're going to poker, and
nice. Get the first movement ability. Oh, no, first damage ability.
First damage ability, and only damage ability. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
Claw line kind of counts as both, actually.
Yeah. So this is Silk Spear. This is the only, it's not a spell because we don't have spells in this game, but it's It's
kind of
a
a skill. Yeah.
It's not the only skill that we'll be picking up. It is the only main damaging skill that we will be picking up. Oh, okay, that's fine. And we're going to be exiting this room. So that's what the Silk Spear looks like. And that's going to be our main damage dealer throughout this run, apart from our nail.
It does 2.5 times nail damage?
It does 3 times. 3 times. So my nail damage is currently 5, so we'll do 15. We're going to then upgrade our nail to 9, so we'll do 18. Sorry, 27.
I was going to say.
I cannot do that. This is Belgies. This is the second boss of the run. She's actually a lot more technical than you would think, so I'm going to try and be careful. That's an intentional damage, so I might die, but I'll try my best not to. Okay, that's just unskippable. Okay, that's perfect. I should be able to get a quick kill here.
Nice.
Okay, that's actually way harder than it looks.
Oh yeah.
You have to get the boss to exactly 80 HP and then do a specific combo on it so that it goes into its little like tantrum phase. However, after it does that little pop up from the ground where I did that combo, if you don't kill it, it will go into this really long attack animation where it loses like 15 seconds. So I'm really glad I got that.
Nice.
This is just a little movement segment that we have to get. This is a Silk Heart, which is effectively just gives us a little bit of silk for free whenever we don't have any silk. So we'll like generate on its own, and it just means that it makes some of the skills a little bit easy to use. So we only have to like hit an enemy 3 times in order to use Silk Spear. Can I turn my volume in my ears just up a little bit?
All of it?
No, just like my.
Oh, yep.
My mouth, my voice. Okay, so I don't actually know what is faster for RTA. We use IGT in this, so it removes loads. I think RTA it's faster to not quit out here, but I may be wrong because Hornet takes so long.
She's
to
having
get
a
up here.
snooze.
She's having a nap.
God, I wish that were me. Yeah.
True.
Well, it was just like Cerberus when we
unfortunately, we do not see the Bell Beast again. It's totally fine. We just don't, like, utilize it. It's our fast travel of the game, and we just don't need it. I'm going to bench here just in case. We probably won't need it, but just to be safe. So now we begin probably one of the longest movement sections in the game. It feels longer, especially because we don't have dash yet, but we are on our way to get dash, so the game will speed up a little bit here. Hopefully. The other thing is that the downwards pogo like hitbox is actually really deceptive. It's really easy to accidentally like pogo into spikes like I did there, even though it looks like I was going to do that. You'll probably, well, hopefully you won't see that very much this run, but if I'm being honest, you'll probably see it more in the later sections of the game. We're going to go down here. This is the Marrow, or the famed Forest of Bones for any Silksong truthers out there. But we're leaving the Marrow now. We're going into Deep Docks. We go all the way through Deep Docks.
Don't you mean Farfield? Oh no, yeah, Deep Docks into Farfields. Yeah. I'm ahead of myself. My bad.
And in the next room, we're going to do a little pogo to skip an area. This is called Flintstone Pogo.
Hi Chakra, bye. Okay. Well, I was going to say hi Chakra, bye Chakra, but hi again Chakra.
Okay, we're going to reset that room. I do that pogo to save like a frame, but it's not worth it.
You would.
It's so not worth it. Okay, so we're just going to lure this guy up here. Bonk, donk. Just like that. It's pretty simple. And now we are going over this lava. It doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, it's more like hot coils.
Yeah.
If you stand still for too long, you will take damage. There
doesn't really affect us because we're going to be doing this diving all the time anyway.
There are these little hopper enemies that kind of are illustrating that if you just hop around, then you won't take damage, which is pretty nice. And then once we get the dash, which also lets us sprint, if you are sprinting over those hot coils, you also don't take damage, which is quite nice.
So now we are entering the bottom of Hunter's March. This is an area, it's an optional area, but people don't like it.
Optional for now.
So we're just gonna do this arena because it's required before dash.
And who doesn't love ants? We need that one Ant-Man promo where they're just slapping their knees and going, ants, ants, ants.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh,
okay, that's fine, I guess.
I do also love, like, the ending of any arena fight like that will have that really dramatic slow-mo. And when you're fighting this, like, tiny little ant enemy, and it's just, you're smacking the ant and it just...
Luckily we get a heal here for free when we pick up dash, so it's totally fine. Here we are.
Welcome to... we've been doing the speed pogo up until now, but now welcome to the speed run of this game, now that we can sprint and dash.
Yes, this is Swift Step, and the fastest way to move when you have Swift Step is to jump, down pogo, and then dash again. So it looks like this. So I am pressing in rapid succession ZXC, because that's what my binds are. And now we're going to go and fight one of the main antagonists of this game, Lace. This is Lace 1. She's not too difficult, but I have been on a death streak to her recently, so I'll try and be normal. But it loses like very little time to die to her. Here she is.
Hi, Lace.
Hi, Lace.
She basically taunts us and treats us like we're a lower being. Very arrogant Lace.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I'm sure it has no significance whatsoever.
So I was trying to dunk her into the lava there. If you dunk her into the lava, it actually does a really significant amount of damage to her, but it's really hard to control. So we'll try and dunk her wherever possible, but if not, then we just fight.
How did that parry?
She has weird hitboxes from behind. This should be it.
Nice.
Yeah, cool.
And then we killed her, and we'll never fight her again.
Yeah.
She's definitely not going to fly away. Beans. Why didn't you finish her off?
My bad. So you'll notice that we've been hitting these levers a little bit. These are activating these things called bells. There are 2 different ways to get into Act 3, and we have... Well, there's actually... Okay. There's a lot of different routes to this game.
You mean Act 2?
Yes. There's a lot of different routes to this game.
Get to Act 3.
Sorry. There's a lot of different routes for this game. I'm playing on the latest patch of the game. The boards are split by release patch, which is the first patch that came out when this game came out, and release patch, which is the most recent patch. It changes a couple of things. Notably, it's getting this skill that we're about to get, which is called the Drifter's Cloak. There's like 3 different cloaks in this game, and they're all different. But we have to do a quest for this, so we're just going to talk to this lady. She's called the Seamstress. Pick up this quest. We're going to go kill some enemies for it. But notably, in the release patch of this game, we do not have to do this quest. The game is beatable without the cloak, which was unintentional and therefore patched. However, it makes the game a lot harder. But yeah, there's a couple different ways to get into Act 2. I have chosen to do Bell's route, which is kind of like the generally agreed upon as like...
The loosely more intended way.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is the other route through an area called a sub area called the Mists. It does let you access into the Act 2 main sort of hub in a different way. However, being able to get through the Mists is very heavily RNG, and the more optimized Bell route is like a handful of seconds slower than a perfect RNG Mists, to the point where it's just kind of not worth it to... Nice. It's just kind of not worth it to do the Mist route because of how much RNG that can be that can lose you so much time.
And there's like there's an entire massive document. I cannot stress how big that document is on how the Mist works.
Shout out to Staxis for doing that like day 3, I think. It was crazy.
And like it's really intricate and neat to like talk about and learn, but it's also like...
I can't skip this cutscene, I don't know why I'm...
But the Mist is also just it's filled with some enemies that are less than ideal to interact with, let's say.
They're mean.
And yeah, it can really kind of throw good paces, especially. And the bell route's a little bit slower than like perfect, but also who's perfect.
So we're coming up to a pretty major skip.
And perfect. Yeah, grabs the perfect.
And you know what else? You know
we're
what
trying to
else is
skip
perfect?
this boss, basically. This is 4th chorus.
Hi, 4th chorus.
That's not good.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't have heal.
I don't do the.
Oh, you don't do the heal version? Okay.
Maybe that was a mistake. I need those platforms back, buddy.
Yeah, so this is 4th chorus. We would usually not be fighting.
Okay, gonna quit out so we don't die. This is, I mean, it's not a required trick, but it saves a lot of time even if you fail it. And it's not like particularly difficult. The difficulty is that currently, as far as I'm aware, the rebinding software that we use for this game is broken. And as it turns out, we have to repress some. Oh, that was really close. I'm just gonna lock in and do it. That's not gonna work. That's too low. I'm gonna quit out.
Yeah.
There is another version of this that I can do that is really a lot easier, but it requires full silk. So what I might do is I might just go and get that. And then if I fail it, I can just do the backup.
Yeah, basically what we're trying to do is we're just trying to...
oh, right, it's over there. I'm silly.
Without the full silk, we're just kind of sort of trying to float just enough. And you'll notice as well that the camera doesn't quite move initially until we kind of get past a certain point. And with the heal, we're able to kind of stall in the air a little bit. And there we go. Nice. There we go. Yeah, so the heal lets us stall in the air for just a little bit longer, which just makes that a little bit easier to kind of grab onto that ledge and being able to skip that boss entirely. It's a really cool fight, and like especially the way you can just, I think, kill it straight with damage, but it takes forever.
Yeah.
There's sort of a semi-intended quit kill for it. That's really cool, but it's also just faster just to
get your
jump
Shama
past
ready.
it. Excuse me.
Shama Dink!
Okay. That's not what I heard.
Okay.
No, that's why I was so confused. I was like, Violet, you can't say that.
Shama Dink! Okay. So now we are heading up to Greenlaw. This is sort of like the City of Tears area. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's a little pogo that we can do to save a little bit of time, but it's not mandatory. But yeah, this is what the Drifter's Cloak does. It allows us to float in mid-air, and if there is an upstream, we can catch it and go upwards.
What's upstream?
Not much. What's upstream with you?
Yeah. Notice how she didn't respond to either of us? Well, that's exactly a joke that you would make.
Rage bait.
Is it rage bait if it's accurate?
So this is Crawl Pogo. This is one of the harder tricks in this run just because it requires enemies to like line up perfectly. There's some manipulation for it, but... okay. There is a backup that I can do, and I also benched outside, so it's not too bad. But hopefully... Okay, let's try the backup one time, and then if not, I'll just restart. Back. Come on.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Let's go.
Yeah. Another reason why the Drifter's Cloak is also just quite handy, because it can let you just kind of sit in the air a little bit, and especially when we're trying to get those pogos. You might have also noticed a little bit, as I was trying to mention earlier, when we hit the bells, there's usually like a long cutscene where the bell tolls and dings and goes through all the motions. If we leave the room and come back, it just sort of skips all of that and makes the exit that the bell would open available, as well as the bench that forms from there as well. So it'd be quite handy just to kind of go in and out real quick and save a lot of time there.
Little arena here. One of the main things that you're going to see me doing is like it's called a nail cooldown reset, where if I dash, my nail cooldown resets, and I can do kind of 2 nails in quick succession.
Actually, they're needles.
Okay.
The nail is from the knight in Hollow Knight.
Whatever, buddy.
Buddy me.
But yeah, the main thing that you're going to see me doing is like jump, and then needle, and then...
Thank you.
And then dash, and then needle again. Sort of like that.
I'm a menace. Why do you bring me onto this?
So we're coming up to the next boss called Morwing. I am just going to open this shortcut just in case. It's very inconsequential to open.
And this boss fight can kind of suck.
Yes,
it got nerfed.
It did get nerfed.
Which probably speaks a lot as to how much it used to suck.
But it does contact damage to masks, which sucks. But I'm going to try and lock in. Never mind. Okay,
Basically.
good. We want it to go left, so it will hit this wall, and then I can just kind of wail on it in the corner.
Something as well.
Nope.
I will maybe hold off on saying that until you're done.
I'm just going to heal here.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, those attacks in particular used to do 2 masks of damage, which can really just make this scale, like this fight scale out of proportion, where you get hit by one too many things, and then it just sort of goes from there. Okay.
There we go.
You might have noticed a little bit there. Why we like, one of the reasons especially why we like Morwing being on the left-hand side like that is if the Silk Spear were to hit a wall, it kind of comes back to haunt it really quickly, which lets us kind of
allows us
move again and also be able to use things a lot.
It makes us, to speak in fighting game terms, it makes us actionable a lot faster.
Yeah.
But basically what we can do is if we hit the wall, we can nail again very, very quickly. So it saves a little bit of time if you like kind of bully an enemy up against a wall. Here we are in Shellwood. We're coming up on the next ability in the game, which is called Cling Grip. And that is going to allow us to grab onto walls and climb. I've collected a rosary string there. Normally in the any % run, we don't care about money, like, at all. For this run, I am going to take 1 safety bench that requires 40 rosaries. So that gives us 30, right? Oh,
yeah.
I haven't had that happen before.
Something seemed to be a bit wrong with Belhart.
I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah.
Belhart looked perfectly normal to me.
I mean, they were just hanging around.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, quick little arena here with some stick bugs. A little bit of kind of foreshadowing of what boss might be coming up. But spoiler alert, we might not be fighting that boss.
We are not going to fight that boss because it's slow and it sucks.
It's really slow. And it sucks.
Yeah. Thankfully, this game retains the same style of Hollow Knight where, like, you are able to kind of skip things by pogoing enemies and, like, climbing up walls that you're not supposed to be at yet. The game doesn't really stop you, which is good because that's kind of like in the spirit of Hollow Knight games. Like, you want to explore and you want to be able to, like, skip not out of bounds necessarily, but into areas that you maybe shouldn't be in yet.
The number of people I know, myself and Violet included, that in like the first area of the game went to that left-hand side and we all fought that one like mini boss that took way too long when you expected to have dash.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Yeah, so many people did. Look, if the game didn't want me to get there, then it shouldn't give me a chance to get there.
Exactly.
So we challenge this enemy because challenging actually aggroes enemies towards us. We're going to wait for it to go up just a little bit higher, and then we're going to jump on it, and that skips an entire boss.
Nice. Challenge is also nice because like enemies do kind of react a bit to the noise of you hitting like walls and stuff like that, but challenge actually kind of aggroes things a little bit further than what that like noise radius would be. So it can really.
Okay. We'll do it the long way around. That's a heal skip that we can do that saves a little bit. Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Intended way.
That's fine, I guess. I just don't want to get hit anymore. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna be really careful here.
Okay, we're good. Yeah, certainly one of the downsides of requiring... you're supposed to only get 4 of those.
I just need a little bit.
Okay, okay. Certainly one of the downsides of only being able to get a heal with full silk is that sometimes you just need one or two masks of extra safety, but because it requires your full silk and which will heal all 3, can sort of cause some dire moments where you're just trying to get that last little bit of silk just to heal.
So now that we have the Cling Grip, we are going to go and save Bellheart and obtain the Needlin, which is a required item to beat the game, theoretically. Theoretically, if we found a way to get into Act 2 without using Needlin, we could skip it entirely and just leave Bellheart to be haunted forever, but that would be mean.
Yeah, it's really interesting, because the game actually... Once we kind of enter Act 2, a lot of the Act 2 related moments that involve the Needlin, that force Hornet into like a cutscene with the Needlin, don't actually hard require the Needlin. It will make her use it regardless. But the ways... And you'll just do it even though you don't actually have the Needlin. The problem is that actually entering Act 2 requires you to personally manually use it, which is where the problem lies.
So this is Widow. She's not too difficult, but she's tricky.
Yeah.
And she can kill you very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
One of the things that you'll see me do is that when you dash attack, you go upwards, and you can do that to attack twice very quickly. Oh, okay. That's not very nice, buddy.
You can also kind of... The diagonal bells that they send at you can actually kind of like hit them away, which can be kind of handy. Nice.
Oh, and I have enough to heal. That's beautiful.
The fact that that attack continued was a little rude.
It can, and I should have known that.
Yeah.
She's gonna... Okay.
Oh, yeah. The bells like to bounce around on the walls, and turns out there are some flaws in those walls. And the bells love to be around and be a nuisance.
That's okay. My estimate does provide for some deaths, so I should be okay.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
But yeah, that is a lot of the bosses in this game are very easy to just like autopilot and then, suddenly I'm dead. And it sucks a lot. But luckily this boss is not too far away. We are on a little bit of a cycle here, so I do just have to be careful, and then I can take intentional damage here. And then the good thing about this game is that when you die, when you get back to your regular area, you get full silk again. I'm gonna have to wait to heal because otherwise she'll yell and hit me out of it.
Me when I yell and hit my enemies out of healing. You know, when that happens.
Yeah.
Very regular occurrence.
It happens in the first Sinner fight.
You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, much like Hollow Knight, hit the enemies.
That's not very nice at all.
Hitting enemies, hitting bosses, especially, sort of enough time in quick succession can kind of cause them to stagger, which can be a great opportunity to heal, especially with how much faster these fights are.
Okay, this time I'm fine. Yep, okay.
Silksong is a much faster-paced game, and so finding the right moments to stop dealing damage and to heal is very crucial, especially when so many of these bosses do multiple masks of damage. Is that bell coming back again?
She is always gonna do that crawl. She should be really close. Yeah, there we go.
Not that you would have died from that one. No. You would have had an extra hit, but like, yeah, that was very cinematic
really
death.
Funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the main memes from this game was just like everything just throws a million projectiles at you. It's almost like you're playing a bullet hell. So if you remember that one image of like Willem Dafoe looking up, like really scared, that's basically this entire game. So yeah, now we are done with Widow. We're gonna be in this cutscene again.
Probably a good time for some donations.
Yes. If we could get one quick donation.
Sure thing. One quick donation it is. We have $5 from Input Evolution. Thank you, Team Cherry, for inventing Yuri.
So true.
So true.
It's toxic Yuri, but you know, it's that's
fine.
That platform will grow back. It's fine. No. Okay. Well.
All right. See ya.
Look, I'm fairly sure. I'm fairly sure by the end it will eventually become wholesome.
It's still pretty toxic.
I think true ending, it's pretty wholesome.
Yeah, but like, Lace would be enough of a brat that it's still like a little bit of toxic Yuri.
True. You're so right.
So I have a really long wait here where I just do nothing, but thankfully I came prepared with some entertainment. All right,
Hey.
check this out. All right, check this out. All right, let's see.
Hey, I'll open
Let's
a pocket
see.
at the same time.
All right, nothing. This set has guaranteed hits, so maybe. Okay.
What was it?
That's an SIR.
Oh,
nice. Let's go.
That's an SAR, Steven's Metagross. That's
Thank
awesome.
you, Steven. Shout outs to Steven and his Metagross.
That's crazy. I don't have a sleeve on me. Good bit.
Yeah, that's
good
sick.
bit. Anyone want a Japanese Lily's Clefairy EX?
Yo, yes.
Sure. Oh, and a Lightning Hollow.
Iron Trouble. Anyway, so back to Silksong.
Back to Silksong.
So now we've saved Bellheart. And honestly, one of the nicest things about saving Bellheart is we get a free needle upgrade.
Yes.
First one's free.
The Bellheart citizens are so grateful for us saving them that they're like, it's on the house, buddy.
No,
but yeah.
the house you get later.
True.
You do actually also get a house in Bellheart.
Yes.
After enough side quests completed.
Cherry has realized that Silksong is actually about fulfilling the dreams of millennials everywhere, which is owning a house.
Woo! very muted woos for owning a house, as it should be.
So we're going to go into Bellheart here. Because this text appears, we are unable to interact with anything, so opening the menu and closing it really quickly actually gets rid of that text, which is really, really nice. Good thing about being on latest patch, you can skip that cutscene. Can't normally do that. Take that, release patch runners.
The one cutscene?
Yeah, it's literally one cutscene and then it saves like 4 minutes. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to backtrack through Shellwood here because the next area that we need to get to is the Blasted Steps, and that is at the very top left of Shellwood. So if you remember Hollow Knight, you'll know that a lot of it is about traversing downwards. Thematically, Silksong is about traversing upwards, so I guess the next game will be about going sideways. Congratulations to Team Cherry for inventing the 4th dimension.
Actually, no. It'll be traveling forward. It'll be a 3D game where the character actually
Hornet
travels towards
is running towards you
yes.
as fast as she can,
while the knight is running backwards.
Yes.
It'll be a 2-person mandated co-op game where one of you runs backwards and one of you runs forwards at all given moments of time.
So this is the last bell that we need to hit in order to enter Act 2. I am going to sit on this bench just in case, just for that one extra HP, because there are one easy trick and one very difficult trick that I really don't want to have to do again. So I'm going to buy a bench afterwards.
Yeah.
Because it just sucks.
Welcome to the Blasted Speaking of sucks, welcome to the Blasted Steps.
Yes, this area is like a wasteland, and the main gimmick is that there's wind. We're gonna hopefully skip a large area. Hello.
Hi.
Hopefully do a pretty big skip there. Yep, cool. That skips a whole bunch of platforming.
Yeah.
And here we're gonna do another skip just to get up a little higher than we're supposed to by pogoing off this guy. Just like that, and now comes the dreaded wall jump. This wall jump is incredibly precise, and I really don't... Okay, get out of my way, buddy. Please! You have to get a really tight, like, toby jump off of this.
There we go.
No. Okay. So we're trying to grab this little tiny bit of ledge that's right there. The wind is going to help me.
Nice. Shoutouts to wind.
Truly shoutouts to wind.
Unless you have long hair, then I take it back. I do not want to shout out the wind.
Yeah, I hate the wind.
Yep.
But I really don't want to have to do that again if I die, so I'm going to go and get this bench here. Loses about 30 seconds to get, and it costs 40 bucks, which is why I got that rosary shard right there, so I can break it, and then I have 40 bucks.
We could stay a little higher to the bell beast to the left, but that also costs money, and money I don't think we have anymore.
No, we are completely broke. We are flat broke at this point. And we have shoutouts. But it's fine because we do not need any more money for the rest of the run. We're going to poke off this guy so we can get a little higher.
Ding dong.
And we are coming up on one of the gatekeepy bosses of the game. This is Last Judge. It is literally gatekeeping.
And there's some gas that's going to be lit too.
And she is kind of a gold boss.
She's kind of a gold boss, yeah.
I'll be real. So if we didn't hit all 5 bells, these bells would not ring, which would make the run just dead. So thankfully, we're fine. And unfortunately, these guys are not long for this earth. But that's okay. Here we go. Bye-bye.
They maybe or may not be missed.
It's okay, they're taking a nap.
Yeah. Down the bottom of bus steps. Yeah, so once it kind of...
Oh, come on.
Once it sort of phases to phase 2, it starts adding fire to a lot of its attacks, which makes them a lot more deadly and makes the spin a lot more deadly.
I really want her to stagger.
Ah, yeah.
Okay.
That's
fine.
why.
That's why we got the bench.
That's why we got the bench.
So it's all good.
Hi,
Sharma!
Shrama is just a little guy.
So the Last Judge canonically does not attack not sinners, and Sherma makes their way into Act 2. So canonically, Sherma is not a sinner and has not committed any sin.
Yeah.
Which is accurate.
It is accurate.
Oh.
Ow.
That's actually kind of annoying.
Yeah, because a lot of the bosses are like deal contact damage 2 hit, the math actually works out so that now I die in 2 hits instead of 3.
Yeah.
So that sucks, but it's fine because the first phase is kind of a pushover, and I get full soul heal, so should be alright. Come on.
At least now the math checks out that you can heal.
True. I'm gonna heal now.
Yeah, so there's
that attack is really good.
Yeah, there are certain attacks that are a lot more punishing, like a lot more attacks that we can punish, I should say, and a lot others that are not quite as much, but we take what we can get.
I don't like that one.
This one's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh, come on, stop doing that.
The Last Judge just knows that it's a speed run, so they're doing the dashing. Yeah, so in phase 3 here, this spinny attack gets kind of multiple waves, only for the first one, and it tuckers her out. And the future ones don't, thankfully. Just
She
the one.
is like really close to dead.
Nice.
And we stay far away from her because now she explodes and you can absolutely die in those explosions. So we stay as far away as her as possible, and then this door will automatically open if we are close to it.
It's kind of just a nice little side benefit, the fact that she died to the far left, which meant we could just kind of hug the right wall ready for Act 2.
Yes.
And not have to worry about the explosion. That can, and very well, yeah, like the explosion also hits you multiple times. So even if you have more than just 2 masks of health, you can get caught by that and just die from like close to 4 or 5 masks.
Yes, and there are plenty of clips of people online being like, oh, I beat the boss, and then they stand in that explosion and Team Cherry gives like one final haha. But that's not going to be me. That could never be me. That actually didn't happen to me because I'm goated, so it's fine.
I learned way too late in the game that you could smack these with your needle to like move them. I waited until I got double jump to do this puzzle.
I messed up. That's fine. You're normally meant to do this puzzle way later, but we do it to get into an area a little bit earlier than we are intended to, because you're intended to go down a little bit from here. But here we're just going to go right up to the top of the Citadel, because the aim of this game is to get to the very top of the Citadel, and we are going to get there, and the game is going to tell us, hey, you need 3 melodies to enter here, and we're going to go and get those 3 melodies. I forgot where I was going for a second there, but I am going to go and get this safety bench again. This game is very punishing and very hard, and everything does double damage, and it sucks, but it's fine. Coming up on the Cogwork Dancers, which is like a fan favorite boss very quickly, very reminiscent of the Mantis Lords in Hollow Knight.
It's very methodical.
Yes. They play on a melody. Thematically, it's a waltz, but in time signature, it's actually in 4/4. So thanks, Christopher Larkin, I guess.
Do you think he did that just to mess with them?
I think he did that to mess with me specifically.
Welcome back, Liz.
So she's gonna come back.
The return of Toxic Yuri.
She's like, you suck, and then we're like, have you heard of Ligma? And then she runs away.
She's like, you suck, and Horner's like, you're the child of a god. And she's like, yeah, you're right.
She's like, did you know Steve Jobs died of Ligma? So we're gonna use that guy to get up a little higher. We have a lot of climbing to do.
Yeah.
So this is a very long movement section that's very, very tight. So I'm going to try and lock in as much as I can.
Very nice music, though.
Oh, it's
very
gorgeous
atmospheric.
music. I listen to this to go to sleep sometimes. It's really, really nice. Jump over these guys because they spawn and they can hit you. We're on a cycle in this room, so I'm going to try and catch it on that. And then we're going to do some spike pogos, just like this. Too close. Because the pogo, like, physically moves you downwards. Yeah, there we go. That's not the last one. Now we're in the attic, and we're going to dive out of the attic. That's what it's called in my splits. Just pogo out of that. And then there's one more spike pogo that we need to do right here. I held down by accident. That, buddy. That's not nice.
Oh, really?
This is scary.
Yeah.
Come on. I don't know what to do here.
I was really hoping you would
get it. Full soul? Yeah, me too.
Oh!
Okay. That's why we got the bench.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
movement is very tricky and yeah.
What's really cool about this is now that we've done that lace cutscene, enemies will get in our way when they weren't previously. But that's fine because it means we can collect a little bit of soul on the way, which means I can heal. Okay, normally I poker that guy.
Our cocoon will give us full soul. Remember.
Yes, but if I get hit on the way.
Yes, on the way. Yes.
Yeah, there we go. That guy is no longer there, so I have to go up the old-fashioned way. Just like that. And then this guy is always too slow to wake up, so it's fine.
Me.
Get one hit off that guy.
I say when I've had like 2 8 AM starts this week.
That was not very nice of my keyboard.
You can't even blame our tech this time. This is yours.
No, that's why I bring my own, because I'm part of the tech team.
Yes. Anyone could.
Can you... Oh my god, it's stuck on the spikes.
The rosary?
No, look at the dead body. Please.
There we go. Oh.
I'm gonna heal here.
Yeah.
If I can.
And you'll get full back. That's fine.
And there will be a cocoon here. Okay, that's fine-ish. Can you get out of the way? There we go.
Nice.
So there is a quick kill that you can do for the first phase of the boss, but because I am so low on health, I was so low on health, I think I'm just gonna play it safe. This is Clockwork Dances. So they're gonna oh no wait, I can actually do the quick kill, possibly. So they are gonna scream right away. I'll at least be able to get one spear off, which is good. So we're gonna stand here.
Yeah, so it'll be very interesting as well on this boss in particular. While there are two targets, they don't actually share a health pool, or at least like kind of the phases. They have individually a separate set of health bars, and so we want to be really focusing all of our attacks on one of them to make each phase go by as fast as possible. And usually when they do that attack, they kind of go back to where they were. So Pilot will know where.
I think I have lost track.
You're still hitting the right one.
I think so.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
Come on. That's so slow.
Should be soon, I think.
I just don't want to use my soul because I want to heal.
Yeah.
Okay, so now they're going to be out of sync because this is the third and final phase. Not final phase.
Third and final real phase.
Yeah.
The third happy phase.
The third happy phase.
Let's say that.
Yeah.
Oh. They can sometimes just really get in your way.
Nice.
Very good.
So the fight's not technically over. I have seen people die in this phase.
Only in practice. No one saw me do it.
But
it's fine.
Yeah. So now the second dancer no longer has a buddy, and it's really sad and really slow.
And Doom Yowie.
They are actually canonically both men. So
we have Toxic Yowie, Toxic Yuri, and Doom Yowie.
Normally I quit out when my splits split, but I don't have my splits, so I'm just gonna play it a little safe and quit out a little later.
Yeah.
But that's okay. That image means that I definitely got it.
Yeah, you got this.
There's gonna be a cutscene here that I have to do. So this is the elevator to the final boss, and just like Hollow Knight, we have to collect 3 things to open this door. So if there was some way to get interaction storage with this door, we could theoretically skip to the final boss. Without having to do any of this collectathon stuff, but unfortunately we can't. So here's one of the hardest platforming rooms in the game.
But it's accompanied with really cool music.
Oh, it's really cool music.
I love this song so much.
I don't hate it. I don't like it when I'm tilted and I've died like 15 times in my run.
Look, you're valid, but it's still a good song.
It is. There we go.
Yeah, so you might be...
Come on.
You might also notice that kind of Vi will... I believe the correct sequencing is as she's doing the kind of pogo dash.
No, that's not what I meant to do. That's like the #1 thing that you don't do. I'm so stupid.
As she does the sort of pogo dash, she can kind of have enough iframes from, I think, the pogo ending.
The pogo.
To be able to kind of clip through enemies. And so while, it might look kind of sus and might look a little bit like no clip that we might have seen a little bit earlier, it is sort of, it is considered not a major glitch because it is just sort of using iframes where you might not expect to, but it just, fully within the bounds of the game. Quick little arena here. It's not too bad usually, but it can trip you up sometimes.
It can go bad very quickly, like right now.
Yeah, especially these enemies don't die to much more than a Silk Spear. So when they line up in the air quite nicely, it'll be nice. Otherwise, it can be kind of annoying.
The issue is that no enemy in the back half of this game dies to a single Silk Spear.
Yes.
So you have to hit them at least once or twice, and it sucks a lot.
I can't think of this enemy anymore without thinking of the enemy randomizer clip that turned this guy into a tiny little pipsqueak.
Yeah.
And he starts playing like the tiny little bit of his sound effects, so it goes, get!
Shoutouts to Fireball.
Shoutouts to Fireball. So welcome to Library Land. That I forget the actual. Not high. This is not house, obviously.
This is that one area.
Yeah, it's that area.
I'm playing in Chinese.
Yeah, exactly. You said you could read it.
Yeah, but I'm not paying attention.
Okay, well.
This is the Grand Archives.
That's it, yes. See, Library Land. I was close enough.
Yeah, pretty close.
And yeah, so there's quite a lot of things we could do here. And in fact, we do almost none of it. And we will just sort of speed on through right to sort of where the game wants us to kind of go to get one of the 3 melodies. They're very dreamlike melodies.
Yeah, they are.
Opening a little shortcut here and getting at a safety bench because the next boss
is like almost a troll boss.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of built similarly to another boss that was entirely designed to troll people in Hollow Knight called Great Prince Zote. He's built very similarly where he's like theatrical and he's like large and proud. And he really, really likes to troll you and just do the worst attack patterns.
Yeah.
But this is Trubio and he can
Yep. And I will always stand by that Trubio is a theatre kid twink.
Oh, yeah, you have to stand by that?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's like in the game somewhere.
Yeah, it's probably...
Doesn't he write, like, he writes a Doom diary, like...
He does.
Yeah.
The second, the third act of this game, his character development is he listened to a little bit too much MCR.
Yeah. Or maybe not a little bit too much, like way too much.
That's too much MCR.
You're right there.
You see, MCR just became his hyperfixation.
Oh, he's just autistic.
Yeah.
Oh, it makes so much sense. Versus, oh,
come on.
I want to shut up. So
he trapped me there.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue. He has a lot of kind of, like, again, to kind of use other gaming terms a little bit, he has quite a lot of zoning techniques where he will love to kind of block off areas that you can't go, like with this attack or like with the balls that kind of do vertical or horizontal lines, like this one, and sort of preventing you from...
What the hell is this?
Preventing you from moving in certain ways while then doing attacks like that to catch you off guard, and it's a really mean boss at times.
He also has a voice line that sounds like him saying Hawk Tour for some reason. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea, but it's in the game, so. But this guy is voiced by, I think, Matthew Trubio? Yeah. Why am I healing? I'm not... Okay.
Now you're exorcist.
What is this?
Yeah. Welcome to Trivia.
And he's just dancing in the corner. I hate you. This attack sucks.
The fact that the really tiny whirlwinds also hit you for 2 masks is just really rough. Especially when your health math is...
Stop doing that!
Yeah. And they come at really weird angles too sometimes.
I'm like 99% convinced that this boss was designed as a troll.
I thought you were going to say just despite you specifically.
No, this is despite everyone.
Trubio! Nice stagger.
Trying to heal here because he's going to go into the floor no matter what. It's like a really bad spot to be in, but it worked out.
Yeah, you typically don't want to... Nice. You very typically don't want to... And just like the theater kid, he very exaggerates his death. His death.
If you run into this room fast enough, you'll see him raise his head and then realize you're there and then like lie back down again. It's really funny.
So he drops a charm keepsake that we could pick up. We're not going to.
It loses time to pick up and it's not particularly useful either. So
yeah. It's fun in a casual playthrough. Basically, it creates a bit of a damaging aura, similar to the bombs that he was doing in the fight. Every time you were to heal.
which can have its benefits, especially with one of the optional crests in the game, especially. But yeah, it sort of just doesn't really have its use in the any percent run at the very least. Or any run, I don't think, really. Because I think there are just better damaging options in other categories.
Hunter, but
I mean, Hunter just goes for Volt.
Yeah, but you at least get the Witch Crest.
Yeah, fair. So now we're below the Citadel. We're up to get our last movement ability for the run. Not last movement ability in the game. Much similar to Hollow Knight's 80%. We won't be getting the double jump. But we will be getting the Clawline ability, which lets us move horizontally very fast. Also can go towards enemies, so it can be a good gap closing tool in fights, as well as lets us latch onto these rings that are around the world and also pull the chain on them as well to open some doors and whatnot. You'll be fine. You're fine. Just play the game. Don't look at the time.
So there's an arena at the end of this, but we're going to do a little skip to get up there a little faster than having to go all the way around. I'm going to try and lure this enemy nearby so I can... Yeah, nice, he's there. I can farm a little bit of soul off of him.
Nice.
And now he's going to die.
Oh.
Okay, that's...
Yeah, usually those enemies get knocked enough back with the Clawline to not hit you with their explosion, but...
I only hit one of them.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Thankfully, we do, I believe, have a hard save at the Clawline.
We do have a hard save at the Clawline, but the issue is I have no silk, so I have to do the long way.
Yeah.
This actually loses a fair bit of time. Oh! That's fine.
You'll get it back, yeah.
What am I doing? I need to go up there, and then I get the silk back here.
Yeah, so Clawline will take one of the little notches of silk, which is especially handy why the silk cards sort of exist in the game, or certainly one of the reasons why. Kind of always being able to have a minimum amount of silk at all times, kind of forced by the game, means that you can always print Clawline, even if it's a little slowly. There are additional silk cards you can get in the game, but not... We'll get one of them in the run, just by the fact that it's through the story. The third one is optional and won't be gotten in the run. Nice, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's not a very difficult arena, it's just...
Yeah, it can trip you up though. Like most of this game. Because things just deal so much damage.
Exactly.
Like small mistakes can kind of just cascade into bigger ones as well, and then get you hit multiple times. And when those multiple times hit you for 2 masks each, then you only have 5 masks, and it can just snowball. Yeah. Now we have all the movement that we will be getting in the 80%. So Vi will be moving quite...
That's not the movement. Why? I did that in practice too.
Yeah, Vi will be moving quite efficiently throughout the rest of this.
Maybe.
Maybe. Please don't die.
I'll play it safe.
Yeah, that's smart.
I also did this in practice. There we go. I'm just gonna try really hard not to get hit in this section, but if not, it's fine.
Yeah, this is one of... Well, this will lead us to this item that we get, which we can only really access through Trigger and all that. There isn't...
Please leave me alone!
Alright.
Okay, we're fine.
Finishing that thought. There is sort of another way to get to this sort of section of the Citadel, but it involves going through the other route that we mentioned, the Mists. And it's very... It doesn't really save a lot of time. There is a way to skip Trobio himself, but there's a major glitch, so we're not going to do it in this category.
Okay, we're fine now.
Yeah.
There's a bench here, so that's all good. I'm honestly surprised I didn't...
That... Oh, coming into that room was...
Yes.
Sketch.
Sure was.
While we're sitting here learning the melody, I think there would be a good time for a donation or two.
Brilliant, I'd be happy to. So we have $20 from Havra, simply saying, Trobio! And as an Adelaidean, and as Chad has also pointed out, I feel compelled to point out that the voice actor is Matt Trobiani, but you know, you made an effort.
Oops.
When even the donators are saying you made an effort.
Oh no, that was me.
Oh, that was you?
me.
Oh, okay.
Our donors are nice people.
That at least, yeah. It's only our event team that's calling you out.
Thank you, Havra. Havra, the famous host of If You Are the Runner.
So now we're sort of heading back. With the claw line, we can now gain access to the other two melodies. They are both situated in the Citadel. I guess technically one of them is like in Cogware Core, but just it's all connected.
That's not the way to go.
Yeah, so pretty much the main thing that was kind of blocking our path before were those ring-like, I don't want to say ring-like, they're rings on the wall that the claw line lets us grab onto. This one here will kind of activate the door. The one a little bit later on will just let us sort of progress, like traverse throughout the high halls, but that's a little bit later. So this section has some really cool movement that I will, I'm sure, be doing. Kind of being able to skip a lot of sort of how you're intended to, fairly intended to get through the area by utilizing...
Please let me up.
Game, please. There we go.
There we go. Very nice.
That's not the hard part.
Yeah, that's not the hard part, but...
Ah!
Nice. Yeah.
Okay. Luckily, we have the cloak, so I can air stall.
Yeah. Yeah, so okay,
fine.
The cloak lets us, sort of delay ourselves in the air to let that silk heart regenerate our silk to be able to claw line again. There we go. Yeah, so you're sort of expected to sort of ride these rings throughout the whole area here, but that's slow, and we can just kind of utilize the claw line to bounce off all of those cogs. Very nicely done. Uh-oh.
That's fine.
So the sequence, this puzzle here is actually the same every time. So doing the same sort of hits on each lever will cause it to finish the same, and then we can just sort of do that same. We don't want to sit here waiting for it to finish, so we just leave the room, come back, and then we can get the next melody.
Okay. We do have time for another donation here. If you have any, because this is just a long old cutscene.
No other donations to read right now, but I might just let everyone know that we have some prize bundles to give away. Quite a few different Steam bundles, so depending, if you give away at least $10 minimum, then you can get the bundle consisting of Zebulon, A Lost Cat, and Pico Mix, both by Nusan. For $30, you can get either the Supergiant Games bundle with Hades, Hades 2, and Transistor, or alternatively, you could win the Steam Variety bundle, which has RuneQuest Warlords, Hades, and Pico Mix. Finally, if you've donated at least $50, you could get the Ultimate Steam bundle, which has every single one of those games previously listed. So
it's a lot of games.
Yeah, it's a lot of games. So thank you very much to Supergiant Games, Portico Games, and Chaosium. It's always nice being able to give away excellent games to people. More people can get a chance to enjoy these classics.
Absolutely. Yeah, so now we're leaving kind of Cogware Core, and we're going to be heading to...
Hello? Yeah. I pogoed, but that's fine. We get a heart save here, so I just got to do
So we'll
that
be
again.
returning to Cogware Core, and then we'll be proceeding to leave Cogware Core again.
That's not the movement.
And then, yeah, we'll be heading to what I'm sure everyone's favorite part of the game was, the High Halls Arena.
True.
And if you thought it was hard when you had a lot of masks and you had a lot of damage, well, any percent kind of doesn't have a lot of that. So, but Violet will make it look easy, I'm sure.
We'll see.
Violet will make it look easy, I'm sure. Am I right? See? Everyone else agrees.
I'm sorry we don't save any fleas.
There was a route that was found that for a brief moment it was considered a little faster until certain optimizations were found, where instead of kind of traversing manually to Greymore and then fighting Big Bird, Morwing, thank you. We save 5 of the fleas, which then send the flea caravan to where Morwing would be, skipping that boss fight entirely and kind of taking us right to Belheart. But through certain optimizations, ended up not being faster. But it was a bit of a shame to lose out on the fleas.
The run.
This room's really cool.
Whee! Very nice. It's okay. The fleas are with the grubs.
You're so right. And what sound do grubs make?
So I would be literally insane not to bench here. We're going to give this 1 or 2 tries. And then I'll probably load a backup save, if I'm being honest, so that I don't put the marathon a million years behind schedule, but it's fine.
Yeah, so this is a required arena, and is a very notorious one at that. It's easily, I think, the longest in the game. And at the amount of gear you typically have when you access it, it is probably considered the hardest, especially the most endurance test of them all. There are certain arenas that are accompanied by a boss fight at the end, which to some might be a little bit trickier. This one thankfully only has enemies. But some of the enemies you fight in there basically feel like mini boss fights in of themselves. So
yeah, it's no Growl, but it's... Oh.
It's no Growl, it's no Carmelita, but it's still a rough one.
I forgot about Carmelita, actually.
Yeah, Carmelita took me...
Me too.
I funnily enough found Carmelita the easiest, because I just played the Flora's Lava challenge.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so there's a lot of tricky enemies in here as well, especially these guys that love to send these little cockflies at you. Nice.
They are easily my least favorite enemy in the game.
So here is one of these big guys. One of this set mini bosses. One of them, not too bad. Can trip you up sometimes with how fast they can move, and how much area they can cover, especially. Especially that kind of forward slam attack can really catch you off with how much further it looks like it's going to go. One of them, it's just kind of slow and steady, and you'll get there. It's about to get much worse, at least with those guys. Oh. A lot of enemies that also love to parry you as well, which is just especially annoying to have your hits not count for damage either. I will shut up and let you focus for a bit. Nice. Nice. Okay, here comes the last part. There's 2 of these guys now. Jesus. First try.
Guys, we might finish under.
Like I said, you'll make it look easy, right?
Sure.
That is, yeah. No, that it probably like it. Even though she did make that look easy to a degree, like it is still terrifying and looks terrifying and is terrifying, and it is certainly it's certainly the thing I dreaded the most trying to learn this run the first time, and you can fall into certain patterns where just kind of get cascading effects of deaths, and I've seen that split take like upwards of 16 minutes sometimes just to complete it.
Luckily, because I'm at full health, we don't have to quit out here, which actually does save like 15 seconds.
You still gonna grab the bench?
Not the lower bench.
Okay.
There's no point.
Yep.
It actually takes forever to activate.
Yeah.
And we got stuff to do.
We do have stuff to do.
But yeah, the robots are going to be singing for a while here. So we just got some time to chill and relax before probably the hardest like boss in this game. If you don't consider High Halls Arena a boss, I would consider this to be the hardest boss in the game.
Very tricky.
This is Lace 2. She's very fast. She does 2 hits of damage on almost every hit. Not on contact, but she does like double swings, which can double hit you. She's very quick. She's very small, which makes it really difficult. And she loves to hang out in the air. So I'm going to try my best. If not, I do have a backup save again outside of this boss, I think.
No, you do. I remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do.
Yeah.
So we should be okay. That said, this boss is also very easy to chain die to. So I'll just try my best to play it safe while also showing off some of the faster strats for this. But yeah, going up to the cradle now. Got this elevator. It's actually faster the very first time that you do it because you can skip this cutscene and then she doesn't talk to you. But yeah, here we go. I need to jump there. There we go.
Yeah, she also likes to react to... I might actually just let you focus on this one.
Healing here is fine. Oh. She might scream here, so I can heal.
Nice.
Oh. That's really bad. She should scream soon, but she's gonna jump off the edge. Yep. She's gonna combo. Not the parry again. All right.
Maybe it's load credit save.
Yep. Okay. Sorry, Lace 2. We don't have time for that.
You saw most of the fight anyway.
Yeah, you saw most of the fight. I got to the final scream, which is whatever. Then there's like this movement section and blah, blah, blah. Oh no, Lace is dead.
Totally.
She's not.
Woo! Why didn't we just do that from the beginning? It'd be an hour on the rest of it. No, High Halls was fantastic. Be proud of that.
Yeah, I absolutely will be. Here we are coming up to the final boss of the game. She's not actually that difficult. She's kind of just a marathon. What am I doing? That's not the movement.
She does have one of, I think, one of two, 3 mask damage attacks in the game. And it is relatively simple to avoid. Also, that's handy to have.
Yes, yeah. The movement was different because I'd gone up there already.
Yeah.
But
it can be relatively easy to avoid, but if you do get caught by it, obviously 3 masks plus 2, which she will do a lot of 2 mask damage, can catch you dead pretty quickly. Welcome to Grandmother Silk. this is that attack. Yeah, if you get caught by those, you take 3 masks of damage. And it's also a really long attack too, so it can waste a lot of time to sort of get hit by that more than just taking the masks that you would have to heal as well. Thankfully, because she is just so big, you can kind of continue pogoing and attacking off of her body to continue hitting her more. She also doesn't do contact damage, which is quite nice. Okay, so that was a little fake out here, so it's not quite over yet. But entering phase 2. Look, Hornet's just dimming, it's fine. Nice, stagger. I think, oh, okay. Should be it soon, I believe. There we go, nice.
So time will be as soon as this cutscene starts. I just gotta mash bind a whole bunch.
And then nothing bad happens at all.
Nothing bad.
Definitely don't worry about the fact that Hornet is absorbing this silken god power and maybe might be corrupting herself a little bit.
And time.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. HHA was great.
But yeah, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it. This game is really, really cool, but it's really, really hard. If you're interested at all, please join the Discord. But otherwise, stick around for Kingdom Hearts Final Run of the Marathon.
There we go.
Thank you and congratulations. We have $10 donation from the Pizza Doctor on your Oz speedruns. Speedrunners these days are always Silk Day songs. Thank you for waiting, everybody. We have one final run to finish the marathon off. Kingdom Hearts Final Mix by Nintendo. Please take it away.
Alright, hello everybody, I am Nintendo. I'll be doing Kingdom Hearts Beginner Any %, which is just the fastest category, so I call it Any %. And joining me is...
Brian Bruce.
And Ori. Alright, let's get started. 3, 2, 1, go. So we have a 3-minute cutscene to watch at the beginning of the run here. You can actually skip it on the PC version, but I decided to play it on console. And console has a few differences because it's unmodded. So it's a bit more of like a, I guess you could say, genuine experience with the game. Beginner is the easiest category, and the difference between that and Standard and Proud is that you get stat boosts and you take less damage, I believe. So the run is actually really fast because we can kill things really fast. But a lot of the run is going to be fast air combos and good movement. There's a lot of movement in this game, actually.
This game's not really going to feature much in the way of glitches, just generally.
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts tends to be more of an as-intended speed run for the most part. There are a few things here and there, but I think, at least for me, that's sort of what appeals to it, is it's just getting as good at the game because there's so many tools and different things that the game provides you.
Yeah.
Also, this song's a banger.
Yeah. It is a banger.
So it's pretty cool that we actually get to listen to it.
I also prefer the Japanese version.
Me too.
Yeah, so we're playing on the Japanese version because the text is faster, and that actually saves like around a minute throughout the whole game. So it's a pretty big time save, but you just have to memorize the menuing because I can't read Japanese. I think you can read Japanese, right?
I can.
And also you run the PS2?
Yeah, so I am only familiar with the PS2 versions of Kingdom Hearts. They run at 30 FPS.
Yeah.
There's a couple other differences.
Yeah, well mostly, so this game has been re-released a million times.
Yes.
Like I mentioned the PC port. There's also the original ones which are on PS2. In that one you can't skip any cutscenes at all.
Yeah, so there is a category for cutscene remover mod, but
yeah.
The original intended category is watching all of the cutscenes.
Yeah, which makes it doesn't actually have like that much because a lot of games have more cutscenes.
Yeah.
But like it's about 2 hours of cutscenes in the game. But yeah, so they released it originally in Japan, then they released the English version, which had some differences, added super bosses and stuff, and then they released Final Mix, which is one we're playing. And the Final Mix was originally on PS2, then they released it on PS3, then they released it on PS4 on 60 FPS, and that's the one we're playing right now.
We are about to actually play the game.
Yep, starting soon.
About to.
Yes. So there's going to be basically a tutorial section here. It's called Dive to the Heart, and just teaching us how to play the game.
Nice pause for
Yeah, I paused a bit early there. Here we can pick a weapon. We're picking the staff and then dropping the shield because the staff gives you more MP. and we don't need defense. But the MP is really strong because magic is really strong in this game.
Yeah, well, the things we do in this, like choices we make, are going to affect our stats, our abilities, and our experience route. Basically, we're going to make it so that the earliest levels go a lot quicker because we're not going to really stop to grind up to later levels. Like Ninten mentioned about the MP, we're going to have more MP because we picked the staff. And for the most part, I don't think the ability route is too crazy, but you know, it just all works out with the staff.
Yeah, we don't really have to worry about like our ability points and stuff like that, because that is the thing that matters in other categories. What matters most in this one is just really optimizing all the little things throughout the whole game. Like I mentioned, the movement is actually really crucial for getting a good time. The air combos is probably the most important thing. Just doing, like, you can't mash the air combos, you have to time it, because then you can squeeze out every frame possible.
Yeah, you may have noticed when we were fighting those shadows there that ground combos are way slower than air combos, so gonna be trying to do air combos as much as possible.
Yeah, pretty much everywhere.
What's actually crazy is how low he is to the ground when he starts his air combos. That's really hard to do.
Yeah, he's flicking his thumb across the...
That way,
I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I slide my thumb from X to circle. Because actually, so in Japanese version, the circle button is confirmed, which is the case for a lot of games. And I think I find it easier to do air combos that way because I can just slide my thumb between X and circle. But it is really hard to time the inputs because if you do it too early, then you just drop your entire combo, which loses a lot of time, obviously.
That right there was just setting up our experience route, so our journey begins at dawn.
That was a good ground combo. Alright, I don't know what this guy's doing here. That wasn't bad, that was actually pretty good. That can go really bad. So that's like the major reset point in the beginning of the game. Like you'll see a lot of runners will spend literally hours in the first 5 minutes of the game just to optimize that shadow fight.
What we're doing now is these items that we've been given there, there's power boost, defense boost, and AP boosts. These are items that are in your stock from the beginning on beginner mode. Basically, if you choose to never use those, we're basically playing standard mode. They basically just made it standard mode and then gave you items. And that's the difference in difficulties. We have a couple of accessories as well. We get given a ribbon at the start, but that one doesn't really make too much of a difference. It's mainly just the power boosts. Yep. We don't need anything else.
Yep, that was actually a pretty good split.
Yeah, that was really good. The shadows too was crazy.
Yeah, I got it's very luck based what happens there. Actually, it is actually a really cool jump here. I really hope I get it. It's pretty hard though. It's called Saiyan's jump. Shouts to Saiyans. He found his jump a long time ago, and he was like, "Oh, this is task only. It's too hard." And then I was like, "Actually, I don't think it's that bad." So we're gonna try it.
It's the story of a lot of Nintendo's career is taking stuff that's task only and just implementing it.
I didn't miss it. Oh god. I will get it because I need to do this for Saiyans. There.
Yeah. Nice. I did not know you could do that.
We're going to be building a raft. We have to go around and collect all of these materials to build a raft and get off this island.
Yeah. So how far to raft take us?
Despite playing the PS2 version, I don't remember what the next line is in that cutscene.
You know it.
I don't know it.
What? I just like zone out when the cutscenes
Do you know how long it's
are
been
on?
since I've watched the cutscenes of this game?
Fake fans.
I know.
Come on, man. I play Kingdom Hearts 2. I don't play this.
Well, you have run this game.
I have run this game. I do have experience with this game. Yeah, we're just doing some fetch quests. This isn't really indicative of the rest of the game, but like in this tutorial section, it's just is what it is. Pretty lighthearted on the gameplay.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, we're building a raft because they think that there's other worlds to explore, and for some reason they thought building a raft would take them to another world, I guess. I don't really know.
Well, in the lore, they only considered that there's other worlds because Kairi came to them. All of a sudden, she landed through a comet or something. And
Is
then
that what happens? I don't actually
that's
know.
what I actually. It's kind of vague.
I don't think she landed.
I don't know. Well, they talked about there being a meteor shower and then Kairi showed up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
they say.
I don't remember that.
I swear. Somebody, if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Kairi
I'm
came
pretty
down
sure
and
I'm
killed
right.
all the T-Rexes.
Yeah, so basically, I guess that makes sense. We want to sail to Kairi's home. That's like the main.
Yeah, they want to figure out where Kairi came from as well. And she doesn't remember anything about her past world.
Yeah. I don't usually go for this, but I'll just go for this.
Yes.
Task Coconut.
Task Nut.
Unlucky.
Didn't get it. Yeah, you can get basically. Oh,
Ooh.
no, that's bad. You can get a. So we want to get. There's a luck-based section where we need to get coconuts. We need 2 of them, and you can get 1 of them there.
This whole section of the game, while it looks very easy from just a completing it standpoint, is so crazy optimized. You can lose so much time here by just like not optimizing your movement. We don't even have any like movement options yet, but it's super like optimized. The amount of effort that has been put into like just making this split fast.
Yeah. Like it's just a thing where like you optimize your lines and the like jumps. So like I reduce the lag when I land by jumping as soon as I land sometimes. Stuff
Yeah,
like that.
that's a good point. Whenever you land, there's landing lag, so jumping can feel very sluggish.
But you can jump again like frame 1
Yeah.
as soon as you land, so that you can cancel a lag basically that way. And yeah, that's the Riku race, which if you win the race, you can actually win it. If you win it by too much, then you just have to wait at the end there. So you actually can't really save time, but you can go too slow and lose time. But if you're like a runner of this game, you should be able to win the race if you take that route. It's not that bad if you take the zip line.
If you're playing on PAL, it might be a little bit harder.
Yes.
PS2.
But why would you play on PAL?
Because you don't have any other option.
I guess that's a good point. So I'm getting the coconuts now. Pretty bad luck so
Yeah,
far.
this is not very good.
Yeah.
Not your fault.
I'm used to it. I always get bad luck there. For some reason, there's just like they're all coconuts, but only some of them you can grab. I don't really understand. I guess they're like ripe coconuts.
You got to get ripe coconuts, brother.
There's a cool trick right there. You just like touch the water in the air, so you can skip the text box before you land. There's a lot of small optimizations like that. I think there's an FM cutscene.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't hold up the charm in the original.
Yeah.
I can give you all the PS2 facts.
So when I say FM, we mean Final Mix, which is like the remaster.
Think of it like a director's cut, I guess.
Yeah, well, they had to make because they released the English version and added a couple extra bosses, the Japanese players were missing out on those extra bosses, so they released a final mix
Just
version.
add even more stuff.
Yeah, they did.
And then
Which then
America-
they made a lot of changes too.
Yeah.
So then they had to release it again for the English audience.
Yeah, that's why there's a lot of releases of this game. We're finally going to get the Keyblade soon.
Yeah, something really strange is happening now. The premonition that we had earlier seems to be coming true.
Oh, yeah?
You can just jump into that?
Yes.
I'm going to learn so much.
I didn't know that either.
You didn't know that?
No.
No.
What the-
I walked around. I'm slow.
Okay. There's now a door here.
That's very strange.
Yeah. You might even say it's foreshadowing. So we're going to fight Darkseid again here. It's going to be different because it will be starting with his, like, I guess, kind of like a DM attack. Just like a big, strong attack. Now we're going to hit the hands.
You actually want to try and deflect. If you time it right, your combos will deflect these dark balls back into the hands as well, just to get a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, I go for that. I mistimed it a little bit because the timing is pretty tight.
Yeah, that's a hard one to like truly optimize.
Yes, I've watched a lot of Glitch trying to do that fight.
Yeah. I've done the fight a lot. You can save like 2 to 3 seconds, which is a lot in this game. Actually, so my history of this game, I got a 147.59 and I got like the first 147 by like 3 or 4 frames or something. It was such a small margin. And world record before that was a 48.03, I think. So it was like a 4-second world record. That's just how tight the optimization of this game is. Like every second actually counts a lot.
Nice.
But that's for the PC version. Oh yeah, I got Forged Shadows there. It's pretty good.
Normally in this section of the game, you'd be running around Traverse Town while Goofy and Donald sort of chase your tail. But really, all you need to do to progress is kill 5 shadows and then walk into the shop here. And that'll trigger the Leon cutscene and the Leon fight.
Yeah, so you can do that or like follow down a Goofy around, but that's really slow. And Leon can either fireball or jump. Jumping is faster. There we go. That wasn't bad. Some cutscenes you can skip in the white or when it's black. It depends on the cutscene. But they're kind of hard because you either have to go off of like an audio cue or just like time it like mentally.
In PS3, you just set the game to 4x3. And black lines come up the top and bottom when you can skip the cutscene.
Yeah.
Pretty handy.
But the PS3 version is kind of not great.
No, it's not the most optimal anymore. But that was just a fun fact.
Yep. There's an elixir chest you can get there. Elixirs give you back full MP and HP. But we don't need it. The item routing is like super, super tight. I'll be killing soldiers here to get experience.
Yeah, we want to hit a level up right before the next boss, guard armor, because it's a strength increase. So it's pretty much routed it perfectly so that, yeah, we get the level up right as we finish the pre-boss fight, and we just do more damage to the boss that way.
Yeah, it does a lot more damage, actually.
Heaps more.
That's one thing beginner gives you too, is an experience accessory that gives you plus like a percentage of experience. You level up faster. This is not very good.
Normally you really want Donald to help out a lot here. Every fire he does one-shots these soldiers. He just decided not to really help. It's a common theme.
Yeah, it is a common theme. But we're relying on party members a lot in the game. Less so towards the ending. But yeah, throughout the whole game, I mean, I guess even in the ending, they actually do help out quite a bit. More so than the other Cage games. They actually matter the most in this game, I'd say. So I just waited there because guard armor actually isn't vulnerable until that animation's over. And I also had to do some very specific air combos to be able to do damage the whole time, because if you activate certain animations, then he's invincible during it. So that was actually like pretty particular the way I did those combos.
That's the thing with a lot of early game fights. A lot of them look like you were just whacking the boss. But there are so many little finicky things and just like, I guess, knowledge barriers that it's just like you should try and learn these things. Otherwise, you're just not going to be optimal when killing these bosses.
That text box mashing was very quick.
Thanks.
Nintendo's really good at mashing.
Okay. I'm not as good as Sayo.
Yeah, Sayo is pretty good.
He's my nemesis. I'll beat him one day. Oh god.
All right, so in that menu there, we put on a strength increasing item over our ribbon. Strength is more damage, basically. We also put on dodge roll, which will be our main movement. And we stole Goofy's ether because we're going to make way better use of it than he will.
Yep. Just going to the gummy menu here because we'll be doing some... We have to do the gummy ship missions to progress. And it's better to delete most of the ship because then it weighs less, and it's actually a mechanic in the game where if it weighs less, then you go faster in the going mission.
literally all you need to have a valid gummy ship is a cockpit and an engine.
Yep.
So we make the tissue box.
That's literally just a tissue box. And if you look, there's no one inside the cockpit. Look at that. You can see like the chairs. Just no one in there. It's just empty. Crazy.
But yeah, armor adds weight, so our gummy ship is really weak. Luckily that because we're playing on beginner, it takes significantly less damage. On proud, it's actually really scary. That still took half the health.
Yeah.
You probably would have died if you were on proud or something like that.
Oh, you easily would die, yeah.
So some of the later gummy missions can get a bit scary if you're not careful. I don't know if Nintendo plans on adding a gun.
No. So I am very elitist about this. If you don't add the gun, you save like 1 to 2 seconds. And some top runners will add guns. I'm like, just don't get hit in the gummies, and then you don't need to add it.
Yeah, just get good.
Yeah. You save a second in the menuing. It gives you like a bathroom break if you do add a gun, but it's fine. There is a possibility that I can die in a gummy mission because I don't have a gun, but I'm pretty
You're not
consistent.
going to.
Yeah, I shouldn't. Surely not.
This particular gummy mission, you can just sit in the top right corner of it, and you just will not die. You'll take that one hit, you won't die.
Yeah.
All right, our first Disney World, Wonderland.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually a really quick world.
Very short.
There's not a whole lot you actually have to do here. You probably, like, if you play this game as a kid, you remember running around this world, getting very lost and confused. But we'll explain as we go that there's really not much to do in this world.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a theme throughout a lot of the worlds in this game, like Monstro, Tarzan World, Deep Jungle. People getting lost as a kid. This game is kind of confusing. A lot of worlds are built like mazes.
So here we have to go collect evidence that the Heartless are trying to steal the Queen's heart. You know, normally a lot of like casual players will go around the whole world trying to find all 5 boxes to guarantee that you pick the right one. All you need to do to progress is just collect 1 piece of evidence. As long as you collect 1 piece of evidence, you can just go back and say, yep, I'm good.
Okay, that was...
So we get to progress this world really fast without having to go exploring much of it.
Yeah, so on my way to that evidence box, I actually had to hug the wall so that enemies didn't spawn. That's actually a big thing, is not spawning enemies because you can't interact with things if they're on screen. Now the first box, the first box that lands is gonna have the soldier, but they drop like a frame apart. I think it's
a fourth.
4. It's 4.
I thought 4 too, but
yeah,
I
think
saw
it's 4.
That was way more
It's
obvious
harder
than
on
usual
60.
for me.
That looks easy, but it might have been wrong. I mean, it might be 1.
Oh, it was goofy.
It was 1. I think it was the first one.
It looks like 4.
It's really hard to tell. But yeah, they literally drop like 1 frame apart, and the first one that drops is
always
the
has the...
The reason I want that is because it skips the animation of Goofy getting stuck, and that just saves time.
Sometimes you can also get a little lucky with the cards getting distracted by your party members, but there is also the potential that the party members collect money at the end of the fight, and in some versions of the game, the more they do that, the longer the game takes to register your money total updating and ending the fight.
You just
later.
get stuck while they're collecting money.
It's actually just having elements on screen. So like when you get money, it shows it on your screen, and you have to wait for it to disappear. Yeah, it's not as big of an issue on this version. This is like my favorite version. It's pretty similar to the PC version. They're basically the same. But yeah, this is my favorite way to run KH1 because of 60 FPS. It allows you to do air combos and movement a lot faster. So a lot of strats are only possible on 60. But it is actually... Like, the 30 version, like PS2, is actually pretty hard. It's a lot harder.
This is another one of those rooms where we're avoiding spawning Heartless. So just not standing on the bottom floor there.
Yeah, you
because
just can't
we need
touch
to
the floor.
interact with the door to get out, which you can't do if you're in combat.
Yeah, the floor is lava here.
Yep. We will be able to... Well, we have to land on the floor to open the door, but there is a frame before we go red menu where we can interact just like that.
Yeah, and that's a trick I'll be doing a lot. There's a couple places where you want to quickly get to the interaction before enemies spawn, and like you have a few frames to press the triangle button. It's not that strict, but you have to match it.
So this is Trickmaster. A pretty straightforward fight. You just want to do air combos. The hard part about this one is probably just timing your air combos at the height of your jump to try and actually hit him without using the furniture in the room. Because it is possible to reach him, and just moving around the room is just not good. And the more you allow Trickmaster to move around the room, the fight is just going to go worse and worse.
Yeah. That's it for Wonderland.
Yeah, that level's done.
Yeah, that was I was trying to optimize. You can actually get like an extra hit in there, but it's extremely tight. I tried to do it, but it ended up being, it was still fine. I killed him about where you want to. And you can actually, so you can go, if you noticed in the going menu earlier, there's actually 2 routes. You can go with the bottom route, which is Olympus, but you can also entirely skip Olympus, so it's faster to just skip it. We're never going to land there throughout the whole game. And then you just do Wonderland on the way to Deep Jungle here.
Yeah, we're never going to see 2 worlds in this run. Well, I guess technically 3 worlds.
Yeah.
We're never going to see Olympus, Atlantica, hopefully, and 100 Acre Wood.
Yeah.
So sorry, any Winnie the Pooh fans. Aww.
I actually hate that word in this game.
It's really boring.
It's really slow and boring.
I guess technically we'll see all of them at the end, but actually, you see all of them at the end of the game.
Well, we're not gonna. Oh yeah, you're right. You do see it. No, you're totally right, actually.
Do we have some time for some donations?
Yes, we do.
Yep. So we have $5 from Carrie Kathy. Hi, Ninten. Show us a nice run. I got up early, especially for this run to watch. Good luck.
Oh, thank you so much, Kari.
And we also have $40 from Jesus Murphy. And I believe this is an emote that says Bailey and Sato.
Thank you, Jesus.
We also have a $500 donation by Zax. Thank you so much. That just says, yay.
Holy cow. Thank you so much, Zax.
500's awesome. That deserves a clap.
That's amazing. So Zax, actually, I've been speedrunning for 11 years now. And Zax is one of the first followers I've ever gotten on Twitch. So that's really incredible. Thank you, Zax. There's actually a neat thing here where I'm going to wait to start mashing for a split second, because then I can mash the text faster, because the pause between characters talking will be quicker. It's a very weird thing. Basically, there's like a cycle that you have to hit. But yeah, you save like a second or 2 from that.
They're basically fighting. Donald doesn't want to waste time going to this jungle place, but Sora wants to look for his friends Riku and Kairi, so he does really want to land. And they get split up.
Yep.
Lore drop for you.
That fight right there, Sabor, is actually super impressive. Sabor's hitbox is very low to the ground, so landing air combos, particularly the second hit, where Sora does like an upwards diagonal swipe, is really difficult. So that's actually really impressive.
Yeah, there's a thing that I do where I turn off autolock, because it actually makes a lot of things throughout the game easier.
And you can do that?
Yeah, yeah. Did you not know that?
No.
No way, really? That's crazy.
Can you do that?
Yeah. I just turned on, yeah, so.
That's crazy.
Hardly anyone does it, but yeah, it makes a lot of things more consistent anyway. Like, optimally, you could use autolock and probably get the same speed, but it's just way less consistent. And I'll be turning it back on, though, later on. And we're just going through some more dialogue. There's a lot of cutscenes that you can't skip because they're like text cutscenes.
That's going to make Power Wild so much nicer.
It does, yeah.
Oh my god. I'm going to save so much time when I get home.
You knew you could do that, right, Ari?
Auto lock isn't a thing on PS2.
What?
There's no like...
The little yellow like...
There's auto lock.
I think...
That's on PS2.
That's on PS2, yeah.
I just think maybe you don't have the option to turn it off.
I
don't know. Someone fact check that one for us. Get back to us.
I don't know.
You definitely have auto lock. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure.
I think I also turned it off on PS2 as well.
Oh, all right.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I think I'm thinking of the camera settings being manual.
Yeah, that might be something. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think. Yeah. On the PS2 version, you had to move with the O2 and R2.
Yeah.
Which is really bad.
Which is awesome.
Also, it was inverted by default, which is horrendous.
Is how it should be.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just going back and forth.
See, I've just been trying to move the auto lock with L2.
Yeah, you can press L2 to also change it to the closest enemy. So there's actually a lot of things you can control in this game that you might not realize casually. Another thing is if you press triangle, your party members will either come towards you, or if you're locked onto something, then it'll make them attack that whatever you're targeting. So there's things like that that we actually use a lot throughout the game.
We actually use a lot of that at the start of the game and the end of the game. Particularly at the start of the game when Donald's like fire is so strong. Like Donald's fire puts all of these power wilds to one shot. And earlier we would obviously use triangle to try and make Donald attack the soldiers.
Yeah.
Although he just didn't.
I need to get this guy. That should be fine. There we go. I'm actually managing my MP because we have one ether to use, and I want to keep MP for this next part, and then I'll throw the ether afterwards. But it's some improv because sometimes you can use another magic sooner and then just deal with worse fights later on. It just depends on the patterns you get with the power wilds.
That's a cool little movement trick there. Just the fact that you can like dodge roll up the tree. And still be able to like then jump at the height of it.
Yeah.
Gets into the fight quicker.
There's another trick right here that I do.
Oh.
That one's really cool. That's actually way harder on 60 FPS.
Yeah. You just have to like jump as soon as you land because otherwise you fall off.
May I chime in about the lock-on thing?
Yes, please.
So if I found what I think I was supposed to find from a GameFAQs leaderboard, GameFAQs board 11 years ago, cycling targets was once only tied to KH2 FM, not PS2.
Cycling targets. Yeah, that is one thing. That's not what we were talking about, but that is something.
Yeah, that was the only lock-on. That was the only lock-on thing that I could find in relation to KH2 FM.
Because L2 and R2 just did the camera.
Yeah.
That makes a lot
By
of
the way,
sense.
those are really good power wilds.
That was a really good power wilds, actually. The power wild Heartless can just jump all over each of the arenas and just be really annoying.
Yeah. You have to play a lot of neutral with them to only FGC players. Using Firearm Sabor, if I let him do an action here, he's going to go into the woods and lose a lot of time. So I need to make sure I do a finisher there to stun him, and then I beat him. Or her. Yes,
it is. I didn't want to correct you, but...
Well, no, actually, I'm pretty sure in Jiminy's journal in this game it refers to Sabor as a him.
Does it? Right.
But in the actual Disney movie, Sabor is
I didn't know
a
that.
female.
Yes.
That's interesting.
I don't
Thank you.
know. I assume it was a typo, but...
Yeah, whoever was developing this world didn't watch the movie.
Exactly. So there's we do the minigame and then exit because it puts us in this spot where we can just go up really easily.
It just puts us on the other edge of the map there.
And then this weird fruit is...
Yeah. I don't know what the
I don't know what the point of that is, but you just combo it 5 times and it finishes the fight.
Yeah. Because it's like, I guess it's the hearts of the vines that are like keeping her trapped, Jane. So...
What a lot of heart references in this game. It's weird.
That is weird.
E-ooh-ah-ah.
E-ooh-ooh-ah. Not Clayton. That's in that cutscene. We didn't see it though.
So this is not Clayton.
Yeah.
Yeah. This fight is quite challenging in my opinion.
It was actually a hard trick at the
There's
beginning.
a very
there's a particular trick here. You want to combo Clayton right on the edge of this ledge because if you get that second finisher in whilst the Heartless is falling, it skips a whole animation of the Heartless revealing itself, which actually takes a very long time, and the Heartless and Clayton are both immune during that whole thing. So that was an insane fight. That was really good.
Yeah, it was a really good fight.
You have to be so precise with that trick, and you have to be like on point. You cannot wait at all.
There we go.
Third time's a charm.
I usually use my like timer to know when to skip that cutscene. Like my actual live split timer.
Yeah, if you got any audio cues as well, just tell me to shut up. Otherwise, I won't.
It's fine.
I'm a talker. This section is notoriously bad. The camera is horrendous, and that was done perfectly. So that's the real boss of this world.
Yeah, that genuinely that a lot of runners have reset to that because if you can very easily fall. We're skipping a lot of the intended platforming because you can climb vines, but we do like some weird ledge grabs. But if you fall, then you lose like 10 seconds.
And the camera's in the wrong place. You got to readjust it. Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Deep Jungle done. Now we're going to have a bit of a section where we're just heading back to Traverse Town. Bit of downtime, so good time for donations or anything else, I reckon.
Yep, we do have one particular donation from $50 from Saiyans that says, "Good luck to Ninten and all my friends at ASO. Wishing you all a wonderful time. Wish I was there." We wish you were too, Saiyans.
Saiyans is the best. He helped me get set up with running this game. He gave me my PS2s and my copies of the game. And Nintendo actually did give me my 1E copy.
Yeah, but Saiyans also gave me a PS2 and my Cage. I think he gave me a couple Cage ones.
Saiyans also gave me my copy.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Basically, Saiyans is like he really likes the OG versions on PS2. And he made me realize how cool they are because like I never really put much thought into them because they have cutscenes, but they're actually really different and unique. So like it's pretty cool to run them on PS2.
Saiyans actually introduced me to ASM. So if it wasn't for Saiyans, I wouldn't be right here right now. So shout out to Saiyans. It's done heaps for this community.
Saiyans also gave me $1 million. So shout out to Saiyans.
Yeah, one time he let me borrow his Ferrari.
Yeah?
Yeah. If he was here right now, what's the bet he'd be trying to unbox knives in CS during this gummy mission?
Yeah, probably 100%.
He'd get one too.
Probably.
He always gets one.
Yeah, we have to travel back manually because we can't warp yet. Later on we can. But we have to just like manually travel all the way back. Which I think is, I don't know, I think it's kind of cool. That like, it feels more realistic. It's like we're actually traveling the universe.
Yeah, it actually is backwards, the actual gummy map.
Yeah, this route is just the route we took, but they've mirrored the route.
Yeah, the level isn't any different. It's the exact same. We're just going backwards, so.
It's actually pretty cool.
I think it is. I've always thought that the missions look weird, though, because, like, what are these weird rings and, like, blobs?
Yeah, who left all this junk in space?
Yeah. I guess there's a lot of pollution, so maybe it does make sense.
We do have another donation.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
We do also have $10 from Salvo that says, "Thank you to everyone for such an amazing weekend." Thank you, Salvo.
Thank you, Salvo.
Thank you. Yeah, the interesting thing about these combinations, like, actually destroying enemies and stuff in these don't really give you any benefit in the speedrun. They only give you like other gummy parts and stuff like that. And when we don't want any real extra gummy parts on our ship or any other, we don't need any other blueprints. It is just making our way through. We don't really need to do much.
Yeah.
It's a nice way to break up the intensity of the rest of the run.
It is a nice break. And here's a part of the game where movement is extremely important.
Little keyblade swing there to get a little bit of extra height. That's the kind of optimizations we talk about when we're talking about movement in this game. Even just the timing of these dodge rolls. Like, these dodge rolls are just like... you can't just mash them. You actually will just lose plenty of time by mashing them.
Yeah. I think so. Okay, we're good.
Yep. Despawning enemies so that we can interact with this Trinity. We get different colors of Trinities that we can unlock as we move through the game.
Oh yeah, and we don't end up using that many of them. I think we only
No.
use like 3.
Something like that.
Yeah, but a neat fact is that if you play the English version, you can clip in that spot and go to Leon early here before even leaving Traverse Town. But it doesn't allow you to really skip that much. It basically just saves time on movements. And it doesn't make English faster in Japanese. It just saves a bit of time.
Sort of brings the deficit back from about a minute to about 30 seconds, if I remember correctly.
It might. But yeah, like if you want to run on English because you don't have Japanese, then that's totally fair. Like you're not going to lose that much time overall. It's only like the top runners that need to play it on JP.
100%. That's the great thing about like the different versions of this one. Like you don't really need to pick up the specific one because the differences are so minor, at least for 1FM, that it's just like accessibility is really easy, which is good.
Yeah.
I'd say, probably in my opinion, this KH game is probably the easiest one to pick up, but definitely one of the hardest to optimize.
Oh yeah, in my opinion, the world record is definitely one of the most optimized Kingdom Hearts records, like in the whole series.
In your opinion, your world record?
I might have some bias, but I have said that before I had record.
That's true.
No,
like, you're 100% right.
If you look at the amount of runners, this actually has the most runners of the series. Like it has hundreds.
Well, you can even just like, when you think about something like comparing your summer best to what your actual PB is, like the gap is so small for Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah, I think it's like, for me, it's like 2.5 minutes maybe.
Which over a 2-hour game,
yeah,
that's tiny.
Yeah, so
that's crazy.
It's like I was saying before, like a 5-second deficit or like a 1-second time save, stuff like that. It makes a giant difference. If you're going for PB.
This game is at the highest level, like a lot more consistent for the most part than it might initially appear to be.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like there's the luck in this game. There's some parts that are luck based, and they're more so just like coin flips. It's not as much luck where it's like, oh, I got a bad pattern. It's more like I missed like a spawn here, kind of thing. There is a lot of improv though in the early game, especially. Like Power Out was a good example.
Yeah, and just the strongest runners will be the ones that are able to improv in those situations and minimize any sort of time loss.
Yeah.
We just did a save warp to get back to this accessory shop much faster than running there.
Yeah.
So Sid's going to tell us about the bell.
Yes, the bell.
The bell.
When you ring the bell, something happens.
Yeah, something like, I don't remember what he says, to be honest. Something about the bell making a weird noise,
said,
I think.
Yeah, you ring it 3 times and something special might happen.
Yeah. So I think a lot of casual players fought Opposite Armor now, which isn't the boss from the bell. But you don't have to fight him yet. You can wait quite a while before fighting him.
It's actually pretty interesting, the amount of freedom they do give you in this game to be able to just go and sort of choose your way through the worlds. It's not exactly as, I guess, railroaded as it seems with stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I mean you can choose different worlds. Like I could have done Deep Jungle first and then went to Wonderland after, or like I would have to pass by Wonderlands. But you can do worlds in different orders in this game. And so we're getting Simba here, which is actually very useful in a lot of places.
Simba's a very strong summon.
Yeah, we don't use that many summons throughout the game, but Simba is one of the ones we use a lot.
The way summons work in this game is their damage and their duration is based off your MP. However many MP bars you have, currently we have 4, like the more we have, the more damage they do and the longer they last. It's the same with any of your magic in this game. The more MP you have, the more powerful your magic.
Yeah, because it's kind of weird because in a lot of, like in the modern KH games anyway, in other games, like your MP and your magic stat are different, but in this game it's the exact same. Your magic stat is determined by how much MP you have.
Yes. Which is a big reason why we picked the staff at the beginning. That extra 1 MP makes our magic so much stronger.
Yeah, and also The swimming I forgot to mention, but if you hold down the X button, or like the swim button, then you actually swim longer, which we didn't know as the speedrun community. We didn't know that until like last year, or maybe the year before. But that was actually a huge revelation, because it saves time, like a couple of seconds in a few places, where swimming is faster than like jumping on the rocks there, for example.
So pretty much just to finish off the second section of Traverse Town here, we're just going to buy some new parts for our gummy ship to make our gummy missions even faster. We have like a booster and a better engine. And then we're going to be heading off to our next Disney World, which is one of the most painful, which is Agrabah.
Or Agabra, as I like to call it. Because it is actually not that bad in beginner, to be honest. It's more worse in other categories, or like 1E.
It's definitely one of the hardest.
Yeah, it has some of the most difficult and like Pot Centipede, for example.
Probably, I would say punishing is a good word.
Yeah.
It has some of the most punishing bosses in terms of like time loss.
Yeah.
Whereas if you don't know how to optimize it, don't know how to do it correctly, you will just lose so much time.
Yeah, it's like one of the first places where if you don't do the boss strat correctly, they will do other things that lose time. So like, there's a thing called a DM. There aren't that many like cases of this in this game compared to KH2, but a DM is a desperation move. It's a move that a boss does when they're at like low health, and that tends to lose time because they're usually invincible during it. That's like a thing that you have to avoid.
They tend to be big, long animations and stuff, and we just want to avoid those.
Yeah,
as much as possible. Generally, in this game, they're tied to like HP barriers. So, pretty much most of the bosses that do those sorts of things, we know at what HP they're going to start doing that, and then we just make sure we do the boss in a certain way, or like stagger them a certain amount of times to like loop them or persuade them to do different actions than this long drawn-out animation.
Yeah, if you notice in this game, actually, so there's like, basically you can, most of the time you can hit enemies as much as you want, and they don't really do much about it. Like in later KH games, they will retaliate based on how many times you hit them. In this game, they do that still, but it's not as complicated. It's really just like hit them this amount of times and they'll attack back. It doesn't really matter what you hit them with.
It's definitely interesting, though, in this game compared to other Kingdom Hearts games. A lot of like the optimizations in fights is knowing where on the boss to hit it, or how many times to stagger them between your combos. Stuff like that, which is a bit more nuanced than sort of like, okay, if I hit them 5 times, they'll punch me back, so don't hit them 5 times. Or just know how to react to the punch.
Yeah, and also one more thing, I don't have Scan yet. Scan would tell you how much health every enemy has, but we don't equip it until later just because it saves time to not have it on yet. Like, we're minimizing the amount of time I spend in the menu. But you can equip it here if you want to, because you have the AP for it and everything.
But you just know.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It definitely is useful later on, though. So this is another fight that's very improv-based, because where the enemies spawn is random. And I'll try to hit as many as I can with each blizzard.
You also have a couple of different waves spawning at different times. So like, you know, if you kill enemies one at a time, then they'll spawn in one at a time. But if you can wipe out a group of them, then they'll spawn as a group, and then you can chain blizzards to hit multiple. That was actually pretty good.
That was a really good fight,
That was really good.
Yeah, so actually we used to use Simba there. But because Simba does a huge AoE attack that one-shots everything, the issue with Simba is that the animation to summon him, you can't skip, and it takes a long time.
Yeah, it's like the worst blizzard is
probably still faster than
still
Simba.
Like on par with the best Simba kind of. That's the idea.
Yeah. So there's a chance of getting black fungus here, which I just have to leave and come back if I get them. The menu would be red if I get them. Okay, I didn't get it. So we got lucky there. They're not like that common, but they do happen.
All right, so we got to be careful here. We can't chase that enemy down, because down on the floor is a second wave of enemies that'll spawn, and we need to interact with this keyhole up here. So if the enemy stays down there, we really have to sort of goad it into coming back, or just hope that our teammates can go take care of it, because our teammates don't spawn the enemies.
Yeah, that was another floor's lava situation. But it actually ended up going fine because the enemy jumped back up. That was very lucky.
Mm.
And I was just gonna be pot centipede. If I get really unlucky, like it's mostly skill based, but sometimes he breaks apart in the first room, and then I lose a lot of time. But I want him to walk away after I do a couple hits here.
Mm. This boss is really interesting because our different loading zones for the sections of Agrabah have now been combined into one big room. And actually, whichever loading zone you end the fight in, that's the one you spawn in. So now Ninten's going to try and get to the loading zone at the start of Agrabah here to spawn into that to be closer to where he needs to go after.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because it's during the fade out of the fight.
Mm. Can save a lot of time there.
And then this is going to be Tiger Head. So it's another boss that can go really badly if you fall off of the head. But again, thankfully on beginner, it's not too bad. It can happen though.
Mm. This boss just has some weird animations where, like, if you fall off and he starts doing particular animations, you just cannot get back on. And he can just start doing these animations for a long time. And so you'll just be sitting, like, waiting for ages.
It's extremely painful if you miss it.
And that's what we mean earlier when we said, like, they're punishing.
Yeah, also each eye takes 13 hits. Fun fact.
I didn't know that, thank you. On beginner.
That's a cool Kingdom Hearts number.
Yeah, it's an interesting number.
Yeah.
You know what numbers go into 13?
10 and 3?
Yeah.
6, 7.
Don't make this joke again.
6, 7.
I'm disappointed with that one. This is a cool little optimization here. Try and shoot this thing with fire before we land back in the water and cancel the fire animation. Just cool. It just looks cool. It's very hard.
It's fast.
It's not too bad. Yeah, just the movement here to go to Jafar.
This Jafar boss fight is also pretty difficult, and Nintendo's going to try and get him in one cycle, hopefully. So there's a very specific attack.
Yeah. Well, basically, we want...
Good commentary.
So pretty much with Jafar here, he can like turn into a little magical orb where he's invincible and just flies around the room. Generally, he will do this quicker if you only use physical attacks. We persuade him to stay on this platform longer by using magic on him. The magic will get him to put up his magic shield, and then wait.
Nice.
Basically, we're
Good
trying
job.
to one cycle him there, so he never moves the whole fight. That's really hard to do. That's like one of the first big skill gaps, I guess, when trying to get into this game.
Oh, I can skip that cutscene earlier.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
What? Yeah, so also, I just want to mention, in the PC version, that fight is terrible.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad, isn't it?
On PC?
On PS2.
Yeah, it's really bad on PS2. Yeah.
Because he basically just reacts very strangely. It's weird that they actually did combat changes between versions. This fight is just hitting Iago. You can hit Jafar with the blizzards, but you can't really hit him because there's invisible walls and lava.
It's actually the interesting thing about this fight is that Jafar's and Iago's actions are actually manipulated by the way he moves at the start of the way Sora moves at the start of the fight. So by staying in the same position and not moving from his original spot while the first few blizzards are happening, manipulates Jafar to always swing with his hand and for Iago to do that movement pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so now we just need to escape the cave. Oh, dude, don't get hit.
Oh my god.
You meant to be avoiding.
Oh my
the
god,
bomb.
I'm trying to avoid it.
What? So obviously you don't want to like ever die in this game because deaths are like going to be like the longest kind of time losses. In beginner, you take way less damage. So like the fact that he got hit by a few rocks, he only took a tiny bit of damage.
It's not really
That's
going to
fine.
matter.
No.
So hopefully it shouldn't matter. Yeah.
I might have
So as long as you can avoid
We just
it.
okay. You don't want to hit.
Oh my god.
Dude, you tried to avoid it, but you couldn't. Dude,
Dude,
you're about to die. Oh. Just kidding.
That
That was a stupid
That
joke.
was such a dumb bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I decided to
we
run
didn't
it
talk.
anyway.
We didn't talk about that.
No, that
before
wasn't
the
planned.
That was not.
It actually wasn't.
We needed to.
So yeah, there's certain parts in this game where you you can die and it will just progress the game. Most of them are not worth doing in beginner because it takes so long to die. You see them more in standard and proud, but that one, since it is possible to die before the auto scroller actually spits you out of the Cave of Wonders, it's still just better to do it anyway. Saves like 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Agrabah's done.
Agrabah is done. Yes. So we're just going to go over to the world up there, which is going to be Monstro. And on the PS2 version, you could miss Monstro.
Yes.
But on the Final Mix version, he is always there.
I think it's a cool little, like, the idea about the gummy map being, like, more connected than you sort of, like, think about it in terms of, like, game programming. It's like, we selected to go to this warp, and we can just choose to not go into it, and we're now on the road to Monstro. So we don't actually have to move the cursor all the way to select where Monstro would be.
Well, one thing is that, so Monstro can spawn in either direction. So if I went down, Monstro would also spawn down there. So you can't actually avoid entering Monstro on this version.
But for the purposes of the world routing, we want him up the top.
Yeah.
It's actually not that much slower to go to Atlantica.
Is it?
It's actually not that much slower.
Is it not?
No, but I think the fact that you get gravity out of Halloween Town
Yeah, I guess so.
is way more important.
I didn't know that. But basically, I think that you can technically skip Monstro and do Atlantica, right? I remember thinking about this. I think you can.
Well, if you just leave Monstro, you could go back to Atlantica.
Yeah, and then so basically, what's happening now is that there's like, I think we need to do 3 out of 4 worlds in this ring of worlds on the gummy map, and that will unlock Hook Ship. And then we can get Hook Ship. But then the worlds that we do don't need to be certain worlds. You can do any of them, I think.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, this specific world in... Basically, you pick between Halloween Town and Atlantica generally.
Yeah.
I think Monstro is required because of like the Riku cutscenes.
Yes.
I don't think it's required, actually. I'm pretty sure you can skip it.
Really?
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I've never tried to skip Monstro.
I don't know.
It's just, I don't know.
I'm
yeah.
skeptical. Because there's a whole thing with Riku
I know,
coming
but
in and...
the game never made sense.
I think this game makes perfect sense.
No. That's just pure copium right there.
What, you think it doesn't make sense to fly around in a tissue box with a duck and a dog, swinging a key at random Heartless?
Well, you know what's weird is that the dog is like a human dog, but then there's Pluto, which is like a regular dog. I always found that kind of strange.
Alright. This world has some really cool like movement interactions. There's a couple of different ways you can move around this. Like, platforming is way more of a thing in this game as opposed to like other Kingdom Hearts games. What we're doing specifically here is we're jumping across this gap, which is really hard to do without later movement options, and picking up an item there, which is actually a better engine for our gummy ship. So that's going to make our gummy missions really fast. And there's just really cool movement tech of the fact that we can hit the barrels to extend our movement there. But you have to make sure you clear out the enemies and stuff and turn off your auto lock, otherwise you can really just sort of just miss all these finicky things. It's really hard to get right.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool. So the gummy missions, like we're losing time in the normal story gameplay sections to save time in the gummy missions, which is nice because we don't spend as much time in the gummies. And that part right there is pretty fun. I like that. It's kind of a newer trick, actually.
Previously, I think only ever done in like the all worlds category, where you would need to also collect the Dalmatian puppies from that same section.
Yeah. This is a pretty bad fight. Okay.
So that was a bit rough. You know, whenever Sora's doing like air combos as close to the ground as Ninten is, if you mistime the inputs and he touches the ground, you'll generally like cancel your combo. And if you continue to like hit the buttons and mistime them, you'll get into ground combos, which is, as described by Ori earlier, just way slower. There's so much more lag, or like, I guess just ending frames for like more fighting game sort of terminology on those moves. So
yeah.
The idea in Parasite Cage and the upcoming second Parasite Cage is that you want to hit him in the middle of the lower mouth with a finisher, and that will stagger him. If you do it right, you can ride that stagger loop through the entire fight.
Yeah, which we'll be doing. So basically, what you just said mostly applies to this, because we're also just going to be looping him, but it's a lot easier in this fight. It's actually consistent. So now, as long as Don Goofy don't hit the head, then we can loop him this way. So they hit the head, but that's fine. If you hit the orb too many times, then he'll get back up. But if you hit the side, then it prolongs him getting back up.
I didn't know that. That's really cool.
Yeah.
You don't want him to get back up, because the minute he gets back up, he gets way more aggressive.
Yeah, I actually learned that from the PS2 runners. Because that's what they do. That was actually kind of a bad fight because Don Goofy hit it like really, really early. But bad fights are only like plus 5 to 10 seconds. Not a big deal.
No, it's interesting. There's some situations like that with bosses where like you really don't want Donald and Goofy to do specific things. But there's only so much you can do to sort of prevent them from just like their AI just messing with the fights.
Yeah.
That's where like improvisation and stuff comes through as well in this version of the game, or in Kingdom Hearts 1 in particular.
And now we'll be putting on the gummy part that we got.
Yep, putting on the gummy part, and we got a couple of gummy missions, so a little bit of downtime here.
Sounds like my cue. We have $50 from Chikochi that says, wishing Ninten good luck on the run. Remember, Donald will definitely help you when you need it. Brackets, he won't. Don't believe his lies.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chikochi.
We also have $5 from Lacy Stripes that says, okay, I believe you.
Good. Believe everything I say.
I think Lacey was talking to Choco.
We also... one more or no?
Yeah, one more is fine.
Yeah, one more.
We have $10 from The Magic Carpet from Agrabah. Unreal. I try to save your life and you keep flying me into lava. Who taught you how to drive?
So we just got Dumbo there. And Ninten is going to use Dumbo to do one of the very few skips or glitches in this game called Dumbo Skip. We'll get to it later.
Yeah, but getting the summon there is pretty crucial.
It's kind of nicely routed in too, because like you kind of have to visit Monstro a second time anyway. So the fact that we can just grab it while we have to move through that world is nice.
Yeah, and I also did, at the very beginning, I did like a ledge grab that is actually really hard to do. I do a lot of movement stuff that is like, it saves like a couple frames, but it's harder.
I saw that and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I'm really into optimizing the movement in this game.
Movement's fun. In my opinion, movement's like one of the funnest things to do in any sort of speedrun.
Yeah.
Like when you can like add little text and stuff to optimize movement, it just feels like you're just flying through the game.
Gonna get this pretty free power up here just for more strength.
I think it's actually the only one in the game as well. It's a weird thing.
Yeah.
So on the PS2 versions, they had power-ups throughout the entire game, which makes sense because they wanted you, like, they reward you for exploring. But in FM, they changed them mostly to to AP ups. I mean,
Is the Yellow Trinity?
Yeah, I think the
power
reason is
boost?
because they added a lot of extra abilities.
yeah, that's probably it. I just prefer the original when it comes to the treasure chest menu here.
Yep, we steal Jack's ethers because we're going to do more with them than he is. We actually don't really have Jack in the party this entire world. He's really painful if we keep him in the party, so we actually don't want him.
Yeah, I messed up the menu there, but I think I fixed it, but I can't read Japanese, so I don't know if I did.
What did you think you messed up?
I put Ray of Light over the wrong thing. I think I need to put it over Brave Warrior, but I put it on White Fang at first. But
Oh, that's not going to matter.
It does, I think.
It's only your health is smaller.
It matters when I have to put back on the right... I don't know. We'll see. It should be fine, yeah.
Do you want me to check the VOD?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
She'll be right.
Yep. That part right there, there's actually a lot of tech in that fight. Because if you, for some reason, if you jump in certain parts before enemies spawn, it spawns them faster. I have no idea why. It's actually kind of weird. There's a lot of tricks in the game like that where it's like, oh, if you do this weird thing here, you'll save time. And it doesn't really make sense.
It's one of those like knowledge things of like, there's just so much stuff like you wouldn't normally discover unless you just play the game a ton and play around with the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just moving through the world here. It's a little bit of a fetch quest.
That is crazy.
This is...
This is a random spawn of white mushrooms and...
Yeah, you... Normally there's a really cool trick that you do there. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it. I think white mushrooms are actually faster, technically.
No, I don't think they're not actually.
They're not?
Yeah.
I think maybe are you talking about like the time it takes for the level to load in is faster?
I don't know.
That is faster, yeah. But yeah, they are. It's just it depends on the runner. So like for me, it's not.
That was funny.
That was funny. But like yeah, for runners that aren't quite as fast with the skip, then it's actually probably better.
Yeah.
It is easier for sure.
It was unfortunate it gave you a blizzard pattern though.
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's crazy. It's like a 1 in 4 that they blizzard, and 2 of them did it, and it was a 2 that I blizzarded. It was crazy.
Yeah. No, there's normally a really cool movement trick you do there, kind of floor is lava thing again, where if you kill the white knights that are sitting on the tombstones and jump across the tombstones, you won't spawn the enemies in the middle of the room, and you can progress through the room without fighting all of the extra heartless spawns. So that's a pretty cool little trick that we didn't get to see.
Yeah, that's fine though. The reason I put on the other accessory, by the way, is because I have more MP. I forgot if you mentioned that.
Oh, Ray of Light. Yeah, so pretty much so far with our equipment, we just put on stronger Keyblades when the damage actually matters. You know, +1 strength can actually make a massive difference as you progress through the game. And then for what we've been doing so far, we've just been putting on items that increase our strength. But now that we've got a few more tools in terms of our magic, like how we want to use blizzards to actually like deal with a spread of enemies like this, MP is starting to become quite important. So we put on Ray of Light, which gives us an extra MP. What also happened there, because lots happens in this game, is we had to enter the room and exit the room because we got another rare spawn, which is called Black Fungus. That one is, like mentioned in Agrabah, you just have to leave the room and re-enter because they are so slow to deal with.
Yep. And now this is actually a pretty cool section. This is where we jump around Oogie Manor. You're supposed to go through and fight everything and then do like treaties and stuff. Or like activate platforms, but you can just walk like platform around the entire thing.
I didn't know you could do that.
I didn't know you could do that either.
Here's another cool jump that is actually not faster, but I like doing it.
Yeah, this is actually really cool. This is one of the sickest like examples of movement optimization in this speedrun is moving around the manor there.
We're getting all 3 of these little guys at once, hopefully. Yeah.
That was mostly.
That was pretty good.
Gomenyo.
Yeah, so that is kind of tough because you need to do really fast blizzards. Blizzards are harder than they look because if you go too fast, you actually don't do a blizzard. So you have to time it correctly. Okay, so here's where if I have the wrong accessories, it will matter for Oogie. But I think I have the right ones. Because I kind of recognize the...
You put White Fang on.
Yeah, over Ray of Light. I just did one. I'm not sure if that's Brave Warrior.
I'm sorry, I didn't see
It
it.
is. Your MP went down.
Okay. But yeah, it should be fine. There's a cool thing called Dice Reflects. If you want to explain it right.
So, Oogie Boogie here, he has a couple of phases where like he'll start by spawning Heartless and then you have to press a button to trap Oogie so you can go up and hit him. You can't actually jump up there without doing this. You want to make sure you trap your party members in a different section because he takes exactly 10 hits before pushing you off and party members count. So you do not want them in there. Right here, we're going to try and parry these dice. Yeah, nice. That just lets you go straight into trapping him again. Otherwise, whatever he rolls on the dice will make animations happen around the room. Whether they're spawns, clap for that one. Whether they're spawns, the platforms move around, or he can actually heal himself as well.
Yeah.
So getting that dice reflect there saves like 20 seconds. It's a huge time save.
Yeah, that's a huge time loss if you miss it. It's like those dice, it's really fun to do because you have to, it's different each time at where he is and where he throws them. So you have to just, I like doing an air hit. I know some people like doing ground hits, but.
Well, I like doing a ground hit because of the auto lock, but now I know how to turn that off.
Oh, yeah.
Might go better. Second phase of Oogie, he's merged with his mana. And basically the whole boss fight is going and killing these purple orbs. Since Nintendo's where they all are, he's just going to move around in the most optimal way. Because of how quickly we can defeat them on beginner, we can push through them very quickly with not really any worry. In other difficulties, you might want to be careful because the more of the purple orbs you kill, the more aggressive the tower gets.
Okay,
but we don't have to worry about that.
I actually don't have the right accessories because these are taking one more hit.
Yes, you don't. They're taking 6 hits instead of 5.
So
we'll have to fix that.
Yeah, I might need Arby's help too. I don't know what the I don't know what am I supposed to have on? Do you know?
Right now, you're supposed to have Brave Warrior and White Fang. You haven't got Raven's Claw yet.
No, wait, you do, right?
No, you
No,
don't.
you
have
get Raven's
yet.
Claw in the ship.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I don't know anything about this game.
So right now you should have Brave Warrior and White Fang.
Yeah. So I probably don't have Brave Warrior, I think.
Yeah, so I understand. You put on the wrong one over the wrong one, so it messed up your whole menu. I get it.
Yeah.
When are you going to learn Japanese?
I tried a few times, but I am bad at learning other languages, apparently.
It's hard.
It is hard. Which one?
That one.
That one, yeah.
It's called Spill Brave for some reason.
Spill Brave?
I don't know if that's how it's meant to be translated.
Spill Brave? What does that mean?
Maybe somebody...
You got me.
It's one of those weird katakana, like, I don't know, kind of situations.
I actually find it very interesting that in this game, the menus are riddled with kanji and hiragana as well. But in Kingdom Hearts 2, the menus are like fully katakana for the most part.
Oh, yeah.
Which makes it way easier to read.
There was actually a time when I did learn katakana so I could do speedrun races with other people on like a learning website just to kill time. But then
I remember those days.
Yeah, you probably. I think you probably participated.
I didn't participate, but I watched.
Okay.
Watched a lot.
But I completely forgot how to read it.
Start speedrunning your one cunnies.
What?
It's like a kanji
learning app,
flashcard app.
Oh,
it's very nice. I like it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hookship.
To explain what's happening here, so this gummy mission, we actually have a 30% chance of missing this next world, but we got it. Yeah, it's roughly 30%. It's probably not exact, but if you haven't completed all of the other worlds in this ring of worlds, this has a chance to not appear. The first time you miss it, it loses about 50 seconds. Each subsequent miss is about 30 seconds. And so you're basically running a 70-30 every time.
Yep, and you can just miss it forever, like, in theory.
I think the world record is like 14 misses.
No, I don't. I thought it was. Well, I thought it was. Like
it's
7,
up there.
Yeah, it's probably up there. It's such a. Yeah, it's crazy because the more you miss it, the less chance it is. That's how math works, I guess.
No, that's not how it works. I got to teach you about probabilities, mate.
Yeah. I like the movement here. It's fun.
The movement here is actually really fun. There's a lot of like sections in here where like you don't have to actually use the ladders. You can use things like swings or a magic cast to push Sora's hitbox into a loading zone. It's a loading zone that you don't actually have to walk into. It's not like a normal room change. So just by pushing Sora's hitbox in with an animation, you can just move through them. It's really cool.
Yeah, and that's another thing where auto-lock actually helps, because the first swing onto a platform, you can auto-lock into an enemy and it messes up.
I will be implementing that.
I'm sorry for bringing this up, but that Trinity cutscene definitely looked 30 FPS.
All right, this fight's really hard. It's actually the hardest, I think, in the game.
This fight is really hard. This is anti-Sora. Where basically, now that we've got the stop magic, we want to use this and time our air combos like really well to try and push him straight into his second phase where we can loop him. The really particular thing about this is like trying to catch him out of this phase is really hard. And your party members can really stuff you up.
They're coming to ruin the day.
He's got a hit counter here where he'll disappear after a certain amount of hits. And your party members will just push him out of the way, making it really hard to catch him. Nintendo's going to do just the best he can to crowd control him, particularly in this corner, because you want to be dodge rolling into that door at the end of the fight. Otherwise, this load screen to get out of the fight takes ages.
Yeah, well, it's a very weird... That fast fade-out thing I was trying to do is actually like very strange. Even now, we don't really fully understand why it happens.
No, that fight, honestly, was controlled pretty well, considering, you know, we sort of lost the loop there for a second. Anti-Sora can go all the way around the room. Because of the low ceiling, you know, air combos can be hard if you're not doing these low air combos. And it can just become a mess. You can lose a lot of time there.
Yeah, it was pretty bad because I did mistime my inputs. I missed a lot of the stop damage. But
that's all right. You still did better than I could do it.
Gonna swap my party here. There's actually a new strat here. I'm gonna fight this instead of using Simba.
Yeah, so pretty recently, like, we started fighting this instead. Simba is pretty consistent at clearing out these mob fights. However, Simba's animation to summon, just like before when we mentioned in Agrabah, is just so long. So fighting them sort of becomes another situation of like your best Simba will probably be just as fast as like a mid version of this.
Yeah, it's actually a lot harder to beat Simba with this strat. But this fight, for example, was probably about even with Simba. But it
can go faster,
yeah, it can go
which
faster.
is the point. Now, Hook is a really interesting one. We can just loop him the whole time with stop. So we've kept Peter Pan's ethers this time on him, so he can throw them to us during the fight. But basically, we want to try and loop Hook here the whole time with stop. You'll see his health bar's not going down, but at the end, when we sort of like release him from the stop lock, he should just like explode. There he goes.
There he is.
Like, he just lost all his health. Yeah. So that's pretty cool that you can just sort of do that. We'll see that in 1 or 2 more fights later on. probably something not a lot of players would have known about this game, is that you can just cast stop on these bosses.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know what it is. You can stop the bosses, because you wouldn't think you could, because it's pretty powerful.
Well, just the idea that the boss is just stuck there, can't do anything.
Yeah.
And we can just, do air combos on them for free. It's another particular thing about our MP being so high is that our stop duration is longer. That's how MP affects that magic spell, obviously not being a damaging spell. So we want to focus on having equipment that increases our maximum MP to be stopping the bosses more.
Yeah. It's actually kind of tough to get the hits in between the stops, because you have to do faster combos. And then here we're just doing some cutscenes. I'll do a bit of a menu here.
So just equipping a new Keyblade, Fairy Harp. It's stronger and gives us more MP. Equipping a few abilities. We have Glide, we have Guard, and we have Ars Arcanum, which is going to be one of our biggest damage dealing abilities for the rest of the game. We also finally messed with our party's abilities. We gave Goofy Tornado, which, while it's sort of hard to notice, actually puts in a ton of work.
I'm going to go ahead and grab Dumbo now. You can choose to do it now or after Opposite Armor. But I'm not... Like, I don't want to forget to do it, because it's really bad if I forget, so I'll just do it now.
Yeah, may as well. So we're just sort of like getting this and then moving through the world, a little bit of downtime.
I also put auto lock back on because with Ars Arcanum, it's a lot easier to hit stuff with it if you're auto locking into things. So that's why I finally put it back on.
Do you reckon we have time for a donation while we move to this?
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. We have $58 from Anonymous that did initially put us to the $8,888 mark, saying, first we hit 8888, can we get to 10K? Which we're certainly getting close on that. We have $25 from Dr. Rank that says, this has been such an amazing event. Hats off to all the runners. By the way, any chance we can do something in Brisbane next year?
Maybe.
Maybe. That's not my call. I have no idea.
Yeah, me saying maybe,
But
like, I can influence the decision.
So. And that was ours. We want to kill everything with the R's, but it's really random.
Yeah, those enemies can just start bouncing around the map, and it's really annoying. We did a lot of particular movement to get to the bell here, because there's a lot of like different just spawn zones there that if we don't start like gliding above the floors in different sections, we will just spawn more waves of enemies, and it makes it harder to interact with the bell over here. But now this is opposite armor.
This is one of my favorite fights.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, this fight's really cool. We start with the regular guard armor. You only have to break one of his parts to progress the first part of the fight. But then, like, he flips his arms and legs around and he becomes opposite armor.
It's actually a really hard strat that is pretty new.
Oh, well, I'll just watch it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so basically I need to target swap the correct way, which I was trying to do there. It's really hard to do it during R's. It's like a very hard timing. But if you mess it up, it's not that bad because you just do the old strat, which is what I'm doing.
That was cool. That was a cool parry. Parrying stuff in Kingdom Hearts is very fun. But yeah, basically, we want to make sure we're hitting this boss like in particular ways. We guard his abilities to like his attacks to stagger like the limbs, and really try to focus them down one at a time. If it's not done in that particular way, he has a lot of animations where he's just invincible. Like, you can't destroy the limbs, you can't hurt the main body. So you really want to make sure you control that fight to optimize it.
Yeah, it's another part. It's basically like if you mess it up, if you get a bad pattern as well, then you lose like 10 seconds. Like, so basically the old strat was relying on RNG, the new strat is to prevent the RNG, but it is really hard. But that's opposite armor, and now we're going to be moving on to towards the end of the game. Hollow Bastion.
The best world.
Yeah, it's my favorite world.
Good Smash map.
Do we have time for one before the next world?
Yeah, yeah.
We have $50 from Chili Pepper that says, hey Nintendo, real quick, before you go to the next level, make sure to check the Discord. Someone found something really crazy with Blizzard and the bubbles.
No, wait. What does Blizzard do to the bubbles? I have no idea.
You should do it.
Does it do something?
Try it out.
Wait, I already have Flare G.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, what are you going to this menu for?
Yeah.
He was thinking about the bubbles.
I was.
Before we got Flare G in Monstro, we would normally put it on
right there.
Right there.
Yeah, so there's a few things like that where, like recently when I grinded to get record, I implemented a lot of new routing that changes quite a bit. So I revert back to my old muscle memory sometimes. But yeah.
It's really interesting how, like, I mean, as is with all speedrunning, like, new stuff is just being found all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this game is, what, 24 years old now? And just new stuff
That's
is...
crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, think about that one. Think about that one.
Wait, wasn't it released in 2001 for Japanese? Or is it 2002?
End of 2001 for Japanese,
Yeah.
early 2002 for English. If I remember correctly, I might not be.
So it's going to turn 25 this year, right?
Don't say that. No, but it's really cool. Like, I mean, it's just one of those fun things with speedrunning, right? There's always more stuff to try out. And just always new ways to play the game, so...
Yeah, the knowledge is deep as well. There's like things like damage caps.
So much with this game.
And yeah.
Yeah, damage caps. There's also like a lot of it plays
Movement
into
tech, the swimming thing you mentioned.
Yeah,
yeah.
swimming thing.
So recent.
And the bubbles as well.
Are you gonna do anything with the bubbles?
I don't know. I guess I'll try. I guess I'll try it. What could Blizzard possibly
I don't
do
know.
to
I'm
bubbles?
I don't think anything's gonna happen.
How would ice interact with water? That
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, ice is just water.
Yeah. That is true. We have to wait for this cutscene.
Yeah, toast is just bread.
That was not.
That was fire. Oh my god, it freezes the bubbles. That's sick. Who knew you could do that? Kid me? Did not.
Yeah, basically everyone tells me that you can do that in my chat every single day that I stream this game. But the thing is that there's like literally chests that you can only grab if you do freeze the bubbles. So I feel like you should know about that.
What if you had super
I mean, if you just have super glide and you start from the top, you can just glide down.
No, yeah, okay.
Oh, but you could get them earlier. There's so much stuff in this game that is like, you just would never notice. I still learn stuff about this game that is like, does not really impact the game at all. But it's like, oh, did you know like you can whack this thing and it gives you a little text box? I'm like, no.
Yeah, this game.
Why would I ever do that?
Yeah, it has so much charm to it. I really like that about this game.
There's a lot of love put into this.
Yeah.
So we got a little puzzle coming up here. It's pretty simple. We just need to like press these buttons. In the story, our Keyblade has been taken away from us. So we have the wooden sword, which can't damage Heartless in this version of the game. It can in the original PS2. You do 1 damage. So we actually need to rely on Beast coming up to defeat some enemies for us. So we're going to be making a lot of use of like the triangle button to influence our party members' attacks.
Yep.
We can still use magic.
Yeah.
Magic does a lot of damage still. But yeah.
So I'll be trying to use a gravity. I don't think I've used a couple gravities, but gravity does damage based on the amount of health that the enemy has. So that in later enemies, it's a lot more useful because they have more health.
It's percentage based, so like it'll do like 60% of the enemy's total health.
Yeah. Doesn't work on many bosses. It kind of does on one enemy, but
there's like one that like pseudo boss that it works on. But not a whole lot of main bosses, because that would be pretty ridiculous.
It would be ridiculous, yeah. I like watching Beast just kind of walk into nothing.
Yeah. We've trapped him.
Yeah.
How's he going to help us out?
Whoa!
Whoa!
How do you get there?
If Beast can teleport, why are we doing this puzzle?
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe this game doesn't make sense.
That's what I'm saying. I like this part of the game, though. I like having that they take away the Keyblade. I think it's pretty cool.
What happens if you freeze these bubbles?
I think that they would freeze.
But then you can't progress.
Yeah, you have to wait. They do melt eventually.
No.
There's a really cool thing I found here. Yes.
That is way faster than... Whoa.
Yeah.
How does that work?
What happens is that if you press triangle at the right time when you're dodge rolling, Beast will get stuck underground. And because he's far away from the enemies, it will despawn. It'll give you a blue menu sooner.
Wow. What
I didn't know that either.
I knew to do is dodge roll into the wall 6 times.
Yeah.
And that will despawn the enemies. That was way cooler.
Yeah, it's kind of precise, but it's a really cool time save. I'm biased because I found it, but
maybe I should watch Nintendo's stream, learn something.
This fight is kind of annoying.
We actually got our Keyblade back through the power of friendship, right?
Yes.
I'm the one that knows the cutscenes.
My friends are my power. And Goofy's not gonna betray Sora either. So yeah, this fight's really annoying. Riku's really hard to control. We really want Goofy to be tornadoing through this fight to block a lot of Riku's attacks.
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good. What Riku's favorite attack to do in this one is one where he lunges across the screen. Makes it really hard to sort of keep track of him and keep hitting him. So we really want Goofy to help us out. Some other strats include like running against the wall to try and make sure he's just lunging into the wall and not really going anywhere. But that one is kind of random on what he's going to do for the most part. You can affect it a little bit, but yeah, he's just very hard to control. Because basically we've hit the point in the game where we have plenty of tools, and for the most part, we can use those tools to influence what the bosses do. And that's how we're going to get the fast kills.
Yep. We're doing a library puzzle here. We don't have to do the whole thing, thankfully. Because the books scare me.
Books scare you?
Yeah. Those hits are actually kind of hard on the pots there.
Yeah.
I line it up real carefully.
Yeah. And then, like, your auto target can mess it up. The camera messes up. Some of these sections in the game, like, the camera is actually, like, you have to fight the camera. Or just learn to roll with it.
Yeah, actually, I think that's the thing with PS2 is that the camera's actually faster, I think, right?
So the camera movement on every version since PS4 has actually been slower. For some reason, when they ported this into PS4, all of the camera movement with the analog stick was just heaps slower and can be really painful, particularly when, like, you know, you're trying to move the sticks around in a particular way and also use your camera to realign Sora to walk in straight lines rather than taking arcs, for example. Just small optimizations by sort of learning how to use that slower camera.
Yeah, I messed up a movement tech there.
Did you do the cool surf? I missed.
I was, yeah. It was great.
One of the coolest ones that's insanely hard is that when you use the last fire on the last candle up the top, you can actually start a glide animation in like the frames before the little cutscene of the fire going out plays, and the glide will maintain through that little cutscene, and you can actually glide over while that's happening. But that's just extremely hard.
It's called Liquid Glide.
Liquid Glide?
Yeah, you found it.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he found that glide. And then he hated the game, so he didn't play it again.
Yeah. All right, so here we're trying to like deal with the enemies so that we can despawn them for that chest. That is the Haste 2 gummy. So basically our booster gummy item that we've got on, that's just a more powerful version of it. So that, it actually is very worth taking the time to go get that. So that looks like it looks like we took a lot of time out of our way, but it has the added bonus of the way we move around the map. We don't actually spawn any extra enemies on the way up to these little little crystals to progress us. That's some crazy tongue.
Speaking of Liquid, do we have time for one donation real quick?
Let me just get these wizards real quick. So I want them to handle that one while I handle these two. And Goofy did it. Let's go,
That's
Goofy.
pretty good.
All right.
Donation time.
We have $250 from Liquid that just says,
Whoa.
Bruce!
That's me! Thank you, Liquid. That's awesome. That's so generous.
Do have another if we've got some time.
Yeah, keep going.
We have $10 from Beast that says, don't worry, I'll catch up once I figure out a way around these insurmountable ankle-high walls.
Yeah, so this is going to be the first instance of Dumbo skip, which is why we got Dumbo before. And it's basically Dumbo lets you go higher than you can jump. And that allows us to grab a ledge that you're not supposed to grab.
It's really cool because normally Dumbo will not take you high enough to get over certain ledges. He'll not take you high enough above the floor. But the dismiss animation to get rid of Dumbo, Sora does a little hop out of it, which gives you that tiniest little bit of extra height to actually grab this ledge and skip a whole bunch of movement there. So that's really cool. That saves a bunch of time.
It does.
Yeah, it's a fun skip.
It's really fun.
I love Dumbo. He's so cute.
It's actually very scary because you can't actually summon when enemies aren't there. So you have to have enemies there to do it. And so if you mistime it, the enemies can knock you out of it. And then it just makes it way harder to keep doing the strat because you have to use MP every time. Maleficent is a cool fight. We actually are not using finishers on purpose. The moment you use a finisher, she will change how she behaves. So we just use no finishers until we can use an R's to clear her out here.
Yeah, Donald can mess that up if he uses gravity on the platform. It hit Maleficent there, so it's fine. But if he loses gravity on the platform, then it actually loses a lot of time. And it's complete luck. So that almost was bad. Now this fight is actually also very tough because we'll be doing stop loops, but the air combos have to be very, very tight.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're doing the ether strat?
No.
Oh, okay.
So we're skipping the ether.
Oh, you've skipped the ether?
Yeah, just not going to use it.
Oh, okay.
So
I was thinking we skipped the Mega Elixir and use an ether, but this is even harder.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just going to be stop loops the whole time, but Ninten's air combos have to be so low to the ground to get the necessary amount of hits out in time in order to refill his MP without using items here and keep having enough MP to use more stops. One interesting fact about this is that there's a point in the fight where you actually want to let her escape the stop for a couple of frames. That was really good. Because there's a threshold where once you deal that much damage, if you keep her in the original stop loop, she will just like stop taking damage for some reason.
Yeah, so it's just a thing where like she can't be stopped the entire time, but you have to let her just do something for like a frame.
I guess the devs thought ahead about that one and was
I think
like,
so, yeah. There's like a limit.
Let's not let you keep her stopped forever and just cheese the whole fight, but you only need to let her unfreeze for like a frame.
This fight is notorious for casual players, especially on PS2, because you had to watch the cutscene every time you lost to Riku.
Every single time. Like, I swear, I have this cutscene memorized just because of, like, how many times I died to it as a kid.
I did too.
What I'm hearing is you've got it memorized.
So I have to do very precise timing on the air hits to keep him in a loop for the second phase. The first phase I'll be doing Ars Arcanum.
Yeah, this is a fight that has a DM, as we were talking about, where he goes invulnerable and it takes a really long time. So Nintendo's going to try and loop him to prevent a DM.
Just watch how close he is to the ground. It's crazy. That was
well done.
awesome. I just let that one speak for itself because, like, you look at how low to the ground Nintendo kept, and that strat, that version of the strat, is only possible when doing those fast air combos, because there's an easier version of the strat, but you get one less hit in every time you combo. That version saves like multiple seconds.
So, yeah, it depends. There's actually a lot of versions. Like you can do ground hits even.
Yeah, so that's one of the cool things about that fight. There's easier strats to do it, depending on like your skill level of the game.
Cute little guy. Are you gonna do Saiyan's jump, number 2?
Wait, what? Like this?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's actually called, but he said he told me he found that.
Okay. Yeah, basically if you jump, we just remove the landing lag by jumping when you land.
Yeah.
Yeah, during the Riku fight, I was actually scared because I was at 1 hit, if you can believe it. He does like half your health. So if I missed the loop, I think I would have died.
We've hit the point in the game where, like, remember, this is really just standard mode, but they gave us extra items at the beginning of the game. We've hit the point in the game where, like, enemies are dealing a lot of damage, and we're basically just on standard mode damage now.
I also don't use defense boosts, which only saves a couple of seconds, but they're not needed. So, like, as long as you don't get hit and die, it's fine to not use them.
Yeah, 100%. So we're still seeing the benefit of our power boosts, but yeah, we're gonna, despite the fact that we're on like quote-unquote beginner mode, we're taking a decent chunk of damage if we get hit by certain enemies.
Yeah, I think you get like 3-shot by most things now.
Yeah, pretty much. Some of the bigger enemies.
Yeah, and the Heartless also get more power after Hollow Bastion.
Yes, they do.
That's right.
I like a lot of the end game enemies. Like, we're actually, in terms of like the idea of a casual playthrough of this game, we're still quite under-leveled.
Oh, yeah.
So even though we have like the damage cap from the power boosts, our defense stat is pretty low than what the game sort of intends you to be at. But we've just got to move through this world. We need to head back to Hollow Bastion again. It's got a second visit to do. We just need to get like a navigation gummy piece in order to allow us to get there. This is also where we get the Oathkeeper Keyblade, which we'll pretty much be using that Keyblade for the rest of the game.
Should I show off the glitch?
Yeah, did you get it?
I got it.
Yeah, show it off.
Okay.
Let this happen. This is really funny. So if you roll into this cutscene at the same time as you roll into the water, Sora does this, where the game did not know how to position him. So he positions to like a dev default spot and starts doing moves. That was the slide dash ability that we don't have.
We don't even have it yet.
We don't even have that ability, much less equip it. So he's just doing like, dev test.
What's he doing over there?
He's over there. It's a very funny
That is my
glitch.
favorite part.
He's meant to just be falling straight down. I think he whacks her next. I don't know what he did right there, but he did something. I heard it.
Yeah.
And now it's back to normal. It was a very funny little glitch. Try that one at home.
Yeah, you have to just dodge roll at a certain time. And it's a little hard.
You like land into the water where Sora would go into a swim animation at the same time you roll into the cutscene trigger. I tried to show it off as an incentive one year and just absolutely ballsed it. They don't let me do incentives anymore.
Yeah, so...
Kidding.
Just gonna go back and talk to Sid again. And then we can go on to Hollow Bastion again. And we're nearing the end of the game. There's only one more world after Hollow Bastion. But this is a pretty big, like, part where we don't have to do much.
Sounds great for these donations that I've had come through. We had $25 from Hyphen Hoik. That was just the divide symbol. Thank you. We
Good album.
we also had $80 from Oz Speedruns that says, here's the Twitch revenue for ASO. Thank you
Nice.
everyone for all that Twitch revenue. Going straight to the cause.
Yeah, everything's going in, right? Like all the subs and stuff, hey?
Yeah, shout out to all the lurkers too for the ad revenue and everything.
We also have $10 from Trauma that says, hey, remember, there's no way you're taking Kyrie's heart. What a classic. And $50 from Club Who with no comment. But thank you all the same, Club Who, for everything you do for Oz Speedruns.
Thank you, Club Who.
And that guy owed me money.
Let me be careful. So this is actually the scariest part if you play without a gun. And I got hit when I wasn't supposed to, but it's fine now, I think.
Don't quit out here.
No.
Ori, do you remember where to quit out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what? Did you quit out here?
Well,
no, it was-
actually, on PS2, you can't pause.
Yeah,
you
you
have to
can't go
die.
out.
You have to die.
Yeah.
No, I baited Sayo into almost dying like a whole section of a government mission earlier.
That's
It was so
diabolical.
funny.
And he was like, guys, where do I die?
Yeah, where do I die?
Someone
I'm
tell
like,
me.
Don't worry, mate. I've got you. And then I told him the complete wrong spot.
Yeah. So if you leave at the right time, it unlocks that route, and then you can just warp to Hollow Bastion,
Yeah.
even though you haven't done
You
it.
don't have to finish the gummy ship mission.
Yeah, as long as you get into that section of the route. We do have to make our way from the bottom, though, because we have lost all our save points. So, hey, do you know you can do stuff with those bubbles?
Don't start. This is a hard menu that I hope I can do quickly. Oh god. That was...
That's okay, that's
yeah,
okay.
we'll just-
The menuing in this game is like, once you have it optimal, it is so much fun. But it is so hard because like, generally, if you're doing it optimally, you're pushing through this menu faster than you can really read what's going on.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because the menuing is that smooth in Kingdom Hearts games, which is really cool.
We're about to use Dumbo again.
We are. This one's actually a bit harder in my opinion.
This one is harder. We actually want to make sure we don't spawn as many like of the little red nocturnes as possible because they can stuff us up. But we basically want to roll backwards and despawn them so they don't stuff us up. But we need to spawn them, otherwise we don't have access to our summon menu. So it's a bit scary, this one. But we can get up to their ledge grab, come over to this, and we've just skipped going all the way through like the library and that again. It's really awesome.
Yeah, that was also a really quick despawn on the wizard, so I got the menu instant.
That was really good.
All right. And then we had to do elevator again.
Yeah, this one's a bit trickier. A lot more enemies are going to spawn here, but we're going to be relying on Beast. Beast is actually really strong. He has a Roar ability that, if it goes right, Ninten will influence him to do 2 Roars. 2 Roars clears the entire fight.
Yeah.
We want to position Beast just right so that he does it.
Perfect.
Done.
Oh my god.
Clear the entire fight. And all those sorts of enemies are just air-based enemies that just move around the elevator, jump away from you. Thanks, man. That's my goat right there.
Be careful where the camera's facing when you get off the elevator.
Nah, she'll be right. No, I'll be careful.
I've lost a run to staring at Goofy's face.
Did you dodge roll off the edge?
Yeah.
If you fall, you go all the way down to the bottom, and you have to re-platform back up. So it's very bad if you fall off.
It's over, pretty much.
Yeah, it's
And Dumbo skip again, the same one that we saw before.
We're a little bit further back because of the enemy, but it should be fine.
I think it's fine.
Like, it's actually pretty lenient, the timing you have to do this before the wyverns start to try and knock you away.
Oh god, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. That's the last Dumbo skip done, all perfectly. And yeah, we can...
As expected.
As expected of the world record holder.
Thank you, thank you. Oh god. Don't get hit by that guy.
Oh yeah, it's
Then we could
really
do Dumbo
easy
skip
for him to
again.
knock you down, and then you have to do the Dumbo skip again.
Yeah. And that's happened to people on record pace, because it's pretty easy to get hit by him.
Timing the dodge roll for the iframes on him is really hard.
Oh, I just jump over him. Like,
Yeah, I don't bother dodge rolling past him.
Yeah.
This is a very cool fight. This is one of the bosses we were talking about earlier, who later on we will fight him again. And we'll be using gravity, but for this first fight, he's technically considered a boss, so gravity isn't very effective.
We get locked on his horn there, so Sora's like basically standing on the ground still and can cast R's, which is really cool. But basically we want to like use R's to push the enemy to like bow his head. We're going to be very careful because that does a lot of damage. Luckily, we can cure through them because we have an ability called Leaf Bracer, which makes us immune to damage during our cure spell. The other thing we're hoping for in this fight is we gave Goofy an ability, a really broken ability earlier called MP Gift. So if Goofy uses 2 MP, he gives us 3, which means that's effectively him giving us an ether every time. So we want to really make use of that. In a lot of fights, we actually just manipulate that to happen. That's why we took off Tornado, so he's not using his MP on other stuff.
Yep. And that was a pretty okay fight. I save an ether to use it there. There's like 1 ether that you can use wherever you want, kind of. And I use it there because that's like the most luck-based part. Because you need him to use MP Gift, and you also want Beast to throw ethers. And I cannot skip this cutscene because it is an unskippable cutscene that you cannot skip because it is unskippable.
That's a classic.
Yeah.
Heard it so many times.
That's my favorite.
Their voice actors are great.
I actually prefer Japanese voices, except for the Disney characters. The Disney characters sound kind of whack. I also have Oathkeeper on, because it has more MP and also a decent strength stat.
Kagiana o shimeta. It has been closed. I was trying to make it... Don't worry.
I don't know Japanese.
Goofy's like, come and close the keyhole.
Oh, so you're replying to Goofy?
I said, now the keyhole is closed.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I got some supporters.
Let's go, Ari.
Okay, the final world. The end of the world.
The end of the world.
We got a neat item there as well that we put on, Omega Arts. It's a really good strength item, but also like buffs our MP and HP. It's one of the top items in the game, basically. And then the reason why we're going to stick with Oathkeeper, because there actually is Keyblades that do more damage, more strength values generally. However, we have, with our 8 power boosts from the beginning of the game, hit the damage cap for the bosses in the end game. So we don't need to go and pick up those Keyblades that will do more damage, because on the bosses we're doing the maximum. And Oathkeeper works out better for us because if we were to pick up those Keyblades, if we needed them, we would actually have way less MP, and our magic would do less damage. So now we're just doing insane magic damage, insane physical damage, and yeah, we're just going to roll with this.
Yep, and I really like this world. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's going to be Invisibles, which are actually my favorite Heartless design.
Me too.
Oh,
And also
cool.
they
Pure
have
Heartless.
a DM.
Yes.
So they can go invincible if you don't kill them quick enough.
This is so good.
Oh my goodness, that was awesome. That is really hard. Those guys are super random. There's so many different moves they can do, including, like Ori said, going invincible, disappearing from the map, which takes a very long time to write out the animation. They can also just jump across the screen, and they do like a third of your health when they hit you. So controlling those guys, very difficult.
Yeah, these ones can also spawn more.
Yes.
Yeah, the Angel Stars can actually revive Heartless that have been defeated. That was a really good fight too. What actually happened is our other party members forced the Angel Star to do its guard move where, well, we actually can't kill it. But because they forced that early, we could just wipe it out after we'd finished dealing with the other ones. So that was pretty nice.
Yep.
Pick up a cottage there to fully refill our MP and HP because we want to be using a lot of spells on the next boss.
Yeah, so there's going to be the behemoth that was a boss before. Now we can use gravity because it's an enemy, and it will do a chunk of damage.
Because it has so much health, and as we said earlier, gravity is damage based on their health percentage.
Yeah.
Big chunks of damage.
Important not to fall off here. I want MP gifts from Goofy. Please, Goofy. No. He was busy flying.
Oh my god, he just didn't give it to you.
That's fine.
That's
yeah.
alright. Luckily,
Goofy,
it's pretty lenient.
Yeah, he
that
can.
strat.
Like, basically, I think he was gliding the whole time. That's why
He's
he
just
could-
having fun.
Yeah.
He's just goofing around. It's because his name's Goofy.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Thanks,
that was
Ori.
me.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Sorry.
I feel justified. All right, so we put Ray of Light back on just there. We want 9 MP to make the... Oh,
whoa.
You almost grabbed the ledge.
Oh, I do it on purpose to land on the save point there.
Oh, it's optimized.
Yep.
There you go. I didn't know that. But yeah, we want 9 MP here to make sure like our summons and our magic for the next few mob fights do the amount of damage we want them to do. We will luckily hit a level up shortly that gives us an extra magic, so we can then move that item off to a different party member later. But for now, yeah, we're gonna...
This section is all of the previous worlds that we've visited before. And the worlds that we didn't seal the keyhole on, we need to fight these enemies. So we're doing the Olympus one and what's it called? Atlantica, yeah.
and the 100 Acre Wood one.
Yeah, which is enemyless, but you just gotta go in and...
Yeah.
Oh god, wait, if he draws a fireball, this might be bad. Wait, okay. Okay.
Okay, you got lucky.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. You can get hit by that fireball if you get very unlucky. So this is the first time using Simba. He just one-shots everything if you power him up fully.
Yeah, because we have so much MP.
We're also using Cheers, which is an ability on Down and Goofy that makes your summon lasts longer, which for Simba makes him do more damage on the roar. So all of that makes Simba extremely powerful.
Yeah, Cheer is like the equivalent of getting like 1 extra MP bar for the purposes of summons.
Whoa, I missed that guy. There we go.
It's really good that like these worlds that we have chosen not to do, we can actually pretty optimally get rid of the Heartless here because there is a lot of them and they are very powerful. Particularly the Olympus Coliseum one. If you mess up the Simba one and try to back it up with actually fighting the Heartless, it's so hard.
Oh,
it takes so long.
You just leave and come
Yeah.
back. Like, you just give up. There's 100 acre wood.
So we get a Mega Elixir from that. We've slowly collected Elixirs and Mega Elixirs throughout the run, which we're basically saving right for the end. We're going to equip them all before the final boss.
Here's more Invisibles. Hopefully we don't get a DM from any of them throughout the game.
Yep.
Oh,
you can sort of like hit confirm a gravity on them by like staggering them with one hit and then using the gravity after that, which we're basically going to be trying to do there.
Okay.
I was a little worried there.
I was a little worried too. Oh, Goofy was back there. What's he doing there? All right, Chernobog.
Very cool.
This fight sucks. I don't like this fight.
I like the fight in concept.
I actually enjoy it because there's a lot of like skill that goes into it.
There is a lot of skill. Like, this fight looks like it's just air combos the whole time. However, there's so much you can do to optimize it in terms of moving Sora into particular spots so that you don't really have to chase his head. Making sure that you're doing the correct air combos. So Nintendo's not using any finishes. Also, another thing that you'll see later on is that the animation of Sora's upward swing is way quicker into the next hit than Sora's downward swing into the upward swing. So being below the hitbox is really important. Landing on the bottom here actually means we have to do less movement to leave this room.
Yeah, I also got a thing called pushback skip, where he tries to push you back, but if you're positioned exactly right, he doesn't. You get pushed like
into an invisible wall, which is no further from his head.
Yeah, so you can do a lot more damage to him.
Just equipped Super Glide, so now we glide way faster.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a cool ability that we get.
Make sure that you press square when you're gliding.
I didn't know that.
Regular glide?
When I first started running. And Sayo told me, and I forgot and went back to regular gliding again.
That's funny.
This is the scariest room in the entire run, in my opinion.
It's pretty difficult. So, we call this final rest, named for the next room that we move into, which is the last big mob fight before we go into like the final boss rush. There's like 13 waves of Heartless or something here.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Starting with this behemoth, and then oh, that was rough. And then running into just tons of Angel Stars, Invisibles, and Dark Balls. We throw a Mega Elixir in here because we want to refresh all our MP. The best way to deal with a lot of these is a lot of magic. So it's going to become the theme, is like, you know, magic for mob fights, physical for boss fights. And we want to make sure we're positioning ourselves correctly here towards the end of the room.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna actually jump away when I use the gravity, because then they'll target down a Goofy, and then they're just all gonna go right into it. There we go.
All right, so that is a crazy section of the fight there. Those Invisibles deal so much damage. You really want to control them in the corner of the map there to wipe them all out. And you also have to be careful about how much MP you have, because you want to summon Simba after. You also have to be careful of them not killing Donald and Goofy, because without Donald and Goofy both alive, you can't summon Simba. You also need to make sure that you're not going right into the middle of the room so that these enemies can hit you out of Simba's attacks. Because Simba's how we clear the rest of these waves. We just mince them.
Yeah, so that summon animation is, you need to start summoning Simba as soon as you can. If you're too late, then you can't use Simba, and you have to do the entire fight without Simba, which takes forever.
And it's hard.
The timing
It's
is
very hard.
Yeah, it's really hard. The timing is actually pretty tight, because during the first portion of the summon animation, it's actually loading. And while the game is loading, the enemies are spawning in and they are able to move.
Okay.
All right, we're going into the final door. This is where we fight all the final fights.
do we have time for a couple donations before that starts? Or?
Quick donations, yep.
Yeah, so we had a bit of a total of $610 from an anonymous that's put us to 9,999 saying,
Nice.
who's ready to be a 10K millionaire? Who's going to be the lucky last one? And I did happen to catch a few people from the crowd trying to put in some coin donations. So we had $3 in coin donations and $5 from Salvo. I think right before those coin donations, had to push that 10K. Thank you all so very much.
That's amazing.
All right. So to explain what's happening in this fight, we are wanting to be very particular with the way we move around the arena because Ansem is going to behave in a way that he flies away from where we are. So we're going to move in a way that then gets him to back away into this corner so he's not just flying around the room, doing all different things, and staggering him over and over to force him to do moves that keep him right in front of us. If he flies off to some sections of this map, because of how high he goes, it's incredibly difficult to like keep hitting him. You can lose so much time to losing control of the boss in this fight. He also does tons of damage. So Nintendo's doing a pretty good job of controlling him here. That was really well done. That boss can go horrendously wrong if you let him get out of that corner.
Yeah, and you also die very fast. I'm not sure if you mentioned that, but you actually die
in 3 hits.
I think it's 3, yeah.
And yeah, his hits do so much damage. So here we see Darkside again. We revisit Darkside. To do this fight optimally, Nintendo's going to be target switching and doing low air combos. This is actually really hard to do. To try and kill the Darkside before he lifts his hands for this next animation. Nice.
I forgot to put something on Goofy, by the way, which would suck for the rest of the fight.
Oh, you didn't put Tornado back on.
But that's fine.
That's okay. This is one of the hardest fights, in my opinion, but also one of the most fun. This boss has a really weird, the way the staggers work on him. So we're trying to stagger him to encourage him to retaliate, but also keep in mind, as we transition into the yellow bar, he has a DM. Because we saw a stagger there from that R's as moving into the health bar, we know we've skipped the DM. We've also got to try and do it here to avoid the DM. Luckily, Ansem chose not to do the DM. That was really good. He can do the DM twice as you're moving through the fight. Probably more if you just let him do it. But like generally, there's 2 sections of his health bar where you're at risk. And they lose 20 seconds each time you get hit by it. So it's pretty punishing. So now for some of these bosses, we're going to be flying in the air a lot. So we're doing air combos the whole time. Much like Chernobog, we want to make sure like we're positioning ourselves right so our animations are faster. He actually animation cancelled Aero there. So by getting hit as he used it, it cancelled the end lag of it. We actually skip a phase here where Ansem summons little bats that start attacking you. We've also not really seen many lasers, which is like basically another phase skip. So that was a really good fight. That was awesome.
I'm going to do a cutscene skip here, where I'm going to skip this cutscene without pressing pause. Just like that.
That's a really interesting one because Sora is sort of like rolling into a loading zone as the cutscene begins. The game like doesn't want to play the cutscene, it just wants to do the loading zone instead, sends you into here. It makes this room really blurry for some reason.
Yeah.
And on some versions of the game, it like cuts off part of your screen. But it's just a very small optimization and also just very cool little trick.
Yeah. Artillery. Gonna use R's Arcanum on here.
Let's go, Chili. All right.
Oh god. Okay.
This artillery is very scary. They do so much damage. Plus, there's lasers. you ideally want to position yourself right so that you just use a couple of Rz's and you like sort of fly through them. They're really weird because like you can just bonk around them while you're standing right next to them trying to hit.
Goofy is back.
That's a nice animation cancel, actually. So we use the swing to cancel the opening animation of the fire. It's just a small little optimization, but it matters because the quicker we can get fires going, we can clear more dark balls before they start sort of messing with us here. That was sick.
Yeah, so Goofy is supposed to have Tornado here, which would mean that he does a lot of damage on the face and on Ansem. But I just forgot, I flubbed the menu, which is fine. So it just means I do a little bit, I won't be relying on Goofy here. I'll be mostly relying on my air hits.
Dude, Goofy's getting in there anyway.
Yeah, he still does some damage.
It's actually crazy how much he does with Tornado. It's not... The cool thing about this run is that missing something like that doesn't mean we can't complete the game. It's just, you lose time.
Yeah, we also die. Face is a fight where you can die super easily.
Yep. We're using our Aero spell, which is basically like, it decreases the damage we take because like you die so easily. 3 hits, I think, from Face as well.
Yeah. Without Arrow, it might be even 2, but it does a lot of damage.
Does a lot of damage.
Now, I haven't gotten DM'd by Invisible yet. Let's see if I can skip it here. This is the last Invisibles we'll fight.
All right, fingers crossed.
Hey.
That was sick. That's actually really good. That's really good. That room is a nightmare because the Invisibles are flying around. You can't see them for the most part. And yeah, if you get DM'd there, it's like a 10-second long like DM.
Oh yeah.
It's really slow. So that was sick.
You don't get to see the violent cutscene of the face exploding.
Nice, so we're going into the final Ansem fight now. We've recovered our party members and they're going to fight him all together.
Yeah, time is going to be right when Ansem dies, when his health reaches 0.
Yep. So we move in a particular way here to keep these lasers away from our party members. Mostly because we normally would want Goofy to be tornadoing and the lasers will knock him out of it. Unfortunately, we don't have Tornado, but the idea is still the same. It also locks Sora in a good position for your animations. We're going to try and get a few cheeky extra hits in while we're getting pushed back by this.
We're also trying to dodge lasers.
Yeah, now we're just trying to kill him before he starts doing like crazy attacks and animations again. All right, time is coming up shortly. Time. Well done. Well done. Well done.
That's really, considering the cutscene that we watched is like over a minute of time loss, so that would have been sub 210, I think. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was really good.
And so we hit the incentive for Sephiroth. So let me just switch profiles here real quick.
Oh, true.
Yep.
We get to see the better Kingdom Hearts game.
Yeah.
The crowd did not like that.
So I think it's going to be fun to show off Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts 2 here. So the collection has all the games on it, which is just the way we released it. So we're just going to go back into the game here and go to Kingdom Hearts 2. And the mechanics in 2, I think, are a lot flashier to look at. And the Sephiroth fight, I think, is a lot flashier to look at, too. Although he is pretty difficult in KH1 as well.
He's very difficult, but the fight is definitely, like, it's less cool to look at, so.
Yeah. In Kingdom Hearts 2, you can... Well, you can in KH1 as well, but we're going to be doing a level 1 critical mode fight for Sephiroth, which is just the hardest difficulty at level 1, so no level ups. And let's make it interesting and not use any items.
Oh, you're really daring.
And Kingdom Key.
All right. So he's already at like the base strength you start the game with. He's using a terrible Keyblade, so he's going to be doing awful damage. And he's got no items, so no healing, no MP regeneration. And Cure does not work the same way in this game. So if you need to use Cure, you're going to lose your entire MP bar. Luckily, we have Reflect, which is a crazy spell.
Yeah, let's see how long it can be hitless for. If I get hit, I will probably almost die. So you can usually tank like 2 hits, but most of the time if you get hit, you'll get hit a second time anyway.
Some of his moves one-shot you, the rest all two-shot you.
Yeah, and it's pure reaction whenever he teleports.
I love dodge rolling that. So we've now entered the second phase where he'll start using some of these Dark Ball attacks. For the most part, his attacks stay the same, but he just adds a couple. One of the interesting things about Sephiroth is like most bosses in this game, you can predict what they're going to do when they retaliate. Sephiroth will just pick from a table. And you really have to just practice reacting. So right there, Ninten had to react to the Descend Heartless Angel. Otherwise, it would drain his entire MP and HP bar down to 1. Oh! And that's how quickly you can die.
Okay. That's fair. I just didn't air dodge away in time. I was doing that on purpose so you could see how hard the fight is.
Yeah, intentional, intentional.
Ow.
Oh, the reaction there was crazy. Because we're on the level 1 as well, we just do not have the luxury of like a high strength stat. So the damage we're hitting here is literally on the floor. It's not chip damage because of how well this game was sort of like developed. But it is just like, it is low.
That's enough. Know your place. Perish now.
Oh, you got so lucky.
Yeah, I got lucky there. I did not get lucky last time. So I don't have any magic and I don't have any items, which makes this tough.
The dodge roll.
Ah. Okay. That's fine. I just did KH1, so I had to relearn this game.
Yeah.
It's
de-rusting, it's de-rusting.
Yeah, I'm de-rusting a little bit. I'll change my abilities around a bit. Here we go.
Show me your strength. That's enough.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
That's good.
Oh, that was crazy. I'm not even going to try and explain what just happened there. Just let it speak for itself.
Alright. Yeah, no items is actually kind of hard. Who would have thought?
Yeah, let's make it interesting. Oh, this is hard. The magnet splash.
No magic.
Alright. We're about to hit his final phase where he powers up and he can DM.
It's so quick.
It was pretty fast, wasn't it? I'll give it one more try here.
As you can see, this is just crazy hard. There's other super bosses in this game, and like level 1 is just a really crazy challenge. If you've never done it, I encourage you to give it a go. Really gives you a much more appreciation of like the combat system in this game.
Know your place. Give in to the dark. That's enough.
This is it.
Give in to the dark.
Okay. This is gonna be so hard because I have no limit form, so I can't get my magic back if I need it. So I'm one hit and I have no magic.
Perish now.
That's not cheating.
Oh, so close.
Yeah. Do you think I have time for one more attempt here?
Do we put items on?
Okay, we'll do this one and then we'll do items after.
That's enough.
What the heck?
Alright, this should be good. Yes!
No items required.
No DM either.
All right. Thank you so much to all speedrunners for hosting a Sydney event. I've been wanting a Sydney event for a long time, so it's fantastic we got it to happen. Shouts to everyone on the committee and all the volunteers. Thank you so much, Ari and Ryan, for commenting with me.
Thanks for
and
having
thank
us.
you guys for having us.
Alright, thank you so much, Ninten. Before we get to Worcester's ending speech, we do have a few donations to go through. We have $25 from Ponold that says speedrun. We also have $101 from Nace. At the Chippo Hotel, they'll give you a smooch on the forehead when you ask for a glass of ice water with a slice of lime. Hashtag batteries for Brad. We have $100 from Anonymous, no comment, and $125 from A. Lindsley with a smiley face. Thank you all so very much for your donations, and I believe we have an ending speech from Wester coming up shortly, so stick around.
Okay, g'day everyone. So for those who don't know me, I'm Worcester. I am the event lead for the very first Oz Speedruns Open 2026. And, oh yeah, clap, 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 clap. Alright, so first off, 10K. Absolutely incredible. That's phenomenal. So thank you so much to the generosity of everyone who donated and everybody who turned up. These events are absolutely amazing to be a part of, and that's because all of you are absolutely amazing people. It is phenomenal to have so much support from everybody who watches, but also just so much energy and so much passion from the people who come. It's a pleasure to do these and run these events for all of you. So first of all, a big shout out to Game on Cancer, who are Cure Cancer is the charity partner that we work with and we've been working with for a number of years. They do fantastic work with us to make these events as great as they are, so give them a nice hand as well. Also want to thank the sponsors who contributed prizes for this event. So Potico Games, Supergiant Games, Chaosium, and Gelato Messina. And so then these events, obviously they take so much time, so much manpower. So thank you to all of the volunteers who contributed all of their time to make these events happen. To all of the runners who put on such a great show over this weekend. And then to our event staff. So we had Nico, Kenora, Nay, and oh my goodness. Yeah, well done. Who's the other one? Oh, Carlo. Yeah, that's They did a great job, I promise you. Especially Carlo, he was amazing. Okay. Yeah, give them a hand. Yeah. To our tech team, so again, Nay, Club Who, and Sinri who did the designs. I hope all of you know just how loved you are and how appreciative we all are of the work that you do. Oh, and our director, Sten, he's all right too. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's it. This was our first major real event that we've done in Sydney. It's been a long time coming, but now that we've actually got a foothold here, we are not leaving. Well, I mean, we are leaving. You all better be out of here in 15 minutes. But we're coming back. We're coming back. So I hope I'll see you guys all next year in Sydney after ASM and ASAP, wherever they are.